Okay, again, a very warm welcome. Today is day 5, which is HR vertical. So today is the last day. So let me extend a warm welcome to our distinguished speaker, Sri Manoj Jain sir, DGM MM from Corporate Office. He is going to shed lights on the topic GEM portals, best procurement practices, and vigilance aspect. So this is going to be a very valuable lesson lecture. So please, sir, please come over. Thank you.
Forward, this is backward. Am I audible? Good morning to all of you. Uh, though the topic for today is very vast, we go on speaking for days and days. You may be having queries, but okay, we'll try to cover whatever should be uh, against the pitfalls or the red flags in tendering, GEM, and all those things. Uh, okay, first of all, I would like to know at present, what are you procuring in your BAs? Major items. Pardon? Vehicle, IT items. Okay. And any services? Housekeeping services. Okay. OFC laying works. All mostly the services only, huh? And petty items. And for your own use, like stationery items and all those things, that also. To temporary advance. Okay. Gem also. Okay. Take it. So not much of activity for procurement in BAs will be left after the streamlining process. Slowly, we are taking to the circle and the corporate. Equipments mostly will be doing at corporate, and for other services also, I think circles will carry out the tenders. छोटी कुछ और चीजों के लिए am I comfortable with Hindi? Are you comfortable with Hindi? All speaking from this northern India only, or कोई South India से? You are from South India. Okay, I'll try to be in English. Okay. ठीक. So, I have been in MMCell for last 13 years, 13 or 14 years, and whatever I have gained, the experience I will share with you, cover the topics, whatever the difficulties or problems which have been reported from BAs or the complaints against the tenders from the circles which have been reported to us. I'll also try to share with you and what to avoid and what to do. So we'll cover on that, and we'll have interaction also. You are free to ask questions, but we'll keep it minimum because other lectures are also there. Sorry. So the basic reference documents which you need to have, uh, I think all of you are in dealing with the procurements. Okay. So we have our procurement manual. At present, the procurement manual is mostly addressing the procurement of goods. There may be some changes which are required for the services tender, and we are soon going to come out with standard services tender document on 7 or 8 mostly procured services by BAs and circles. We are preparing that. Then after the BSNL procurement manual, there comes some certain improvements, certain changes, or certain new guidelines which are issued from government, like DPIT Make in India, Rule 144, the introduction of GFR 14411 recently, not recently, but yes, those things have been introduced. Then now the stress is procurement through GEM. Okay, one question. You have been doing tenders through GEM. Are you finding it comfortable or not? Rates are higher. Okay. But as far as the tendering process is concerned, is it smoother than your own e-tender? Is it? It is. General terms and conditions are freeze. You need not worry. You just have to plug in certain eligibility conditions, which are drop-down menus. Then you can add certain your specific terms, which are called ATC, buyer specific additional terms and conditions. But those should be kept minimum, and those should not get in conflict with the general terms and conditions, like the penalty and all those. There are many things which are already covered in the GTC, which is covering as the instructions also on EMD aspects, penalty aspects, and extensions in delivery schedule. It is covering. But anything else which is not covered either in the golden parameters of the product or the services or in the GTC, that you can bring in the ATC. Okay. Then other guidelines which are also part of manual, but I have specifically mentioned because the stress is there for MSCs and startups. So there are certain provisions for micro and small enterprises. You must be very clear that these exemptions are not for medium scale. Okay. Micro and small, lagu or छोटे उद्योगों के लिए, right? But there is a catch here also. Recently, the firms are getting upgraded to medium scale. And there is a circular from government also that if they get upgraded, you have to give them non-tax benefits, which also include these things: EMD, say exemption, tender fee exemption, reservation of work, relaxation in eligibility for 3 years from the date of their upgradation to medium scale. As on date, they may be on medium scale, under medium scale category, but they had been under micro or small for last 3 years. Then you have to give last 2 years. So for 3 years from the date of upgradation, you have to extend them these provisions. Okay. So I have been receiving cases that there has been rejection of vendor who is under medium scale and has claimed EMD. So that bid was rejected. But you have to look at whether they were upgraded a date which is less than 3 years. So you have to give them exemptions. You don't have to reject them. Were you aware of this thing earlier? Upgradation. Okay, this is also available. Okay, these letters, do you find our MMCell letters anywhere on the intranet portal? Where are they? Intranet portal you are also visiting. Our MM circulars are under Director Enterprise and MM. So you'll find updates, process improvements, systemic improvements, guidelines which are coming from Government of India, which are endorsing to you how to implement, pitfalls, all the things under those link. Direct Enterprise, MM. Okay. Okay. Now we'll briefly talk on the startups. As per DPIT, there is a definition for startups. You have to give you don't have to give exemptions from tender fee and EMD or reservation of work to startups, but you have to consider any relaxation for MSCs, a relaxation in eligibility criteria. Suppose you keep turnover criteria of 100 crores for general category bidders. You may relax. You may relax this turnover criteria and as well as the experience criteria for MSCs and startups, so that the initial hurdle of participating gets reduced for them. So the purpose is, if they are having technical expertise, if they have done some work, so turnover you can just give them relaxation. Even you can reduce it to zero for startups and MSCs. So it will facilitate their participation. See, our tender is successful only when there is wide participation and there will be competition. When people know that there are not going to be much participation, they quote you higher rates. So you end up either going for a retender, you go for negotiation, or there may be other outcomes also. So try to rope in as many as bidders as possible through these measures. Okay. After that comes, suppose some disputes come, interpretation of some rules, or if you say something and vendor doesn't agree to, this is during the contract. Then there is a process of reconciliation and arbitration. There is an act which has been recently amended in 2015, and we have issued the amended guidelines to be followed on December 2017. I think 27 December 2017, we have issued the modified guidelines for reconciliation and arbitration. What clauses you have to keep in your tender. Okay. Now, these were the reference documents which you must keep in mind, or you must be having them handy. So anytime if you have some confusion, you can always fall back on them. Now, some you have all those things. Now you go for making a tender document. So you receive requisition from your planning or whatever you are having the structure that you have to go for. You have to procure these services or you have to procure these items for them for the network. You get the quantity, you get the specifications, and you get the estimates also. While preparing the estimates also, are you preparing estimates, I suppose, or you are involved in the process of preparing estimates, I suppose. So for preparing estimates, you have to be very careful. You have to take the last tender, but you have to see whether the tender has been successful. Suppose you take a rate of a tender which has not been successful, so there is no good use of taking that estimate. You have to keep, and then you have to see how much was the time from that tender. If it has been 2 years or 3 years back, then you have to take into account some inflation. You have to take into account the WPI going up, wholesale price index, then minimum wages. Like housekeeping, you cannot say whatever rates I have discovered 2 years back will be my estimate now also. You have to index it with the inflation also. So that should be as far as possible realistic. And you can have a knowledge from vendors also ki what is the ongoing rate presently. So you can prepare your estimate based on the market inputs, last tender, inflation, and all those things. Then yes, we have given you instructions through letters that you must promote procurement through GEM, as I told you. That GEM process is easier, services are available, even the products are available. We have identified 40 items which are there, and we are also doing the tenders for them, like housekeeping, vehicle hiring. We ourselves in corporate office have done that, and then only we have included those items in that 40 items list. So at least those items should not be procured outside. It is very strictly being monitored, and you are supposed to give me a certificate also every month that you are not procuring any item outside GEM which is available on GEM out of those 40 lists. So that will be you have to comply that. We have seen that there have been less disputes in GEM, so GEM has to be promoted. There is lot of stress that why we are not increasing our procurement through GEM when the items are available, and even you can get new items added. That's not also a problem. Pardon? Yes, yes. SOP is there. If you search, just put GEM, circulars issued by and you'll find it. Uh, Actually, I was not supposed to give any, but everything is covered, and I'm speaking out and I'm giving you where to find those materials. Okay. Have other lectures been giving you the some material? Huh. Yeah, you'll have something. You'll have something here also. Will the reference letters, which I'm just telling you, this will be covered. Okay. So in any case, if you have any problem, we have our GEM person dealing. He is Mr. Mohammed Faizan, and his mobile number and email ID is given. You can contact him, or you can contact me also anytime. It can be working hours, it can be non-working hours, it can be off days, whatever. Okay, you can contact me or mobile. नहीं नहीं फोन तो आप सर जस्ट पर्सनल कहोगे कि मेरे को ये प्रॉब्लम है, विल कम आउट विद अ सॉल्यूशन. बट यस, if you send it through a proper channel, it is going to take some time, but we'll try to sort out your problem. So इससे पहले आप डिस्कस कर लो हमसे. We'll give you solution, sir, if we are able to. And if there is some policy decision to be amended, yes, then I'm also bound with my procedures. But yes, we'll give you some solution. Don't worry. Maybe we give you some reference of precedents on which some of your problems may get sorted out. Sorry. Hmm. Okay. ठीक है. अब वही ना, अभी मैंने आपको बताया कि लास्ट टेंडर से अगर मान लो 1 साल पुराना है, तो बढ़ेंगी कुछ चीजें. 50%. अच्छा. अच्छा. Then you have always a scope of for negotiation. There is no. That is there. That is there. You can also negotiate. What will be the process on GEM for negotiation? If the rate is higher, see, you can configure a bid, or you can configure bid to RA also, reverse auction. Again, there will be a fight. Again, there will be some reduction of rates. Okay. Even after that, if you are saying that your estimate, discovered cost is not nearing your estimate, you can go for negotiations. What is the process? You negotiate with the vendor offline. Okay. By clicking the link on GEM, you negotiate, you initiate the process of negotiation on GEM, you negotiate with him offline, and then whatever price is reconciled, you ask him to submit a letter on the GEM, and then it can be considered as a process through GEM. There is a process on. Yes. Yes. What are those? Limited number of sources. Cartelization is there. Okay. Then limited number of sources. The specifications are proprietary. Okay. In that case, prices go up. There are three conditions which allow you. Those are on CVC guidelines only. Nah, yes. Now you have to see whether your estimate was okay or not. You are seeing everything. मार्केट से आपको पता चल रहा है कि मार्केट में प्राइसेस ज्यादा है. वन then something was wrong in your estimate. No, you cannot. Even in reverse auction, there can be a capitalization. Ach, one another question. How many vendors do you award? One, L1 only, or you distribute the in L1, L2? L1 only. If you keep it L1, there are chances that you will get a competitive bid. Sometimes you divide the work in 60-40 or 70-30, then also the prices go up. They form a group or cartel that, okay, you take 70% in this tender, in this BA, and I'll take 30%. In another BA, we'll reverse it. So that way, see, those are the process which you have to intelligently destroy. There is no fixed yardstick to overcome those things. Yes. Huh. Yes, we have obtained computers of Hind. Hind make. Okay, they are working fine. Yes, there have been some problems in SMPS. They have gone faulty. Now we have again come up with a tender for 200 computers. You cannot specify brand. ठीक है? Yes. ये एक विडंबना है. This is an irony that if I purchase for myself, I'll purchase the best one. ठीक है? But if I purchasing for my organization, I cannot specify the brands. That is there.
मैं वही कहूँ ब्रांड में
Sir, yesterday director Saab was telling that you go for quality products, OEM and all these things. When we purchase for our homes, we take HP, Dell or Lenovo.
Yeah, that's what I'm telling you. But for company, yes, now, how to overcome that? Keep the specifications as strict as possible. Try to learn what, see, okay, we have to promote Indian. Please make it clear. Even now HP, Dell are giving you computers and they are having the best. Okay. But it's not like that Indian manufacturers like Acer and this will offer you bad products. It's not like that. See, the processor is coming from outside only, Intel processor. But other things are being assembled in India and we are even supplying outside. So you cannot say that our products are inferior. There may be cases. We have, as I told you, in our PCs procured, there were some faults of SMPS. But I asked them, how many, sir? They said around 2 or 3%, and he rectified. So, okay, there can be. So, sir, नाम से क्या मतलब है? So, you should have good quality keyboard. You should have good mouse. And you should have monitor which is BE certified and all those things. Yes. कभी और बात करेंगे. तो जापान में ऐसे ही हुआ था कि वो पेंसिल्स नहीं बना पाते थे अपनी. पेंसिल्स उन्होंने अपनी बनानी शुरू करी तो वेरी बैड क्वालिटी. The lead used to break and very bad. But they firmed up that they will not procure pencils from outside. And now they are the best stationery manufacturers in the world. So you have to go on improving yourself. They will improve. They are improving. जो आज से 10 साल पहले था आज बहुत improved है. So ऐसा नहीं है कि मतलब आपको इंडियन प्रोडक्ट खराब है, ऐसा नहीं. हाँ. Yes. Yes. You keep penalty provisions so that they are afraid. ठीक है. Don't release full payment initially. Bring it down to 90% or what so. ठीक है. Then warranty conditions. You keep it 2 years warranty. But please remember that nothing comes free of cost. If you say not 1 year warranty or 3 years warranty, if you keep, it will come at a cost. You should be ready. You should compare the tenders with the same parameters of earlier. If you have changed something, then cost gets added. Okay.
Now this gem procurement,
Sir.
what are
So first of all, good morning to you, sir.
yeah, good morning. What are
Sir, you were in QA circle, I suppose, sir.
yeah.
Yes. I started my career in QA in Well Kotdwar, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir. You came and I met you in Delhi also, sir.
Right.
Sir.
So what are the different levels of procurement? What are the financial limits?
Okay.
And whether we should go through the same committees, etc., or for the gem, is there any separate method? Typically, because what I am telling is, suppose I go through the same set of committees, opening committee, and all those
Okay.
things.
There
Then
is some change,
the
yes.
time limit is becoming very high, and by the time the product will not be available in the gem itself.
Means the bid validity you are talking, first of all, the time limit.
Suppose like here we have in our normal procurement process, we have something like say this limited tender and open tender like that, limited tender, open tender like that. Here also you have three different modes of
Yes.
levels of procurement.
Yes, PAC and all those.
So in the lowest level, what happens is it is like going into the jump based on the prices, going into the jump and selecting the product and immediately placing the PO.
Okay. As
So
soon as you narrow down,
yeah.
yes. Okay.
So the issue which is coming up is suppose I go for the opening committee, evaluation committee, and all those things.
Okay.
definitely the time is lost. By the time I come back, the product itself will not be there. That price will not be there.
So, okay. First of all,
So this area is not at all clear in the guidelines, whatever has been
okay. So,
issued.
first of all, we start with the bid validity. Whatever bid validity you take in your open tenders, you can take in GEM also. Suppose you want to take 90 days, suppose you want to take 150 days, you can configure with the same. GEM also, earlier it was 90 days now, but they have opened it up. You can keep the bid validity as 150 days. So they have to be with their rates for 150 days. Now, tender opening committee. In the normal tenders, sir, we used to have 3 members. But on the e-tender and the GEM also, one person is doing. He's just opening the bids. So you need not form a committee for GEM tenders for opening of the bid, because it's just going to be decrypting the bids and downloading it. There's nothing you need to have more than one people. Suppose even if they are EMD and all those instruments, that can be checked. That can be checked because it's a simple financial document, say DD or bank guarantee or so, or they may be some remitting it online. So nothing like a committee is required on GEM. We in corporate office, one man is doing, our SD is doing the opening. Regarding the evaluation committee, yes, as per the estimated value of the tender, there are tables given. What rank you have to keep? You may not be having an officer of that rank in your PA, so just try to get it from a adjacent PA.
The issue for
Hmm.
me, but if I go through the committee process, then the time which is coming out is because it takes time, and by the time the evaluation everything, then e-file process is over. Here the product is not there.
Sir, there has come a very significant change in our corporate office also, sir. You have been in corporate office also, sir. Earlier, if you remember, sir, we used to take months for evaluation. Now we are taking days. Friday tender opens, and by Monday the technical report is in our office. Just we have to discipline ourselves. We have to keep the meetings. So now, even if the member is not available physically, we can have the discussion through VCs. Compile whatever the documents have been received. We have reduced our evaluation time of even complex procurements to days, sir. We used to give 4 weeks or 2 weeks like that. We have come in days, sir. 6 or 7 days. First round of clarification goes to post-bid clarification goes to bidder, and within 15 days our report is ready. For routine items, it is even less. So we have to just gear up, sir. We have to make our processes fast, even if it is a committee, sir. We have done it, and if we could do it, sir, anybody can do it, sir.
Sir, do we have a circular from corporate office that we have not to form TOC in case of GEM procurement?
We have already given you an SOP. I'll come on the letter. Okay. So okay, we'll just come back to the flow, sir. I will discuss later on this. What to keep in the experience? Basically, you are keeping that. I think one in the services tender you are keeping that one contract of 80% value. You're just, and then or two contracts of 50% or three contracts of 40%. You are keeping that condition in your services tender. You may continue with that. I just elaborated here for procurement of goods. What should be the thumb rule? It's not written anywhere. It's not written anywhere. But for experience and turnover, you should keep between 25 to 50%. Even if you want to keep it more than 50%, then you should justify it. Why I'm keeping? For procurements of less technology intensive products, you can keep experience higher. Like for computers, if you are purchasing, say, 10 computers, you can say, okay, I need an experience of even more computers. You can keep it because 10, if you are procuring, everybody will meet. Say, if you want to keep 3, 30%, or 50%, 5, everybody will meet. You can keep it higher. No, nothing to worry because those are less technology intensive. But yes, where the work is of larger magnitude, then you cannot keep, you should not keep, not, I will not use the word cannot, you should not keep it more than 50%. Okay, it just restricts. Same is the case with the turnover. Relaxation, I just told you in the first slide only, there were some relaxations for MSCs and startups. You may consider those relaxations just to increase the participation, but not at the expense of quality or the technical requirements. Those should not be relaxed for anybody because then you may land up with a vendor which is supplying you a low quality product. That is not like that. This is only on the past performance. Yeah. A new, I will not say new, this guideline has come in 2020 that we have to promote our local Indian suppliers for services as well as for the products. I think for services, most of them will be class one only. It's like hiring of vehicles, laying works. I don't expect they will be non-local. So how do you calculate the class one and class two? Class one, they should have the local content more than 50%. And for class two, it should be between 20 to 50%, less than 50%. But from 50 and above, it is class one. And from 20 to 50, it will be class two. Preference is to be given to class one. They tenders below 200 crores, tenders below 200 crores, you have to allow only class one and class two participation. That is very clear in the TPIT guidelines. Even our procurement, which were 180 crores or so and so, we cannot allow non-local bids. There is a difference. Non-local OEMs नहीं बोल रहा हूँ. I'm talking non-local bids. That means they have a bid value, they have a sale price, and okay, in the bid also, there may be supply portion, there may be services portion. You don't have to take into account the services portion's cost. In their bid price, they have to see their supply portion, and out of that, they have to see how much is the local contribution, local value. So the percentage will be derived on the basis of supply only, supply items cost only. So now I'll repeat this thing: class one bid, class two bid, not class one local supplier, not class two local supplier. It's bid, because one supplier may be local class one for one product, and for other he may be class two, or he may be local, non-local. Sorry. So you have to see, you have to ask them to submit the local content declaration as per the bid. That I've already given, the value of services like installation, commissioning, AMC have not to be included. This is very much clear in the DPIT guidelines. They have made it very clear through a clarification which has been issued in 21. I think 4th March 21 they have issued a clarification that is also available. How to get the local content? There is a form 1. There is a format you have to declare. There were certain tenders initially from the circles and the BAs also for services like hiring of vehicles and housekeeping. They were not even keeping the clause. The complaint was raised. Even the complaint was not raised. There is a cell which is monitoring our tenders in TPIT. There is a consultant sitting out. He's just seeing whether these clauses like Rule 144 Make in India are there in the tender or not. So they saw that the clause was not there, and they raised a complaint, and it came to us. Okay, we found that it is a services tender only, and it should not be applicable. We took up with DPIT. Okay, yes, agreed. It should not be. But yes, please keep the clause there. Take a declaration from the bidder. Okay, this was the rule I am talking of, this which has been recently introduced of land bordering countries. Your bidder either should not be from the land border country. Land border means which is the country which is sharing land border with India. So the bidder should not be from there. Or if he is from that country, there is only one country you can name, China. Okay, it can Pakistan also, but China. We are targeting on that. Anybody from that country should be having a clearance certificate from a body which is defined by DPIT and DOE. So they have to obtain a clearance from that. So due to this, Chinese companies like ZTE, Huawei are not able to participate in our tenders now. Earlier, you must be finding that even the mobile equipment, transmission equipment used to come from Huawei, just ZTE, and good quality equipment. We don't say that. But since the beneficial owner or the revenue is going to them, country, so we just say, no, promote India. You cannot participate, or you get a clearance. And the clearance is become difficult for them. So this is another way of promoting Make in India. On this, you have to take a declaration. This is again a declaration from the bidder that he is not from a country which is sharing land border with India, or if he is from that country, his beneficial owner is from that country, he must be registered. He is having registration with that body, and he should submit a registration certificate. We have never come across any vendor which is from the country sharing land border with India having that certificate. Nobody is getting that certificate. We tried to advocate a case for Costlight. I think you must be having some batteries from Costlight. Initially, Costlight was supplying. Costlight basically beneficial owner is from China, but DPIT didn't give the certification to them. We advocated that the number of battery suppliers are less. Amaraja, I think HBL and Excite. But okay, they say there are sufficient to cater your needs. No need to give them a clearance to Costlight. So even they are not happy because the battery is a passive element, it's not going to have any effect on your network security. So, but they say no, it was not given. Specifications. Specifications should be generic. I think in your services tender, those are very generic. Okay. But in our products, like high quality products, how do we make the technology very technology intensive product tenders? We need to fall back on vendors only. What is going on in the market? What is going on in the world? So sometimes it happens that we take specifications from a particular vendor and it gets inclined to them. So that should be avoided. We should have, as far as possible, the generic specifications. That's a general guiding principle. Otherwise, there will be allegation that this product or this tender is only made for some people. So that should be avoided. Okay, whatever specifications you keep, you should see that it's not going to decrease the participation. And first of all, what is your requirement? What minimum specifications will meet your requirement? There may be moons and stars. There may be very high specifications in any product or service. But do you really need those? If you don't need, don't try to add into that in your specifications. Then there should not be any mandatory certification requirement from foreign labs like TCO for computers and monitors, or not computers, monitors. Why? There should be an equivalent certification from Indian STQCs or and this NABL, I suppose, sir. There are certain labs which are giving you the equivalent certifications, but you should never keep only the foreign labs. You should keep these labs or equivalent Indian labs. So that should be followed. That is a restrictive for our Indian. They say that domestic vendors will have to go to that foreign labs office and get those certifications. You should go for the foreign labs as well as the Indian equivalent certifications. Evaluations. There have been many problems during evaluation reported to us that bid got rejected due to petty reasons. So once the bid is opened, there may be some shortcomings in the bid. What can you ask from the bidder or receive from the bidder after opening of the bids? Are you normally calling some clarifications after opening the bids or not? I think in services tender, I think there are not much clarification required. But yes, sometimes it happens that some declarations missing. They have not submitted you the annual report, which was required of 3 years. They have submitted only 2. Are you asking to them to resubmit it? Are you asking? Generally. Okay, if there is 10-12 participation, one bidder misses out the annual report, audited annual report of say 2020-21. You are in 24 and he missed out. Then yes, that happens. Okay, even in the eligibility, sir. Suppose there is a turnover requirement of say past 3 years, 19, 20, 21, 22, and 22, 23, sir. Okay. Yes, because that is not going to change. That's already freezed. You can ask as on the date of bid submission and as on the date of seeking your query, it's not going to change. It's already freezed. And it will be also available on the site of MCA if it is a company. If it's not a company, that is also freezed. He cannot change it. So you can ask those. Sometimes self-declarations like Rule 144 or I'm not blacklisted, I'm not a TSP, I'm not having near relation. Those also are self-declarations only. If he has missed out, please, you can call it. You can accept it. Self-declarations means he is not required to go to any third party. But yes, there is a certificate called bank solvencies. Bank solvency, no. It has to be issued before the NIT. Before the bid submission. Sorry, not before the NIT, before, or you might have kept that before NIT. Whatever is the condition in the tender, that cannot be asked due. If he has missed out, it's an essential qualification. You have kept it. That cannot be taken. What will you write in the query? As per clause number so and so, you were required to submit bank solvency. It has not been found in the bid. That we have already said that we can ask. But like bank solvency, no, exemption is nothing to be given. Exemption is never allowed. Okay, you have to bring all the vendors at par, bidders at par, and then open the financial bid. But like bank solvency, I was talking. You can ask at the most, you were asked to submit bank solvency as per the requirement of this clause. This has not been found in the bid. Kindly clarify. He says, sir, I forgot. This bank solvency was already with me, but I couldn't submit. It is pre-submission date. Then what do you do? He submits you a bank solvency issued from Canara Bank, whatever, and which is pre-submission date. Will you accept it? It's a prerequisite, but he missed out. The Canara Bank has issued already before the submission date, but he forgot to upload in the bid. It's this interpretation. You say it can be because it's issued pre-date. I'm saying he comes with a clarification, which is date before submission date. Canara Bank. Okay. And what reason do you have not to accept it? Yes. ये Pandora box है. This is a Pandora box. He might have managed it to get in pre-date. But then if it is coming from a Canara Bank, so from PSU Bank, not Canara Bank, if it is coming from PSU Bank, we need not go into that. Whatever is given to us, it should be my final document. Yes. 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 We will not go into the background. Yes. Okay. We are not CBI, we are not forensic
But
experts.
sir, it may lead to litigation, na, sir.
Why?
Other vendors may complain. When this was a prerequisite, why this man has missed?
All. See, every bidder is having some or other deficiency. You can tactfully specify them. Okay. And one thing please you note this thing.
Clarification, this is submission of that BG, whatever it may be.
But in German.
Okay. Okay. Why are you doing a tender? Why are you doing a tender? To procure something at very, so that should be your motive. Bas. Keep that thing in mind. You'll be able to decide self. Okay. Yes. Yes, yes. Sir, anywhere, sir, anytime if you join a new procurement cell, you will try to follow that way only, sir. But as soon as you get experience, you'll learn that what is my motive. Then you'll be able to take decision. So when there is a committee, so one person can favor somebody. Committee? No, please don't hesitate. That's why the committee concept in evaluation is kept. We could have done with single man evaluation also, we have not. We have not. Okay? But that is a very wide discussion. It cannot end. There is no end to it, please. Okay.
Generally, in any tender, there are list of documents which are to be submitted. Okay. And suppose any particular document, if it is not given in time, given during the time of submission, clarification can be asked. And finally, if all the documents are available, you are clearing it. If documents are not available, maybe you can give one more chance for submission. And if that particular chance also is there, then you can decide whether to reject or not. Now, in this process, where is the question of favoring or unfavoring
Yes.
is coming?
You're giving a chance to
Things
everybody.
everything is available in black and white.
मैनुअल में तो यही लिखा है कि माइनर डिविएशंस बट सिर्फ सपोज ही मिसेस आउट दिस वन फाइनेंशियल ऑडिट रिपोर्ट और एनुअल रिपोर्ट ऑफ सम पास्ट ईयर व्हिच इज ऑलरेडी फ्रीज्ड व्हाई कांट यू एक्सेप्ट इट नाउ है ना सो that's where your experience will come, that's where your wisdom will be applied. So, okay, just brief, I have given what documents we have discussed, this thing even with higher officers, what to keep and what to ask. We have a thorough discussion in some tenders because our tenders are very high value tenders, and doing this may lead to allegations on us. But I think from 2000 onwards, we have tried, not a single case of complaint has come in our tenders. And whatever has come, we have convinced the complainant. Okay. Award distribution. As I told you, 25% MSCs, you have to only MSCs, micro and small enterprises, you have to keep 25. Actually, the target is that we should procure 25% of our annual procurement targets from MSCs. And how can you achieve that? By keeping in individual tenders. So try to keep 25% if the work is divisible. Here the rider is if the work is divisible. Suppose this is a housekeeping, small office is there, you cannot divide that. There you cannot keep the reservation for 25% for MSCs or okay, there you cannot. But suppose you need some computers as tenders for 100 computers, say, there you can, consider कि 25% I'll keep for MSCs because 75% is not having any linkage to 25%. So there you can, the work is divisible and there you can keep the reservation of 25%. Again, you have to take call that whether my work is divisible or not. There are sub quota also in the 25% for ST owned and women owned enterprises. Right now, we are observing that participation from ST and women owned MSCs is very less. So I request you to just conduct some VDPs, vendor development programs, dedicatedly for women owned and ST owned small entrepreneurs so that they can come to you because they are afraid of approaching us. Just tell them that I'll be procuring these things in my coming year broadly. Please participate in our tenders. There may be very few turnout. There may be very few entrepreneurs coming to your first VDP. But yes, you have made in some efforts. Try to conduct VDPs for SC, and women-owned micro and small enterprises. It's very negligible at present. And everybody is on us. We are also helpless. How to bring them? But yes, if you all go back and do some VDPs, it may improve.
Please.
This was not available. Which one, please? Okay, okay. Yes, for that only, I asked you first question. Are you seeing my circulars? Circulars, as soon as the government guidelines came, initially it was 20%. It came to 25%. And then in that, when it got changed to 25%, this sub quota of SC, and women owned was introduced. That letter is available on intranet. Yeah, yeah, it is there. Yes. And have you seen the updates given into that? You have not. That's why. Yes. One manual is there and then updates are there. Please follow the updates also. It is there. Okay. sorry, as I told you, divisible हो तो आप 25% का रखिए, otherwise नहीं. Preference has to be given to class 1. These are the document hierarchy which have to be kept in cases of misinterpretation or disputes. Highest is the Constitution, then the Indian Contract Act, GFRs, Delegation of Financial Powers, Ministries, Circulars and Policies like DPIT, MOE, Ministry of Finance, Circulars, then our manual. Okay, this is the hierarchy. If there is some dispute, then the higher one will prevail. पीछे वाली ओके ठीक ठीक है रिजर्व कर दीजिए लिखा है रिजर्व कर दीजिए और पूरा उसको 100%. यस 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 एक क्वेश्चन आपको है फिर इसी उस पर सपोज योर L1 becomes MSc you will first award him 75%, 25% is reserved. और MSCs भी हैं जो L1 plus 15% की रेंज में है क्या करोगे what will you do L1 becomes MSc.
Sir, if they are within 15% range, we will distribute.
Correct. The intent of the policy is that whatever bidders are there within 15% of L1 price, you offer them the L1 price. Even if the L1 becomes MSc, he has become L1 due to virtue of his quoting price. So that 25% can be considered for other bidders, MSc bidders, which are in 15% band. There are different school of thoughts. They say 75% was my 25% was my target. I have given 75% to MSc. He reserve it. But sir is right. Please consider that 25% for other L1, the other MSc bidders which are in 15%. Everybody is MSc. So they सर ठीक है सर अभी काफी प्रमोशन है तो ओके वी कैन नॉट हेल्प इट सर. जेम जेम थोड़ा सा बता चुका हूं मैं बट ओके विल गो थ्रू अगेन. It's very transparent. The process is very clearly getting freezed. There are very little chances of complaint in case of gem tenders. So because everything is very clear, very transparent board. In our tenders there are certain conditions which are conflicting, they may be conflicting, but in gem it's very clear. GTC is there, that is applicable general terms and conditions. Only few things you can add in the ATC. Okay. Up DOT OM said that 100% procurement through GEM portal has to be done. 100% of goods and services for work contracts. They say the system is still not ready for it. Rate contracts, empanelment, limited this rate contract sort of things, work contract sort of thing. It's not geared up. No, it is being made. So for goods and services, you should try to get 100% procurement on whatever products are available, services are available, you procure through them. And in following that only, we have given you 40 items which you procure from them. And you, even if you find some circle wrote to me, sir, furniture is not there in the list, your list, but it is available. Can I procure it? Yes, you can. These are the processes what is required. I think most of the people who are dealing with the gem procurement must be knowing how to get register on them. What is the primary user? What is the secondary user? What is the paying authority? How? One thing here, payment has to be made in a very limited period on for the contracts through gem. And okay, that you say ki, okay, 10 days is very less. Try to do it as fast as possible. Once the equipment is received, CRAC is generated, You have started the use of equipment. Why payment cannot be due? Okay, one thing maybe that is a processing time, but 40-45 days, no one objects. No one objects. So try to keep like those for this timeline. I'm talking of the MSCs. For MSCs, if there is a delay beyond 45 days, there is a provision of penal interest. So just keep that border in your mind and try to deliver the payment. Oh, okay. But the MSCs के लिए, if you flag to the requirement to corporate office, CBB cell, this is the MSC procurement and the GEM procurement जाता है. But have you referred a CBB letter? They have said if you have you are sending a fund request for some GEM or MSC related, you flag it. बस उस सीडी उससे जाता होगा ना ERP से. तो अब कैसे आपको उसको और उसमें उसमें आप आपने फ्लैगिंग होती है जेम से है या एमएससी है क्या कैटेगरी ऑफ वेंडर इज देयर कैटेगरी ऑफ वेंडर इज देयर but CBP I remember a CBP cell has written a letter to all field units that you just intimate us this request is for making payment for MSCs or GEM.
सर जो वेंडर कोड होता है
उसमें
उसमें लिखा
उसमें
होता है
रहता
कि
है
वो MSC
बट
है
अगर
या
आप
नहीं।
एक बार और भेज दो उनको तो इट विल बी अ रिमाइंडर ना.
तो उसको सिंपल करने के लिए जो वेंडर कोड होता है उस वेंडर कोड का जो कैटेगरी एमएससी का अलग सीरीज बना दे
अलग अलग बनता
अलग
है
सीरीज बना दे तो सिंपली उसमें से डॉक्यूमेंट निकाल
अलग सीरीज बना दे लेकिन हाँ फील्ड तो है उसके अंदर
हाँ।
फील्ड इज देयर बट यस परचेज थ्रू जेम हमने अभी ये और डेवलपमेंट कराया है जिसमें कि जेम से भी अगर आप ये टेंडर आप लोगों को कर रहे हो क्योंकि जेम से कॉन्ट्रैक्ट अलग प्लेस होता है यू फर्स्ट यू जनरेट अ कॉन्ट्रैक्ट ऑन जेम एंड देन यू पॉपुलेट इट ऑन योर ईआरपी सिस्टम
Sir,
फॉर मेकिंग पेमेंट्स.
सर जैसे लोफन के वेंडर कोड अलग है रेंट वेंडर का वेंडर कोड अलग है, तो वैसे ही इसके भी वेंडर कोड अलग सीरीज में बना सकते हैं एमएससी का तो उससे डायरेक्टली पेमेंट फास्ट कर सकते हैं।
Okay, I'll discuss this thing with my team. Okay, if it is possible, there can be. Nothing is impossible. Okay, they can. Direct purchase, reverse and forward auctions are also available. Everything which is on e-tendering can be done on. Yes, sir. Okay. वो 1000 है शायद. Sir, वहाँ थोड़ा सा there is a mismatch, sir. Last time also it was pointed out. I discussed there is a mismatch. Yes, there is a mismatch. I will get it amended, sir. There is a mismatch. हाँ, direct purchase. वो उसको इस sync में लाना चाहिए. Okay, noted. Delegation of financial power. There is a mismatch somewhere. Hmm. For the direct purchase. It vanished fast. So what do you suggest? Committee is not required. But उसमें committee should, yes, it should not be. If you see it is meeting your this things estimate and everything requirement specification, immediately place of order. Yes. So at present there are no guidelines for direct purchase. Okay, taken.
Sir, in case of this committee, a standing committee can be formed, which can
For direct purchase, you don't have time. The product gets immediately or.
if you have a standing committee, it can anyway. I mean,
But why are you afraid of not a single person operating that? Why should we be afraid? We have taken our data from on that day, and it is there. We have gone for purchase because it will be a very low value item. Why do you want a committee?
all our delegations have to be aligned with that
That's the only thing I've taken.
up to 2.5 lakhs.
Yes, that we have taken. I'll go it back and get it. Okay. Primary user, secondary user, this thing. The placement, the order. Yes, now we are also going for integration of GEM with our ERP system. So once the contract is generated on GEM, it will automatically be created on ERP. Sir, चल रहा है because GEM and SAP both are working. sometimes they are not available, sometimes they are not available. It's taking time, but yes, we are synchronizing it. Yes, duplication of work हो रहा है. Yeah. Yes, but PO create करने में कितना टाइम लगता है ERP में? Okay, okay, we have given you a certain this thing direction that no purchase order should be issued be outside ERP. So try to create this ERP contract for GEM as fast as possible. There are various facilities which are available on buyer for buyers as well. Okay. Now you are talking of the guidelines which we have issued. How to for the GEM. These are the two letters which are available on our intranet. These for SOP for goods and services through GEM portal. First is of March 22, and there are other letters that July and those dates are mentioned. So these are all available on GEM portal. Oh, sorry, intranet portal, not GEM portal, on our BSNL intranet portal. Right, sir? So please, I think this, excuse me, this PPT will be available to them. Okay. So these are the guidelines which we have issued how to make processing on GEM. Yes, one difference is there that I have taken, we'll get it. Direct purchase. That the need of TOC. In the view of above, the requirement of TOC for opening of the bids on GEM portal is not necessary. That we made it very clear. Okay. This is the summary. I'll give you 1 or 2 minutes. Just go through that. Following instructions were issued through CBB letter that availability of budget and all those things, if you take care of here, and you just say this is a GEM portal procurement, they will release the funds on priority basis. How many of you have seen these circulars? Anybody? किसी ने नहीं देखा है सर्कुलर? Okay. Try to be on the intranet portal. You'll get lot of updates there because procurement now is very dynamic. You'll get this PPT, sir. You'll get this PPT. Okay. Now you make the payments to GEM, but you are not updating it on the GEM portal. That is reflecting in the pendency. And every time on the GEM dashboard, they generate a report that this much is pending against BSNL. Our rating is going down. You have made the payment. There may be two situations. You have not made the payment. Okay, try to expedite it. You have already made the payment, but you have not updated it. So most of the cases, 50% cases are like that. You have made the payment, but you have not updated on GEM. Yes? हम नहीं कर सकते. जिसने जो प्राइमरी यूजर के अंदर में जो सेकेंडरी यूजर जिसने क्रिएट किया है पेमेंट्स पेमेंट की इंफॉर्मेशन हाउ यू हैव send a request, you also get a message that the payment has been made. No, how can you say that I don't have any information? That will not be there. How can you get? No. Sir, बंद के एंड के बाद आती है, but you know, sir, how can you say that I have sent a request and I don't know whether the payment has been made? You can go to the T code, see the payment status yourself. Sir, yes, sir, कुछ तो करेंगे सर हम. कुछ तो करेंगे सर. नहीं everything you cannot मतलब that level of automation, you want that level of automation, but yes sir अभी तो ये करिए सर.
जब वेंडर को इन्फॉर्मेशन जा सकती है तो जिसने
सर मैं I don't know कि ERP system is so weak that it's not you are not able to get this. हाँ उसको भी जाए write it to us, write to GMMM immediately, one liner. that you are sending information to this thing. I'll also take up two things. One is the delegation of financial powers का mismatch है थोड़ा सा. One thing is this, that once the information is going to vendor, why not to the initiator? Agreed. But you also send, I may forget, but 2 points I've taken, which are not available, like work contract, complex projects, empanelment of vendors. This is at present not available, Jeff. These are the list of 40 items I have been mentioning, that which are identified on GEM portal, which can be used by, or which should be used by BSNL units. And we are even adding more. I've covered updation also. Products which are procured by field, they can also be created on GEM, but just sending a, pardon? Okay. Wall painting, flex board. Yes, yes, yes. Flex printing, because we're displaying marketing, you need. Yes, advertisement के लिए आप. Yes. Thank you very much. Any questions? Maybe there are many more questions, but seeing the time limit, आप speaker, next speaker, आप है sir? Okay, sir. Circle, yes, circle and corporate office. BAs not so. BAs have to function as a service providing agent. You have to just deliver the services, keep the network okay. That's all. Thank you. Thank you very much.
ये होती है. So wonderful lecture delivered by Shri Manoj Jain, DGM BSNL Corporate Office, and from ALTTC side, we are highly indebted with this wonderful delivery. And now I request to Devi Prasad sir to present a token of appreciation to Shri Manoj Jain sir. Sir, kindly present. Have a huge round of applause. So next lecture is asset management and its monetization, and will be delivered by Shri Devi Prasad sir, Senior Chief Engineer, Civil, UP West. And our association with the Shri Devi Prasad sir is very deep and very old. सर के साथ हम लोगों ने काफी काम किया. Earlier sir the ALTTC for almost a long period. So he's a wonderful speaker and very knowledgeable person. He is an ocean of knowledge, and it is requested to all of you, just be like a absorbent and draw. Please absorb each drop of knowledge from this ocean. So without wasting a single minute, I am giving the floor to Shri Devi Prasad sir. Thank you.
वेट कर लेते हैं, अभी लोग गए. हाँ, एक मिनट. तो ठीक है, ठीक है ना. पाँच मिनट बाद शुरू करते हैं. सर नमस्कार. सर Oh, Praval sir, good morning. Okay, sir. Okay, very good morning. क्या बात है सर, हमारा लैंड एंड मोनेटाइजेशन बिजनेस ही वेरी गुड मॉर्निंग से शुरू होता है। जिस कस्टमर, जिस टेनेंट के पास हम जाएंगे, पहले हमारा वेरी गुड मॉर्निंग शुरू होगा। ओके, तो वेरी गुड मॉर्निंग। ओके सर, दिस टॉपिक asset management and its monetization, it's a very important topic and it's a major initiative going on in the BSNL. And the purpose of incorporating this topic is that to familiarize you how, as a BA head or as a IFA, you can contribute it to make the monetization process successful. Where and how you are required to intervene in this entire process. So each organization has its assets, like each individuals, they are having their assets. So what we do in, suppose I'm diverting from this topic, suppose you are having assets in your personal capacity, how you manage it? आपके पास अगर हर आदमी के पास, whether it is movable or immovable, they are having assets, how you are managing? It may be transferred from your ancestors or you may be purchasing it. हम क्या करते हैं? So first, अगर ये हमारे एंसेस्टर से है तो हम क्या करते हैं, उसको म्यूटेट करते हैं, अपने नाम पे कराते हैं। अगर नया परचेज करते हैं तो उसको हम रजिस्ट्रेशन कराते हैं, रजिस्ट्री कराते हैं, और सारे रिकॉर्ड्स हम रखते हैं, सेफ कस्टडी में रखते हैं। वी आर कीपिंग इन सेफ कस्टडी ऑल रिकॉर्ड्स एंड डॉक्यूमेंट्स, इवन टेल टू अवर children also what are the property documents, all this. And if it is not required, then what we do, we give it on rent. जब रेंट पे देते हैं, अगेन वी सर्च फॉर द क्रेडेंशियल ऑफ दैट पर्सन, whether it is government employee or not, whether what is his background, all this we do, only then we give on rent. Suppose you are living in out of station or in other station, what we do, हम वहां पे कहते हैं अपने रिलेटिव्स को, या बीच बीच में हम खुद जाते हैं और उसको देखते हैं जाके, अपने रिलेटिव या पड़ोसी या किसी को कहते हैं कि यार बीच में जाके आप देखाना, जाके थोड़ा मेरा प्लॉट ठीक है ना, कोई ऑक्यूपेशन तो नहीं है, कोई इंक्रोचमेंट तो नहीं है, यही हम करते हैं ना। और सपोज अगर ऐसा हुआ कि कुछ उसमें इंक्रोचमेंट है या अनऑथराइज ऑक्यूपेशन है, तो हम क्या करते हैं, पहले तो ट्राई करते हैं कि इसको बातचीत करके रिमूव कर दें। अगर नहीं होता है तो देन वी टेक पुलिस एक्ट, legal action, and remove it. That is we are doing in our personal cases. So similarly here, BSNL is a organization, it is having its own assets, so we have to manage it. First we have to keep the records, and if something is spare, then we have to monetize it. For doing all these processes, there are 4 or 5 key persons, like custodian of land records, state officers, L1 of REM module, and L1 of the FICO module. Then BA head is also needed in some cases because he has to give certificates, he has to monitor the cases. Similarly, IFA, he has to monitor the entire processing, invoicing, and all this. So all these 4 or 5 persons are the key pillar of this entire asset monetization processes. So in BSNL, we have adopted 3 tools for asset management, that is the REM module. Another is civil MIS website, and third one is the FICO module. So these are three tools by which we are managing our assets. In real estate management module, it is used to manage all type of the any type of the physical property, whether it is a land or a building. And for lands, maybe again, because sometimes we have purchased or sometimes we have taken on lease also. So that may be on the owned, that may be leased. Buildings may be owned and leased. And for renting out of any spare land or spare quarters or built up space, we need a rental object. And rental objects are created in REM module. This is the structure, the company code, then business entity. Then it may be whether it is a land or building. And then it's rental objects. Major processes used in REM. What we are doing through REM module? We are doing land and buildings. Either we are renting out land and building lease in, either we are in some places we are also taking on rent. So lease out and lease in, these processes are done through the REM module. We are also allotting nowadays whether staff quarter allotment is done through REM, whether it is a departmental employee or whether it is an outsider. So whether we are renting through crop policy, all this. So we staff quarter allotment for BSNL employee and for the non-BSNL employees. IQs and auditoriums bookings, all these are done through REM module. Even the property tax, if every payment is being done through SAP and REM nowadays, so nothing is unphysical. And what are the major activities? As of now, in every VC, you will find that on the periodical basis, we are receiving letters from the corporate office for the purification of data. That may be for the lands or that may be for the building. So purification of land data, what we have to do? First, we have to reconcile REM land data with FICO asset master. So because lands are and buildings are also maintained in the FICO module, these are also maintained in REM module, but there is a mismatch. There may be 15 number, there may be 20 numbers. So we have to reconcile and reach a point where both are the same. So we have to reconcile it. Once these data are reconciled, then we have to linking of the REM land master with FICO asset ID. If asset is not created in the FICO, we have to create the asset also. So after creation, there would be a asset ID. So both have to be linked. Then after linking there, because each land or building, it has a lot of data. Like first we have to upload the property documents. Property documents means we have to upload all the revenue records, layout, drawings, it's handing over, taking over of lands or buildings, registry papers, all these, then satellite image. So all these photographs, these are to be uploaded in the land master. And then we have to update because data is there. Then what is the total area? How much is the vacant area? How much is the enclosed area? So whether it is enclosed or not. So all these data is to be uploaded. Similarly, because lands are either it may be purchased on or it may be on lease basis. So we have to classify whether it is a leasehold or whether it is a freehold land. So all these data are to be purified in REM land master. Then Again, we have to fill up the data. What is the purchase price? What is the market price? If valuation has been done, what is the land value as on date? So all these data columns are there. We have to just fill it. And there you need, because all these details are to be done by the either by REM L1. Similarly, for the purification of building data is also maintained in REM module. So you have to reconcile the REM building data, update whether plinth area is given or not, carpet area is given or not, what is the height. So all these data have to be maintained and updated. And if you need, you call a meeting of Axion Civil, your L1, FICO L1, REM L1, custodian of land. You can call a meeting and see each building, each details, whether it is filled or not. If not, you have to update it. Proper updation field like ownership, date of construction, mode of acquisition. So all these details have to be uploaded, but it is found as per corporate office letter that a lot of circles are not doing this, and the updation of or reconciliation of land and building data is still pending. That's why corporate office has given a special emphasis on this only. They have not taken any other topic. They have just taken the asset management, updation of correct data, book value, date. So all these details are to be filled up and updated. Now, nowadays, because some these assets from non-territorial circles have been transferred to the concerned territorial circle. So in some places, physically they have been transferred, but it is not transferred in the REM module. So it is to be transferred in the REM module also. So here you come, how or what we expect from a VA or IFAs. Reconciliation and purification of land and building data is mentioned above. हमने जो आगे बताया सारे उनको reconcile कराना. All the REM land should be linked with the FICO asset type. So until unless you will not link, so even though you are invoicing, but you are renting out, you are earning the revenue, but it is not reflected in the SEP because it is not linked. So ultimately, your revenue is not reflected in correct head of account. Property documents for all the REM land should be uploaded in REM. Migration of surplus land. So all these activities is to be done, and it is extracted from the all the VA heads and IFAs. All the posting, booking, invoicing related to land. So there is a letter. Even I think 1 week ago there was a letter from the corporate office. Then even in my circle, in UP-based circle, total there are 161 rental contracts, but only 62 are posted through the REM module. 92 are still not, the posting has not been done in the REM. So ultimately it is not reflecting the revenue of that quarter. So our IPMS is affected, entire renting targets are affected. So all the process, all the bookings and invoicing should be done through the REM module. And through this, as a BA head or as a IFA, you can extract the reports and monitor. So whether invoices has been done, whether proper booking has been done or not, whether all these data are filled up or not. So all these. So earlier, initially, we used civil MIS to manage our land and building data, but now, and it was managed by IPS, but now entire data has been migrated to REM module. So basically, we are monitoring to REM module and FICO. FICO module is a financial accounting and control module, and entire financial management and accounting needs of the BSNL is being done through this FICO module. All the asset accounting, revenue collection, so entire processes are being done, and you know very well that even each and every, whether it is a payment or whether it is a invoice generation, whether it is a revenue collection, everything is being done through the eco module. So how to monetize it? What are the standard processes? So this entire SOP has been issued by the corporate office in 20th July 2021. Entire. So if you download it and you can go through this letter, it is a 28-page letter. Entire processes are given. So, and from that, the major important section is under para 4. And para 4, in para point 4.3, it is mentioned that a CLR is to be appointed. Custodian of land records is must, and a dedicated person is to be appointed as a CLR. नॉर्मली हम क्या करते हैं कि उसको 2 काम 4 काम दे दिया और वो he is not doing basic job of the CLR. He has to visit as per this standard operating process. He has to visit the entire lands in his jurisdiction on every 6 monthly basis, and he has to give a report that there is no encroachment, all the boundaries are intact, there is no obstruction to the passage of the. So all these reports he has to submit, and if he has to submit a physical verification certificate. Annexure 1 is important for the land monetization because it starts from the Annexure 1, Annexure 2, and Annexure 3. These 3 annexures are required from the PA head. Annexure 1 is for the that building is intact, there is no encroachment. Annexure 2 is about the data pertaining to that land, and the Annexure 3, the BA head is certifying that whether they can spare it or not, or how much portion can be spared for the monetization purpose. So they have to give and take the photographs and maintain it. Suppose if there is any encroachment, then what, as a CLR, as a custodian of land record person, what he has to do? He has to, if encroachment exists, then BSNL shall make a sketch. He will make a sketch how much portion and where it is encroached, and he has to submit a report to the BA head. And then BA head will submit a report after taking all details, and he will inform to the circle head. Apparently, he will take initiative to remove it. At the circle level, they will monitor it, and if needed, that can be submitted to the corporate office also. So role of CLR is very important. So I would request you that as a dedicated person is to be appointed as a CLR. Or if he is a state officer, I think एक नेम प्लेट, चूंकि हम लोग स्टेट ऑफिसर का, ये BSNL में ऐसा नहीं है, अदर ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में जाएंगे तो वहाँ स्टेट ऑफिसर एक डेडिकेटेड पर्सन होता है, उसका अपना नेम प्लेट होता है, चैम्बर होता है. तो CLR हो या स्टेट ऑफिसर हो, उनको हम एक dedicated chamber या name plate, तो at least we can put a name plate. He is the state officer, so anybody, if you want to approach him, they can approach it, and एक aura उसका बनता है ना कि हाँ, yes, I am the state officer and I am obliged to fulfill the responsibilities given in the Public Premises Act, because state officer is appointed under the Public Premises Act. So there are some responsibilities. He is a quasi-judicial person, and he is having some powers also. So he should be made an independent person, and proper importance should be given to the state officer.
Sir, one thing I'll just like to tell this regard, that the appointment of a state officer is done by DOT. So earlier, long back, for every BA, there was it also requires that the state officer name is gazette notified by government of India.
Sure.
Because it has got some very legal implication. Any notice to your client or any kind of, be it legal notice or vacation notice, it has to be signed particularly by the state officer. And if it is not signed by the legally appointed state officer, it will become invalid in the eyes of. So I think everyone should try to get this list from the DOT. I think last time we had circulated for my Tamil Nadu BA. Everyone who is the state officer for each BA, they have already gazette notified, and that person only has to make correspondence with the tenant in case of any complicated issues. Thank you.
And sir, for that, actually, BSNL corporate office has issued a letter. Actually, they are demanding from since June. They are asking the nomination of state officers from the, because earlier each SSA was having a state officer. Now, after restructuring, concept of OA or BA head has come. And as per the corporate office, they have issued a letter in the June that they want to nominate a state officer on BA wise, and they are asking the data. So each BH in UP West, all the BH have appointed, and we have sent the letter to corporate office that the post of the earlier nominated state officer in SSA to be uh, uh, withdrawn, and the newly only BA level officer is to be appointed as a state officer. And this process is to be done in entire BSNL. So if it is pending in your level, in your BA, you please send first you nominate a person and then send the report to the circle office. They are in the circle office, engineers are compiling these data and they are sending. So it is important because when appointment of a state officer is pending, because the BAs have not, your circle have not nominated this state officers. So circle office is, corporate office is collecting the data and then they will publish in the gazette notifications. So as per the public promises, eviction of unauthorized premises, the eviction of the state officer is must, and that is to be pointed through gazette notification. Sir, I think depends on the. I would prefer a different person, sir. CLR's role is very important, sir. He has to maintain all the uh, land and building data, and so I think there should be separate person. But there is no bar that CLR cannot be. But state officer should be at least AGM or above. There is it should not be below than the AGM level officer. But a CLR may be SD also, JTO also. So the Public Promises Eviction and of Unauthorized Occupation Act. So as per class 4, if there is, suppose he has visited and there is encroachment, then what we have to do? Then as the state officer, he has to issue a notice under section 4. And he has to issue notice to show cause if any against the proposed order or before such date as specified in the notice being a date or not later than 7 days from the date of issue. Or so he may ask to give an explanation on writing why eviction order should not be issued. If needed, he can call him on personal meeting. They can the person who are in supposed to in unauthorized occupation, he may come and give his documents, his viewpoints. So it is issue of notice is mandatory, and after that, if a state officer finds that he is in unauthorized occupation, he can issue eviction order. And if a person is not following or he fails to evacuate the premises, then then a state officer is authorized to take action, even use the force, police force. They can call police personnel and forcibly evacuate them. These as per, because it is nominated through gazette notification, so as per that act, the state officers having these powers. He can summon and enforcing the attendance of any person and examining him on oath, requiring the discovery and production of documents or any other matter as he deemed fit. He is having the same power as the civil court order under this Code of Civil Procedure 1908. Whatever the powers are with the civil court, the same powers rests with the state officer. That's why his appointment through gazette notification is must, and all the notices of evacuation or uh, vacation of unauthorized occupation should be done. Only the state officer is empowered to do that, neither GM, CGM, or any other person. So, appointment of state officer is must. This is the case study of unauthorized occupation in Ghaziabad. Actually, there was a plot. BSNL purchased a plot in 2008, and plot area was 6,064 square meter. So after purchasing the plot, BSNL was constructing the boundary wall. So during the construction, they found that there was a dispute between the local persons and even due to dispute, this some part of the backside boundary wall could not be constructed, and due to that, around 150 dwellers and some jhuggi jhoplis, they came inside that plot and they occupied. Even if some person was doing the dairy works also from the that plot. So initially, this was the enclosed area, disputed area. The hatched portion was this disputed. That was the boundary wall was not constructed. So they met the SDO. They met with this. Initially, he tries to evacuate them, but when he failed, they met with the when the GM Sukhdev Singh, who is here at GM headquarters. He was the GM BA head at that time. They met with the DM and SP, and so they also considered their request, and they given proper support and even police protection. So they just put notice banners outside the premises that it is to be these jhuggi jhoplis are in unauthorized occupation and these are to be vacated by uh, within 15 days. Otherwise, uh, they will be demolished also. So, and after posting banners, they were doing the announcement through mic also. If they are not vacating, then through bulldozers and all these will be demolished. Later on, क्या हुआ कि as usual उन लोगों ने खाली नहीं किया. Then they called the police and bulldozer and demolish it. So the GM at that time, GM BA head, who met with the district magistrate. This was the encroachment. They put the notice. So even they had taken the illegal electric connection also. So after that, so it was cleared through the police force, and then boundary wall was constructed within a week, and the campus was vacated. Sir, 150 सर 150 लोग 150 झुग्गी थी वहां पे उनको. अच्छा. हाँ. तो वही चूंकि डिस्प्यूट कुछ पोर्शन डिस्प्यूटेड था, वहां बाउंड्री वॉल हो नहीं पा रही थी, वहां से वो एक्सेस थी, वहां से वो लोग आते थे। और ये सिमिलर केस यहाँ पे है संजय नगर पे। संजय नगर में एक हॉस्पिटल है, उसके बगल में एक प्लॉट है। तो यहाँ पे भी पहले मैं जब यहीं था तो ऐसे देखा, ऐसे मार्केट जा रहा था कि अंदर पार्किंग हो रही है। तो मैं वहां पे गया और फिर अंदर गया, फोटो वोटो खींचा, वीडियो रिकॉर्ड किया, उससे पूछा कि कौन है, क्या किसका पार्किंग चल रहा है ये है। तो बोला हॉस्पिटल का है। मैंने कहा ये तो बीएसएनएल के, आप यहाँ कैसे कर रहे हैं, ये करके तो थोड़ा सा जब पूरा रिकॉर्डिंग वॉर्डिंग ले लिया, फिर जो है फिर मैंने कहा मैं पुलिस को कंप्लेंट करने जा रहा हूँ। तो उसने बोला कि नहीं नहीं आप हमारे मैनेजमेंट से बात करिए, क्योंकि मैं वहाँ पे, वो मेरा एरिया नहीं था, वो मैं एलटी में था और वो यूपी वेस्ट के एरिया में आ रहा था। तो लीगली या ऑफिशियली मैंने कुछ उनको नहीं किया, लेकिन जस्ट एक मतलब उनको थोड़ा टेरिफाइड करने के लिए कि मैं पुलिस एक्शन लेने जा रहा हूँ। वीडियो रिकॉर्ड कर लिया सारे जो पर्सन थे वहां पे सब करके। तो विद इन वो फिर उसने अपने मैनेजमेंट को बताया होगा कि सब रिकॉर्ड रिकॉर्ड करके ले गए हैं, वो पुलिस एक्शन होने जा रहा है। तो वो उन्होंने क्या किया कि खाली कर दिया, वो जो पार्किंग चल रही थी उनकी पूरी, वो खाली कर दिया। लेकिन उसके कुछ 6-8 महीने बाद एक फिर देखा कि वो चूंकि उनको कंस्ट्रक्शन, हॉस्पिटल का कंस्ट्रक्शन होना था, तो बगल में उन्होंने फिर 150 झुग्गियां, फिर वो अंदर वही जो लेबर्स रहते हैं उन्होंने इरेक्ट कर दिया। तो फिर जब पता चला तो जो टीम थी, क्योंकि मोनिटाइजेशन का प्रोसेस चल रहा था, तो वहाँ जो सी सिविल और एसी सिविल उस समय आए होंगे, उन्होंने देखा कि तो इंक्रोज्ड है। तो फिर उन्होंने फिर हॉस्पिटल मैनेजमेंट से लिया, थोड़ा सा वो रिलक्टेंट थे, नहीं कर रहे थे। जब उनको एक नहीं, अगर आप नहीं करेंगे देन वी हैव टू टेक द एक्शन एंड ऑल दिस, तो फिर वो एग्री किए कि सर ओके वी विल वैकेट इट। और उसमें भी करीब, क्योंकि थोड़ा पॉलिटिकल इन्फ्लुएंस के पर्सन है वो, मतलब ट्राई किया कि उनका वैकेट ना हो। लेकिन 8-10 महीने लगे। और फिर उसको जो है, ये हॉस्पिटल है, जो व्हाइट कलर का बिल्डिंग है, ये हॉस्पिटल है। और ये देख रहे हैं, ये सारा इनक्लोज है पूरा इनसाइड, ये पास में है ना। ये इसको भी खाली करवाया गया। और ये आफ्टर वेकेशन है, ये जो पूरा इंटायर कैंपस पूरा क्लियर हो गया। So role of CLR is very important. So he has to visit. Actually, that's why, sir, I am not in view that both the roles should be given to a same person. Sir. हाँ, sir. Actually, it gets diluted, sir. Actually, अगर both duties are given to same person. Uh, Nowadays, because a lot of activities are going on, and sometimes other departments are, they also take our land. Some highway is passing on, or some special projects is there in that area, so they take our lands. So in that case, how much compensation is, how the compensation is derived. So these are the rights to fair compensation and transparency in Land Acquisition, Rehabilitation, Resettlement Act 2010. There is a act, and as per that act, Section 26, this gives the procedure how to determine the market value of that land, and it is to be decided by the collector. He will decide what is the market value. And this is the procedure collector will, how he will decide. The collector shall adopt the following criteria in assessing and determining the market value. First, he will the market value, if any, specified in Indian Stamp Act 1890. If there is pre-decided rates in that area where our building, our land is there, so that rate will be applicable, or at what rate the registry is being done, because they are taking the registration charge, stamp duty for that portion in the in local registrar office. So whatever the prevailing rates are there, at the rates which the registry are being done, that collector will take first that rate. Suppose if there is no such rates available, or there is no such registry being done at that locality, then market value, if any, specified in this, in the, then average sale price for similar type of land situated in nearest village or nearest vicinity area. then he will take the rates of the nearby locality. Or sometimes because it is for the government transaction, but suppose this land is being acquired by any private party, or it is being acquired to give any private person or industry, or through PPP model, then consented amount of compensation as agreed upon under subsection 2 of the section 2 in case of the acquisition of land for private companies or for public private partnership project, whichever is higher. Sometimes like in Jewar Airport, they are giving the 4 times of the government heads, or farmers, they have agreed that we will give the 4 times the compensation. So if there is any consented amount, then that amount is to be taken as for deciding market value, or otherwise as per the prevailing rates. If in that land our building or tower or anything exists, any structure is existing, then that value is also to be compensated.
फिर आपको मैं एक अपना एग्जांपल बताता हूँ. This Chennai Metro Rail is constructing their route. They took our Punamali Telephone Exchange building. वहां पे उन्होंने 2 times the guideline value उन्होंने हमें compensation दिया, and that is much more than the market value. Or they provided the replacement cost of our entire structure also. That means whatever building tower is there, if we construct new tower and new quarters, what is the cost of that construction? That same amount they gave it to us. So we got around some 45 crores of rupees through monetization. This is a very good route.
Sure.
I think this actually, if we sell it through market, we could have got some 30 crore only. But since they took and gave us compensation, so we got some 45 crore rupees. That's a wonderful. I think if we get this kind of opportunity, all should grab it and try to encash it.
Yes, sir. So we have to take the compensation of the land and the existing structure. So based on the importance of the project, they give entire cost or new construction cost. They are compensating it with the replacement cost. So wherever you are replacing that, whatever the cost, they are compensating it. So award amount will be, how much award amount will be there for compensation? So that is the market value of land as decided by the collector of the area, multiplied by the factor. Factor is, suppose it is urban area, then it is 1. And if it is a rural area, then that is to be multiplied by 2. So land value multiplied by 1 or 2 plus value of asset attached to the land. So whatever the value of that existing structure are to be reproduced at new place, whatever the cost is there, that the cost plus market value of the land, then that will be the award amount. But again, award of solatium is there. Solatium award will be equal to the 100% component compensation, means the whatever the amount is worked out, total amount, that the solatium amount will be equal to that amount. So total the compensation would be award amount plus solatium amount, means 2 times of the cost of the compensation amount. Solatium amount is 100% equal to the compensation amount. Renting of lands, as per crop policy, we can rent out only built up space. Renting of land is not permissible, but with the approval of CMD, we can rent out the lands also. And if we are renting this land to the government or public sector or state government, then that can be rented up to the 30 years. And if we are renting it land to the other than the government, then up to 10 years we can rent out. But with the permission of corporate office. And the rate of return, the annual rate of return on net value of property, or particularly in case of land, is worked out as per the CPW procedure. and it is taken the 7% if the land is in the state capital as well as other cities, towns which qualify for the compensatory allowance, then whatever the value of land, the annual return would be 7% of that. And that property may be residential or not, irrespective of whether it is residential or non-residential, 7% would be annual return. But if it is in other cities, then it would be a 6%. सर अभी तक हम लोग ये सोचते थे कि 7% ऑफ दी सर्कल रेट, लेकिन कल वो अभी बात हो रही सर कॉर्पोरेट ऑफिस में, तो उन्होंने ये कहा कि 7% ऑफ सर्कल, जब हम लैंड को अगर रेंट आउट करेंगे तो सर्कल रेट पे नहीं करेंगे. We have to appoint a valuer, corporate will appoint a valuer, and whatever the value is decided by the valuer, उस वैल्यू का 7% जो है हम एनुअल रिटर्न लेंगे. तो ये एक, क्योंकि पहले अभी तक हम लोग यही सोचते थे कि इट इज सर्कल रेट का जो भी है उसका 7, इवन सर्कल रेट का भी 7% काफी होता है. ऑन एवरेज 60-70,000 सर्कल रेट तो हर जगह प्रिवेल कर रहे हैं. अगर 70,000 है तो 70 का 7,000 आप देखेंगे 7%, तो ये काफी अमाउंट, मतलब 35-46 रुपीज पर स्क्वायर फीट ओपन लैंड बनता है जाकर. तो
I think this has become renting a very good stream of revenue for us. I would like to, praise you about this Tamil Nadu circle. We are learning about some 47 crore rupees per annum from renting business one.
एक चीज मैं बताना चाहूंगा कि सर की बहुत सक्सेसफुल स्टोरी पूरे बीएसएनएल में रेंटिंग आउट पर्पज में तमिलनाडु में, ही इज प्रिंसिपल चीफ इंजीनियर. सर आप क्या बीएड में आ गए हैं सर? अच्छा, एडिशनल चार्ज. तो बहुत ही सक्सेसफुल स्टोरी है. अगर आप पर्सनल इंटरेक्शन में टिप्स ले सकते हैं सर की, मतलब ही इज द टॉर्च बीरर इन द रेंटिंग आउट एरिया. सर
So when I joined Tamil Nadu circle, rental revenue was 18 crore per annum. Now we have taken it to some 47 crore, and this year we have signed another lease agreement which will fetch some 4.5 crore rental. So that next year it will go to some 52-53 crores.
सर ये देखिए,
That so I think those things from where we will get. If we rent it out, at least the clients are maintaining our property very nicely. I have seen some of the buildings. It's we cannot imagine that the way we were keeping and the way they are keeping. They are investing, and we keep in the clause also that the property has to be maintained by them only. We are not going to do any kind of maintenance after it is rented out. Usually they say that interior and all those things you will maintain, you will rectify the faults, whatever is coming. We are purposely including a clause that no, it has to be taken care by you only. So they are all maintaining. So let us rent it out and earn a good amount of revenue. I think we have a potential of total some 1,000 crore we can earn revenue out of renting out business itself in BSNL. Huge amount of space is lying vacant. So let us utilize it and earn good amount of revenue from renting business.
okay sir. Sir, so any question please?
So this when we are renting out the building,
Sure.
there is a land also adjoining to that within the compound. So we are not mentioning or not charging for that. What shall we do? We keep as it is. It means it indirectly it is at the disposal of the that person or with the BSNL. So that is some gray area.
नहीं, कितना लैंड है सर जो आपका जो आप बिल्टअप
Good amount of land is there, sir. Recently I joined Nizamabad. So just came to know last week he has constructed one shed also. So for that now I would like to send a notice with charging at par with the building.
Building price, it's good.
I legal notice. I think my people have referred to circle office and it is going to settling. But
no,
it's not responding. because he is mentioning that no, he is already with me, so I can do any legal business. मतलब it is agreement में it is the only
प्राइवेट पार्टी है
a private part hospital. He has opened one food court.
Sir, there is a clause in our rental agreement that he cannot construct anything inside the premise. If he has to construct, he will take our permission.
Yeah, he has not taken, sir.
He has not taken.
Ah.
Similar kind of thing happened. Some furniture shop for private people was given in Tamil Nadu circle. He also constructed some shed and utilizing for his store purpose. We gave a notice that you vacate, you are violating our agreement. Then he requested and came, no, sir, you please take rent, but don't ask us to vacate. We have already invested huge amount of money in our building. We done vitrified tile, flooring, all those things, the repair and maintenance. So ultimately, our CGM agreed, okay, you are charged the same rent from him and let him utilize, because unnecessary, we don't want to, after 3 years is completed, then we can ask him to vacate.
We gave a notice, sir, recently. So he is mentioning, no, as per this agreement, it is the same because our that UA, it is there available. This much is building area, this much is the land area. And land area price not mentioned,
No,
but,
but
yes.
land area only, not for, he cannot construct, built up,
So now,
do some construction there.
Shit. बिल्कुल बिल्कुल सर हाँ नहीं बिल्कुल लेना चाहिए सर जब FRAC बनती है ना वो तो वो कितना एक तो पहले आपका हम्म, नहीं एक्सेस तो देना है लेकिन आप पार्किंग स्पेस के लिए आप हम्म, हम्म। नहीं है मेंशन है करना है और इवन ये जो कमेटी होती है ना आपकी जो FRAC कमेटी है वो आ, हम्म, हाँ एक हाँ यस प्लीज हम्म हम्म।
नहीं सर उसको आप क्लेरिफाई कर लें हम लोग जितने भी लीज एग्रीमेंट में है स्पेसिफिकली वी राइट दैट पार्किंग इज इंक्लूडेड फॉर दिस मेनी नंबर ऑफ व्हीकल्स
यस
अदरवाइज विल राइट दैट पार्किंग हाँ बिल्कुल ले रहे हैं मेट्रो सिटी लाइक चेन्नई वी कैनॉट जस्ट गिव इट लाइक दिस आई हैव रेंटेड आउट सम बेसमेंट ऑफ ए बिल्डिंग and I'm running some 3 lakh rupees per month from Apollo Hospital for parking money. 6,000 rupees per vehicle we are charging in Chennai. So that is the
नहीं है देखिए पॉलिसी में क्या है कोई कोई बात नहीं
आप FRAC में जब आप नेगोशिएट करते हैं ना उसी समय आप लिख लीजिए कि इतने नंबर ऑफ व्हीकल हम पार्किंग के लिए देंगे बस उसके बाद आप फ्री हो जाएंगे
वो रेंट में इंक्लूड कर लेंगे उसको रेंट में वो इंक्लूड कर लेते हैं तो
इंक्लूड्स दैट दोस मेनी नंबर ऑफ व्हीकल्स ऑफ पार्किंग दैट्स ऑल
है ना
और ऐसा भी गवर्नमेंट का एक नॉर्म है जो वर्कआउट करते हैं सिटी का चेन्नई का कि अगर 1000 स्क्वायर फीट अगर आप एरिया किसी को रेंट आउट देते हैं तो देन यू हैव टू गिव 1 4-wheeler पार्क दिस इज द नॉर्म्स but usually this we are following for government department for private people we are charging even for a single park because he is a private person Government, we can be flexible, we can give some liberty, because otherwise these people will not come. But from private people, we are charged even for parking also.
सर ये बिजनेस केस, बीइंग ए बिजनेस केस करके हम वो एट द टाइम ऑफ जो नेगोशिएशन या एफआरएसी वो उसमें मेंशन कर देते हैं कि वी आर गिविंग फ्री। तो अब हाँ ये तो है ये। नहीं, अगर आप वो स्पेयर अगर लैंड यूज कर रहे हैं तो फिर नहीं नहीं, पार्किंग के लिए ओपन स्पेस का तो पार्किंग पर्पज के लिए। हम्म हम्म। बट पार्किंग इज चार्जेबल। और ये कि नॉर्मली हम क्या करते हैं सर, इफ इट इज कमिंग विद इन अपार्टमेंट लैंड हम निकालते हैं, क्योंकि अपार्टमेंट लैंड की कॉस्ट जो है ना वो उसमें इंक्लूसिव है दैट। और अगर आपका पार्किंग एरिया विद इन अपार्टमेंट लैंड के अंदर कवर हो जा रहा है, देन देयर इज नो नीड ऑफ एक्स्ट्रा चार्ज।
है क्योंकि चेन्नई जैसे जगह में एक एक इंच जो है काफी कॉस्टली है, वहां पे
तो
अपार्टमेंट लैंड भी है तो भी हम पार्किंग फ्री नहीं देते। हाँ, दूसरे जगह हाँ तो ठीक है, आप कुछ मेंशन कर दीजिए 4 नंबर ऑफ व्हीकल। अगर उनके नंबर एम्प्लॉय के 4 है, सपोज सीनियर ऑफिसर, तो अगर गाड़ी लेके आते हैं उनके लिए 4 फ्री कर दीजिए, लिख दीजिए एग्रीमेंट में कि माय रेट इंक्लूड्स पार्किंग ऑफ दिस मेनी व्हीकल्स। खत्म हो गई बात, कोई कंप्लेन नहीं कर सकता, नोबडी कैन कंप्लेन।
है, लेकिन ये अगर आप उनको फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट।
But we are doing that is we are enclosing the area which is earmarked for their parking layout में।
एक्चुअली सर हम लर्न करते ही इन्हीं उन चीजों से लर्न कर, अगला जो एफआरएसी होगी तो आप इस पे ध्यान रखेंगे, आप उससे डिमांड लेंगे कितनी पार्किंग होगी, आपको कितना स्पेस चाहिए, वो सब चीजें हैं। या सीएलएससी के लेवल पे जब सर्कल लेवल या बीए लेवल के स्टैंडिंग। सर वो आप कुछ भी अगर आप मेंशन करेंगे कि हम वी आर गिविंग फ्री ऑफ कंसीडरिंग ए बिजनेस केस। नहीं नहीं नहीं।
देखिए क्या है कि सब कुछ डिपेंड करता है व्हाट इज रिकमेंडेड बाय योर एफआरएसी कमेटी एंड सीएलएससी। एफआर नहीं नहीं, सुन लीजिए मेरी बात। नो नो जस्ट जस्ट नो 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 क्रॉप नहीं, जो भी रिकमेंडेशन ठीक है, आपको ओपन स्पेस का चार्ज करना है, लेकिन मार्केट में क्या है, मार्केट में अगर दूसरे चार्ज कर रहे हैं पार्किंग के लिए तो हम भी चार्ज करेंगे, क्योंकि जो भी प्राइस डिस्कवरी होती है वो मार्केट से होती है। इफ मार्केट इन सम रिमोट प्लेसेस nobody is charging for parking, you also allow free for some parking, that's all। Let FRSC committee recommend in the recommendation that this parking rent includes so many parking of two wheelers, so many two wheelers like this, finish that, so nobody can question। It's up to us, we are agreeing, there is an agreement between private party and us, or government and us, so if we are agreeing nobody can question, we have decided it mutually with the पीएसयू में तो कोई है ही नहीं सर, उसमें विजिलेंस का कहाँ है, हमें नहीं लगता है। पता नहीं अब
ये सर आप सर कुछ कह रहे थे ना, क्योंकि लास्ट सर आए हुए हैं।
सर हमारे यहाँ बहुत सारी रेंट आउट किया हमने। हमने जब भी एफआरएसी बनाया तो पार्किंग के लिए अलग अलग स्पेस भी दिया और उसके लिए रेंट भी हमने एक्स्ट्रा चार्ज किया
करते हैं
और वो एग्री भी हो गए।
हाँ
स्पेसिफिक 10 कार या 4 कार 25 टू
एक लिमिट
स्पेसिफिक एरिया दे दिया, उसके ऊपर हमने चार्ज भी लिया है और वो एग्री भी हुए।
वही है, नहीं करना होता चार्ज करते हैं, पे करते हैं, है ना। चलिए ओके सर, थैंक यू सर जो कि आए हुए हैं।
Thank you, sir. Thank you for this valuable lecture. Now, I would like to request Shri Manoj Yadav sir to please come over the stage and give this token of appreciation to sir. Sir, please. Okay, it's now for tea break. We'll meet here after 15 minutes for the next lecture. Thank you.
हेलो। अच्छा ठीक है।
I think we should now start our next lecture. So I would like to welcome Marakucho sir for taking this next lecture on topic energy saving and optimization. Sir, please.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, sirs and madams. My name is Mara Kocho. I am GM Electrical in corporate office. In corporate office, we call it GM Electrical Works. So I have become GM EW. Of course, in field units, we call it Chief Engineer Electrical or SC Electrical. But here in corporate office, we call it EW. So my CGM, Rajiv Soni sir was supposed to come, but today he is on leave. In fact, for the last 3 sessions, I have been taking this session. So basically, I will be talking about energy savings and optimizations, and of course, some automation also that we have, in electricals are being taken up in corporate office. Basically, I will be running through some slides with some figures. That figures maybe, will make you aware that how much we are, where we are standing and where we can do, some kind of improvement. So I'll be taking you to OJAS, which all of you know is about energy savings. And then Urja, the electricity bill automation, which has already been implemented in all the circles very effectively. In fact, all of you might be, you will be appreciate that it is helping you lots. In fact, earlier we used to take lots of time in dealing electricity payment. Now it is being automized, so you might be getting lots of reliefs on that part. And the third, I will be talking about OSM, which is we call it Operation Sumundra Manthan. It's about scraping and disposal. And in corporate office, we are the the verticals taking care of scraping and disposal. And then IMS, infra monitoring system. I think in few circles, in nine BAs in few circles we have already implemented, but in other circles it is yet to be implemented. We have already called the tender for 20,000 exchanges, and maybe next month we'll be finalizing the tender, and then it will be started implementing Pan India. So that is the thing. So the first slide is about OJAS energy savings. Just to, as I said, just to let you know that how our energy conservation, that started. We started, I'm taking the base year of 2018-19. And then if you see that green columns, that energy expenses in the year 2018-19, it used to be around 2,569 crore. Now, over the years, it is gradually, decreasing. And then we try to implement some energy conservation measures in BSNL buildings and towers. So that is the year on year, the achievements. But if you see the cumulative, the achievement over the years, it is actually we are reaching on to the saturation level. Saturation in the sense that most probably now our circle people are telling the energy conservation, whatever was there, we have implemented almost all of them. Now that the scope for energy saving is very few or less. So because of that, that stagnant or the saturation are coming. But whenever a situation comes or any challenges is there, we should always think that if there is a saturation point, but we should always at the same time think that there is always a room for improvement. So we have to, uh, think further or innovate something which we can further reduce our energy. So that's what I was mentioning here, the energy saving actually the compounded average growth rate is about 46% it used to be. It's a very good figure, in fact, but we are reaching on that saturation point. So we have to the effort from all of us. When we say electrical, I mean energy conservation, we always have that impression that no, it's only the role or the job of electrical person. So let us not think in that way, because being a BA head or the IFA, we all should collectively do the work, for the saving or the conservation of energy. And in fact, it is very, very much required at this stage, because energy savings, it is contributing in a very big way in terms of cost cutting for the organization. So that is very important factor that we should consider. And electrical, as all of you know, I mean, traditional, we have been doing, the capex works of electromechanical services. But of late, in the corporate level, our focus is shifting to the cost cutting. Cost cutting in terms of, the energy saving, automation, reducing the human interventions in, operations of our telecom exchanges. That's what we are now shifting our focus. And of course, that renewable energy part also, later on while we're speaking on that part. So we have to, collectively, collaboratively think and then innovate ourselves so that we, further reduce our energy conservations, energy savings. So this is just few of the energy conservations that we have. I mean this year, in fact, if you see that free cooling systems in thousands, implemented in all over India, it is about 1,200 numbers. Then package AC has been reduced to almost, 2,000 TR, which is very high, in fact. And then we are doing downsizing of DG sets also. It is about 11 megawatt. Substations are also being closed. And because your exchanges are also closing, so substation has also to be closed. So, and then CDR, that this is one of the very effective, measures where we are reducing our energy. That is about 17 megawatt, which is very, very high achievement, in fact. So in terms of megawatts, 17 megawatts has already been reduced. So this is very good. That's just I'm just telling you the things, but that we have
Sir,
done.
for closure of these substations, is there any guideline?
There is no guideline. In fact, if your exchange is closing down or it is not required anymore, then it has to be, But for that, we can always, if you talk about the regulation part, of course, we have to take the, permission from the DISCOM also. We have to intimate to them that we are closing these substations.
Sir, closure situation is not coming because the exchange, at least some transmission station or some
Small.
BTS, some minimum things are going to remain in the particular exchange. But the issue, whatever is coming is, suppose I calculate the energy consumption, energy charges on a, say, LT line, and when I compare it with that of the HT charges are less. It's a peculiar situation in Kerala. HT is less, so my electrical people are telling HT is less, so we need not have to close down the substations.
Okay.
But if there is a failure which happens in the ST, then it is going to become a major problem.
Absolutely.
So if there is a clear guideline available so that below this particular consumption, it has to be ST has to be converted to LT, then that will help us.
No, that is already there. This is one of the major. In fact, I've not I have not shown in that this figure that HT to LT conversion is one of the energy conservations that we must actually. So in your case, you are telling that existing the substation is HT, right? Now the consumption is so less that it can be uh, uh, run with a smaller substation. So that should be the case. But recently, I don't know if any of you are aware of that. Our CMD sir, he has already told that for the closure of substation, we have given a letter to few circles. In fact, Orissa, JNK, and then Bihar, Jharkhand. We told them that substation has to be closed if by shifting our that connections from our own substations to the EB substation. That is not only restricted to these circles. It can be done in any circle. अगर ऐसा possibility होता है तो आप जरूर करिए. And in fact that is better. Why it is we are saying this? Because हम अपना substation लगाता है. अगर by chance जैसे failure आता है to restore that it takes time actually. At least 1 week 10 days time लगता है. हाँ ठीक है, ठीक है. मैं I'll share all to the all the circle. उसमें हमने ये बोला कि आप डिस्कॉम को अप्रोच करिए एंड देन डिस्कॉम को बात करके उसके बाद में अपना सबस्टेशन रहते हुए भी ठीक होने के बावजूद भी हमारा सबस्टेशन को हम क्लोज करेंगे एंड देन वी विल टेक दिस कनेक्शंस फ्रॉम द डिस्कॉम सबस्टेशन. उससे क्या होगा कि डिस्कॉम वाला तो कभी भी अगर फेल्यूर भी होता है तो कभी वो 1 सप्ताह तक बंद होने नहीं देंगे बिकॉज डिस्कॉम को पब्लिक जीने ही नहीं देंगे. उसको जो है जैसे ही उसका सबस्टेशन कभी अगर फेल भी होता है तो तुरंत वो ऑल्टरनेटिव अरेंज करके वो कर देंगे. उससे हमारा क्या होगा कि हमारा सबस्टेशन का डाउन टाइम भी कम हो जाएगा. That was the idea behind. So that has already been circulated. In fact, if it is not given to all the circles, then I'll make sure that it is. तो मैं यहाँ पे जो फोकस एरिया फॉर एनर्जी सेविंग्स दिस आई जस्ट वांटेड टू यू नो मेक यू अवेयर दैट यहाँ कुछ कुछ इम्पोर्टेंट पॉइंट्स जो हम आपको बताना चाह रहे हैं और जरूरी है वी हैव टू नो ऑल द पॉइंट्स एंड एज बीए हेड आल्सो यू मस्ट नो एंड देन आईएफए आल्सो. जो एनर्जी सेविंग्स अगर हमारा स्कोप अभी कुछ है कि नहीं है हमें पता करने के लिए there is only one way that we must conduct energy audit of our buildings. Over the periods, so our energy consumption or the energy or the electricity requirement has become very less. लेकिन अभी हम लोगों ने देखा है कि there are many exchanges where we have not conducted energy audit. Of course, previously it was done, but it has to be done again. उसको करवाइए जैसे करके भी मतलब एज ए बीए हेड यू मस्ट इंसिस्ट दिस इलेक्ट्रिकल पीपल दैट दिस आर माय एक्सचेंज एंड यू मस्ट कंडक्ट एनर्जी ऑडिट ऑन दिस. उससे जो है बहुत कुछ निकल के आएगा. देन दैट सीडीआर एचटी टू एलटी कन्वर्जन दैट स्कोप विल अगेन कम अप. अदरवाइज क्या हो रहा है कि हमारा वो जो एनर्जी ऑडिट नहीं करने के वजह से जो है हमें पता नहीं चल रहा होता है कि एग्जैक्टली हमें कितना रिड्यूस करना चाहिए. वो जैसे भी करवाइएगा आप that energy auditing has to be done. And then of course contract demand rationalization आपका उसी से ही आएगा. Once you do the energy audit and it will come automatically. LT to HT to LT conversion, replacement of ACs, all these things will come up. And जहां तक पॉसिबल है टीजी को डाउनसाइज कराइए. डाउनसाइज करने का मतलब ऐसे नहीं कि हम कोई टीजी सेट्स को जो है नया से परचेज कर लेंगे और हमारा जो पुराना जो बड़ा वाला या हायर कैपेसिटी ऑफ टीजी सेट्स को उसको हम नया से ही रिप्लेस करें. ऐसा कोई जरूरी नहीं है. there are many DG sets of different capacities are running in PAH जहां बड़ा एक्सचेंज है उसमें हम पहले क्या करता था, वी यूज टू इंस्टॉल हायर कैपेसिटी ऑफ DG sets. Those DG sets are not required now. उसको जो है छोटा वाला एक्सचेंज से जो है आप शिफ्ट करके, मतलब उसको थोड़ा सा रीशफलिंग या कुछ करके जो है यू हैव टू ऑप्टिमाइज. तो बड़ा डीजी सेट रखने से क्या होता है कि वो आपको पता ही है, whenever it runs even at no load also the diesel consumption of higher capacity of DG set is higher than the smaller capacity. So we have to optimize that also. So downsizing is also very important. And then nowadays, government has already made a regulation that all the EBs have to give that time of day tariff का system दे दिया. Time of day के tariff के system का क्या मतलब है? That from from certain periods वो एक मतलब peak period में जो उनका tariff higher होगा, और जो non peak hours है या lean period में जो है हमारा टैरिफ कमती होगा. तो हमारा एक्सचेंज क्या होता है कि वी आवर एक्सचेंज रन्स 24 hours. सो इट इज बेनिफिशियल फॉर अस इफ वी स्विच ओवर टू दैट. तो कई बार हमने जो देखा गया ऐसे है कि हमारा उस ईबी के पास में वो ईबी ऑलरेडी इम्प्लीमेंटेड है, बट इन आवर पर्टिकुलर इलेक्ट्रिसिटी बिल दैट टाइम ऑफ डे टैरिफ हैज नॉट बीन इम्प्लीमेंटेड. उसके लिए क्या करना होता है, आपको जो है वो जो ईबी से जो डिस्कॉम से जो है बात करना होगा, इलेक्ट्रिसिटी बोर्ड से. यू हैव टू टेल देम एंड इंसिस्ट देम दैट वी आर ऑप्टिंग फॉर दिस स्कीम. तो टाइम ऑफ डे टैरिफ पे जो है आप इंसिस्ट करिए, इट इज बेनिफिशियल फॉर अस, है ना. ऑफ कोर्स फॉर सर्टेन पीरियड मे बी आवर that energy consumption will be on the higher tariff rate, but most of the period उसमें जो है हमारा लोअर tariff rate पे जो है काम करेगा. एंड जो इफेक्टिव नेट इफेक्टिव होता है, देयर इज सम अमाउंट ऑफ सेविंग्स आते हैं इफ वी स्विच ओवर टू टाइम ऑफ द टैरिफ. एंड इन यूपी पर्टिकुलर, इफ यू आप लोग कोई यूपी से है क्या? हाँ, यूपी में, यूपी ईस्ट एंड यूपी वेस्ट particularly, our people have saved huge energy on shifting from tariff from rural to rural from urban. हमारा there were so many towers which were under tariff of urban में चार्ज कर रहा था. उसको जो रूरल करने पे जो काफी सेविंग हुआ, बिकॉज रूरल टैरिफ इज लेसर देन दी अर्बन टैरिफ. तो उसका अगर कोई ऐसा दूसरे सर्कल पे भी इफ दैट काइंड ऑफ स्कीम इज देयर, काइंडली लुक इनटू इट एंड देन टेक द बेनिफिट ऑफ दैट टैरिफ स्कीम. एंड वन दिस renting out building shouldn't include energy expenses. ये एक चीज है, आप लोग प्लीज काइंड इसको ध्यान दीजिएगा. Our civil wings under the asset monetization, in particularly in renting out buildings, इसमें क्या हो रहा है? Whenever we are signing agreement with the the landowner or the or the building rent taker, वहाँ क्या हो रहा है? Energy bill is also part of that. वो हमें जब आपके साथ में जब बिलिंग करता है या पेमेंट करता है, तो उसमें आप उनका इलेक्ट्रिसिटी बिल भी इंक्लूड हो जाता है. ऐसा करने पे क्या हो रहा है कि उस जब भी उससे हम पेमेंट रिसीव करता है तो इट कम्स विद जीएसटी. तो इसका मतलब हम अपना इलेक्ट्रिसिटी, उसको इलेक्ट्रिसिटी बिल भी दे रहा है और उसके ऊपर में जीएसटी भी हम दे रहे हैं. जैसे ह्यूज, एक बिल्डिंग के लिए आप देखेंगे तो हो सकता है 100-200 रुपया हो, 1000 रुपया हो. इट मे नॉट बी दैट मच, बट if you think in a larger perspective, if you think in the pan India, तो ये काफी अमाउंट हो जाता है. इसलिए जब भी whenever you are doing that renting or building, please make sure that energy expenses should not include in that. उसको बोलिए हम reimburse करेंगे, we will do the reimbursement. ये reimbursement करने पे जो है then there won't be that जीएसटी पार्ट विल नॉट कम. उसको सेपरेटली रेज करवाने का स्कीम रखवा दीजिएगा. उसको बिल्डिंग रेंट पे जो बिल्कुल इंक्लूड मत करिए. Please make sure of this, and then we will have some saving. Otherwise, we are paying some extra amount on our energy bill.
So they are raising separate invoice to the tenant for the electricity bills.
हाँ, अगर ऐसा है तो बहुत अच्छा बात, लेकिन कुछ कुछ जगह पे सर अभी भी ऐसे है जहाँ पे एनर्जी बिल है, एनर्जी बिल इज आल्सो इंक्लूडेड इन दी रेंट.
Nowhere in our Tamil Nadu system we are
Okay.
taking care that this raise a separate invoice to us.
Yes, उसको reimburse
We
करिए.
raise we will raise a separate invoice. Separate submeter is in
हाँ,
I mean made for them, and their metering is done based on that meter. We raise invoice to them.
okay,
How much is the electricity component they have consumed, and
okay.
they are paying.
Very good. और the best way is, कई बार बड़ा बिल, बड़ा स्पेस चाहिए होता है तो लेट देम टेक सेपरेट फॉर देयर ओन. आप बोले आप खुद ले लीजिए, है ना. वी विल नॉट डू एनीथिंग रिलेटेड टू एनर्जी थिंग्स. आप खुद सेपरेटली आप अपना डिस्कॉम से ले लीजिए, दैट विल द बेस्ट ऑप्शन. अदरवाइज उसको इंक्लूड मत कराइए. दैट जस्ट वांटेड टू मेक यू अवेयर दैट दिस, इफ दिस हैपेंस देन देयर इज अ लॉस फॉर अस. देन टावर में जो है हम लोग क्या कर सकता है, टावर में भी देयर इज अ स्कोप ऑफ एनर्जी सेविंग्स. देन दिस लाइक ये हमारे मतलब जो बाकी के मोबाइल ऑपरेटर्स है उनसे हमने मतलब निकाल करके दिया है. However, I've never seen, I mean, I've never, whenever I was there in the field unit, but मैंने ये काम कभी नहीं करवाया. I'll never say that I got it done. लेकिन ये इंफॉर्मेशन हमें मिला है कि if you shift your BTS from इंडोर to आउटडोर, वो तो डेफिनेटली वो एनर्जी कंजर्वेशन तो होगा ही होगा. उसमें आपको एसी का रिक्वायरमेंट नहीं होगा. दैट इज क्वाइट ऑब्वियस, नथिंग टू एक्सप्लेन. But there is one more point, that if you move your radio frequency, that converter and power amplifiers from BTS closer to antenna के पास में लेके जाने पे भी there is a certain amount of energy savings. ये हमें पता है. तो इसको आप ट्राई कर सकते हैं. That you can do whenever you are installing your BTS. Kindly make sure that your radio that converter is installed closer to the BTS, closer to the antenna. And then there is a provision of putting that radio into eco mode also. वो जब ट्रैफिक नहीं होता है, इको मोड पे होने से जो जैसे ही आपका कोई बीटीएस पे जो ट्रैफिक नहीं होता है, दैट टाइम एक्चुअली आप उसको जो है इको मोड पे जो है रख सकता है. देन दैट एनर्जी सेविंग्स विल बी हैपनिंग. अदरवाइज अगर आप नॉर्मल मोड पे रखेंगे तो whether there is traffic or not, that the same amount of energy will be consumed. So this can also be tried. There is a provision in the BTS equipment, I'm told, but I've never implemented. But you can please, क्योंकि आप हम लोग इस पे जो काम नहीं किया हुआ है, इसलिए I may not be able to tell you. But this is the information I got from the other, the TSPs. And of course, in BTS, if we require, some kind of cooling, एसी को हटा करके जो शेल्टर में रहता है वो हम लोग फ्री कूलिंग सिस्टम यूज कर सकते हैं. देन देयर इज अनदर एनर्जी सेविंग्स जिसमें हम कोशिश कर रहे हैं, वो है हमारा ग्रीन एनर्जी. ग्रीन एनर्जी वी हैव ऑलरेडी अबाउट 12 to 13 मेगावाट का हमारा इंस्टॉल कैपेसिटी है सोलर में, जो रूफटॉप ऑन रेस्को एंड कैपेक्स मोड. सो ऑल ओवर इंडिया वी हैव द स्पेस अवेलेबल और फॉर 40 मेगावाट इंस्टॉल कैपेसिटी का जो स्पेस है हमारे पास. दिस स्पेस वी कैन लेवरेज. ऑफ कोर्स I'm doing on that part. We have already collected all the informations. In fact, हमने already टेंडर कॉल किया था 10 मेगावाट का, but we could approve only for 6 megawatt. So that is under implementation. I think many of the VAs and circles they are getting those things. इसमें जो है, then another tender is already been called. That tender is already open. Once it is done, then we will implement it. अभी इसमें जो और आपको देखना है ग्रीन एनर्जी ओपन एक्सेस. देयर इज a provision now that anyone who produces green energy, whether it is from solar, small hydro or wind, वो कहीं पे भी प्रोड्यूस कर रहा होगा, दैट एनर्जी कैन बी सेव सोर्स बाय द कंज्यूमर। दैट दैट एक्सप्लोरेशन वी आर डूइंग। अगर आप लोग के यहाँ पे कहीं पे किसी का पास आता है, मतलब आजकल लोग जो इंडिपेंडेंट पावर प्रोड्यूसर होते हैं ग्रीन एनर्जी का, दे एक्चुअली रोम अराउंड एंड कॉन्टेक्ट। तो आपके पास में भी अगर ऐसा कुछ आता है तो यू कैन ऑलवेज लेट अस नो। हम लोग अभी टेंडर कॉल करने वाला, आई हैव ऑलरेडी ड्राफ्टेड द टेंडर एंड इट इज बीइंग अंडर रिव्यू अंडर दैट सीएमडी सर। तो वो भी हम लोग इंक्लूड करेंगे। तो यहाँ पे काफी अच्छा सेविंग्स का एक स्कोप है। हमने देखा गया है, हमने पता किया है, से फॉर एग्जांपल हमारा दिस टैरिफ इज 10 रुपीज। पीपल आर रेडी टू गिव at a discount of 30 to 40% on the existing tariff rate of discount। अगर मान लीजिए 10 रुपया वो दे रहा है तो वो हमें उसके थ्रू से जो है 5-6 रुपया में देने के लिए तैयार है। अगर हम उससे सोर्स करता है तो हमारे लिए काफी सेविंग्स होंगे। This is the new area we are exploring. So this is about energy saving related. And there is one more energy saving options with that 2020 को हम लोगों ने स्टार्ट किया था। That was in fact the idea of our present CMD sir. This is one building, one power plant, one battery bank and one AC। तो ये काफी आपको शायद इलेक्ट्रिकल साइड से जो है, वेदर इट इज चीफ इंजीनियर और द एग्जीक्यूटिव इंजीनियर और द एसडी जो आपके पास में सामने में आता हो, वो काफी आपको जो है अप्रोच किया होगा कि कोई एक बिल्डिंग को जो हम लोग लेट अस मेक इट ऑल द इक्विपमेंट और द थिंग्स इन a single room, so that our our space is rationalized, our AC is rationalized, power plant optimized हो जाएगा, and then main power will also be reduced if you club everything in a single room। तो ये जरूर करवाइए। कई बार हमने देख रहा है कि हमारा जो रिव्यू मीटिंग में चीफ इंजीनियर का बोलना ये है कि कुछ बीएस उतना ज्यादा उसको जो है फोकस या एम्फेसिस नहीं दे रहा और इम्पोर्टेंट नहीं दे रहा जितना हम लोग यहाँ से बोल रहे हैं। तो यहाँ पे हम लोगों का ये चीज यहाँ पे बताने का यही मकसद है कि काइंडली सी देयर इज ए ह्यूज सेविंग ऑन दिस आल्सो। आई विल रन थ्रू अ केस स्टडी आल्सो क्विकली। तो वन बिल्डिंग वन पावर प्लांट में अभी तक हमारा दिस ऑल ओवर इंडिया का जो प्रोग्रेस रिपोर्ट ये है, बिल्डिंग्स आइडेंटिफाई हुआ है 173। एंड देन इसमें कुछ कहीं पे जो है कुछ खर्चा भी लगता है, तो एस्टिमेट वगैरह इलेक्ट्रिकल वाला सबमिट किया या आपके कुछ लोग किया है। हालांकि काफी जगह पे काम कंप्लीट भी हो गया है 120 साइट्स पे जो है। एंड देन मंथली सेविंग वी आर गेटिंग एटलीस्ट 52 lakhs एनर्जी सेविंग्स हो रहा है। नॉट ओनली एनर्जी, इसमें जो काफी स्पेस आपका सेव हो रहा है, जिसको आप अगर चाहे तो जो है रेंट आउट भी कर सकते हैं इफ दैट स्पेस इज दिस वन। ये क्या हो गया? अच्छा, ये एक कोलाचल एमबीएम में व्हिच वाज कन्वर्टेड टू आरएसी। दिस इज केस स्टडी। ये देखिए इसमें दो ग्राउंड फ्लोर में लगा हुआ था, दैट एनजीएन एंड बीटीएस अदर थिंग्स वेर ऑक्युपाइंग 47 स्क्वायर मीटर में था, स्क्वायर मीटर एरिया पे था। एंड देन योर ट्रांसमिशन रूम वाज 27 पॉइंट। तो इसको जो है इन लोगों ने टोटल एरिया वाज अबाउट 774 स्क्वायर मीटर। देन एसीज वेर देयर, ऑफ कोर्स कुछ एसीज लगा हुआ था बट ओनली 2 numbers were running। एंड देन ट्रांसमिशन रूम में भी एक लगा हुआ था, 2 लगा हुआ था जो वो चल रहा था। नाउ इसमें जो है जब कंबाइन करने के बाद में all the equipments were shifted to that 27.5 square meter area में ही लगा लिया। everything were there and then there were savings and ACs were all require only 2 numbers। so ऐसे करके इसका जो कैलकुलेशन इन्होंने जो बनाया, पहले इस तरह का दिखता था दिस लेफ्ट साइड, एंड देन लेटर इट वाज कन्वर्टेड टू दिस वन। इस पे जो आपका ट्रांसमिशन इक्विपमेंट लेके आ गया सब, everything was there. जो इंजन का इक्विपमेंट भी थे, सबको एक साथ लगाने के बाद में जो है they made it like this.
Sir, in this,
एक मिनट.
excuse me.
हाँ.
Sir, I am from Tamil Nadu Circle.
हाँ जी.
Here. Sir,
अच्छा. मैं ढूंढ रहा हूँ. चलिए सर.
sir, I am from Madurai B of Tamil Nadu Circle.
Okay, okay.
Where I have recently received estimate from electrical wing.
Okay.
I mean, the estimate is for replacing the package AC units, which is serving 2 floors. Let us say first and second floor, and another package unit, another 2 floors. In lieu of that, they have put split AC unit in each floor, 2-3 units in each floor. But this is against the policy what you are recommending, one building, one AC unit and the other battery and power plant. But what they say is this is more efficient. This split AC unit is more efficient than that package AC unit. That way they are putting many AC units in one building.
अच्छा.
That is what is going on.
No, whether that. हाँ. 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 But in your case different floor हो रहा है ना. हाँ नहीं, different floor है तो this is it doesn't come under this scheme. उसको आप उसको please ask them that let us put all the equipment, whether it is a transmission or engine or BTS, in the same room. हाँ. Yes. Absolutely, absolutely.
Like there we can shift those equipments to single room, single floor.
हाँ.
But it has to work as such means whatever that package AC unit is working, which is 1 or 2 only. Now they are making so many split AC units, which is more efficient that telling. So I don't know.
Efficient का बात तो उतना मैं, लेकिन वहां पे आप kindly see that what is the install capacity in terms of tier of that package AC, and after replacing them with the split AC, what is that tier now, installed tier? The idea of replacement of package AC with the split AC is to reduce the energy consumption.
That is what they are telling.
Because हमारा split AC package AC कई बार क्या होता है, it is of 10 tier into 4 numbers, है ना. तो उतना ज्यादा अगर हम जरूरी नहीं है तो we are replacing them with very 2, 3 or 5 numbers of split AC. Then it is a better option in terms of energy saving. If your performance of equipment doesn't affect, then it is better, na. That was the idea most behind that replacing that package AC with the split AC. So kindly see it. अगर आप difficult होता है तो you can connect with me also, no problem. Talk. So इसमें जो है जैसे DG sets, they were the existing DG set was 125 kPa and then it is replaced with now 30 kPa, and then 1.5 TR split AC, 8 numbers तक दो में replace हो गया. So this kind of that savings were that calculations of savings. They are telling that per year 1.8 is being saved, or they are getting that benefits. So this is just a comparison after installing that thing. What is that energy consumption in the month wise in that particular exchange? So this is if we compare year on year, then there is definitely savings.
So this was from my exchange.
Sorry, sir.
This particular collateral was my exchange.
Your SSA. Okay, good. So very good, sir. So you are satisfied, na, sir? The thing is that आपको भी satisfy होना चाहिए कि whether whatever has been done, whether it is meeting the objective or not, objective or not, है ना? So now we'll talk about this Urja portal. Urja तो उसका जो flow chart है that everybody knows, so I will not going through this. इसमें जो है I just wanted to make sure I'm not bothering about those figures and other things. I just will request you to see what is that amount where we are paying more. I mean, through which mode we are paying. See, through Urja, there are three modes of payment. One is CSC, the other is VAN, and then the BBPS. अभी आप लोग बताइए कि which is the best option of base payment mode. I think it is always VAN के थ्रू अगर आप पेमेंट पे करता है तो it is always a better option. लेकिन यहाँ पे अगर हम देखेंगे अभी भी CSC के थ्रू हम लोग जो पेमेंट कर रहा है it is much more than the VAN. तो कई बार ऐसा होता है कि discounts are giving that VAN numbers but still we are paying through CSC. So kindly make sure that if that option of payment through VAN or BBPS, then you should go for it rather than payment through CSC. CSC से जो है काफी हमारा पेमेंट का डिले भी होता है.
सीएससी से वही पेमेंट होती है जैसे जब कोई डिमांड नोट आता है
हाँ
उस तरह की पेमेंट सीएससी से होती है.
हाँ नहीं ठीक है कोई बात नहीं पर लेकिन अभी भी हमारा मेजोरिटी ऑफ द पेमेंट्स वी आर पेइंग थ्रू द सीएससी that is the idea actually. I just wanted to tell you that let us avoid if there is other two options are available. तो ऊर्जा में जो है ऊर्जा is as I said it is very effective and then giving you lots of help. But there are still some challenges. Those challenges is this one, the first one, and the next challenge is area bills. Area bills अभी भी आपके पास में बहुत सारा. We have given you the options 2-3 months windows भी दिया था जिसमें आपको जो अपने एरियर का अमाउंट को जो है क्लोज करने के लिए. But still after giving, despite of giving those windows, but still there are so many amounts are pending. All over India we have about 22 crore still. अगर इसमें देखिएगा तो यूपी आप यूपी से कौन था यूपी से आप यूपी से हैं आपका अभी भी क्यों इतना 5 करोड़ का पेंडिंग है. हाँ देखिए आउटस्टैंडिंग ब्रिंग्स आउटस्टैंडिंग ओनली. वो आउटस्टैंडिंग अगर रह गया तो उसके ऊपर में फिर आउटस्टैंडिंग आएगा फिर आउटस्टैंडिंग एवरी मंथ इट विल कम. So please, that was the idea that from the management of the BSNL, particularly our CMD sir, he was very particularly told all the CGMs that this amount has to be, zero. लेकिन still so many circles are having that figure. Please make sure that it is, close. हाँ जो कुछ ऐसा अमाउंट है जिसका हम नहीं मान रहे और वो बोल रहे पेमेंट करने के लिए अगर ऐसा है तो उसके साथ में जो परसू करके उसको क्लोज कराइए. जैसे कि यूपी वाला आप बोल रहे हैं कि उसमें कुछ है तो ऐसा कुछ केस होने से आप उसको प्लीज बात करके क्लोज करिए. देन देयर इज अनदर चैलेंज व्हिच आई एम ब्रिंगिंग. बहुत सारा फिगर देख रहा होगा लेकिन उस पर ज्यादा मत जाइए. I will request you only that total amount after circle उस पे जो आप कंसंट्रेट कीजिए. दिस इज ऊर्जा प्रोसेस टाइम. ऊर्जा में क्या होता है आप सभी को पता है पहले बिल फेच करता है ना. देयर इज ए वन वेंडर हु इज फेचिंग द बिल एंड देन इट इज पुश थ्रू द ऊर्जा सिस्टम. ऊर्जा के बाद में जो है देन आईटीपीसी ऊर्जा जब जैसे ही ऊर्जा पे आता है तो आईटीपीसी पीपल कम्स इनटू पिक्चर एंड देन DGM L1 L2 and then site in charge also it goes. हालांकि आपका जो ये हेड को डायरेक्टली रिस्पॉन्सिबल नहीं करके वहां पे आपने जो डेजिग्नेट किया है कुछ साइट इंचार्ज बिल्डिंग्स का. तो यहाँ जो टाइम है इसको आप देखिए कि कितना कौन क्या टाइम ले रहा है. तो इसमें अगर हम देखेंगे वेंडर्स का तो ठीक है वेंडर्स का दैट इज रिस्पॉन्सिबल बाय ITPC एंड कॉर्पोरेट ऑफिस वहां सब्सटेंशियल टाइम ले रहा है. लेकिन एट द सेम टाइम इफ यू सी दैट एस साइट इंचार्ज जहां पे जो है ओवरऑल 5 days का टाइम ले रहा है इस पे आप कंसेंट्रेट. टेल योर साइट इंचार्ज दैट दिस टाइम शुड नॉट बी देयर. इतना टाइम क्यों लेंगे. tell them that the moment it comes to them, they should immediately clear it. और अगर हम सर्कल का परफॉर्मेंस करेंगे आंध्र प्रदेश में, एपी में काफी टाइम ले रहा है, आफ्टर 1 month के बाद में पेमेंट हो. एपी से कोई है? इफ देयर इज एनीवन फ्रॉम एपी सर्कल? नो, नो वन इज देयर. तो ये थोड़ा सा ध्यान करना है. प्लीज काइंडली सी टू इट दैट दिस इज वन ऑफ द मेजर चैलेंज एट द मोमेंट वी आर हैविंग. आप जो है अभी के समय में यू आर पेइंग मोर देन 85%, 95% थ्रू ऊर्जा. वेरी गुड, वी अप्रिशिएट ऑन दैट पार्ट. बट time taken is one of the major challenge at different level. इसको reduce करना है at any cost. हम लोग जब भी corporate office में हमारा review करता है, we always tell our chief engineers also this time has to reduce. And then CAC, circle CAC is also taking lots of time. So ये time को जो है आप थोड़ा सा ऐसे BA head and then IFAs are already there. IFA के हिसाब से जो आप kindly उसको monitor करिए, so that you know we do not miss out our pay by date. कई बार कुछ डिस्कॉम जो है they give us incentives also. If you pay by this date, you will be getting rebate of this much of amount. वो तो हम मिस कर ही रहा है. At the same time, we are inviting penalty also by paying late. So kindly make sure that this is made in time. So that's all about this energy savings related things and the payment process. Now, OSM में हम लोग काफी अच्छा काम कर रहा है. It is really appreciable that everyone is making 200%, 300, some of them are even 400%. So ये काफी अच्छा हमें एक amount मिल रहा है. Every year we are getting at least 250 crore on disposal and
What is it for OSM?
Operation Samudra Manthan.
Scrapping.
हाँ, scrapping and disposal. तो अभी भी लेकिन there are so huge scopes are there. We have purchased recently so many batteries and power plants. I'm also one of the member of that procurement. So इतना ज्यादा बैटरी आप लोगों को दिया है, आपका बैटरी रिप्लेस हो रहा है, and battery is very high selling scrap item in the market. तो उसको तो कोई टाइम ही नहीं लगेगा. वो सेल करिए and then I think we should be able to get very good amount. तो इसमें अगर हम सर्कल वाइज देखेंगे तो महाराष्ट्र सर्कल is doing very good. I mean, and then Kolkata TDS are also very good. They are doing Maharashtra. This year they have done already 24.5 crore. So that way, people are doing very good. We appreciate on that part. लेकिन इसमें Operation Samudra Manthan में there is one more point where that we are monitoring is capitalization of work in progress. This is the challenge we have to look into. हमारे पास में इतना सारा work in progress है, we are not being able to capitalize on this. और आपको IFA वाले को तो पता ही, everybody knows actually, जब तक हम वर्क इन प्रोग्रेस में रहता है तो हम एसेट में नहीं कन्वर्ट कर रहा होता है, एंड इट अफेक्ट्स आवर बैलेंस शीट, फाइनेंशियल स्टेटमेंट्स को जो है बुरी तरह से अफेक्ट करता है. सो काइंडली सी दैट दिस थिंग्स आर नॉट देयर. देखिए अभी तक हमारे पास में ये इट इज इन टर्म्स ऑफ करोड़, नॉट इन, आई हैव नॉट मेंशन एनीवेयर. अपने पास में अभी भी 2397 crores of amounts are there which is in work in progress. This is huge amount. Held up में जो 49, held up is not 49 crore, it is more than that. एक NE2 circle है, is there anyone from NE2 circle? NE2 circle में जो there is huge amount of held up amount. कई बार कई जगह पे जो they have started building construction long back, उसको write off करने के लिए हम लोग कई बार बोल रहा है, लेकिन people are not doing, I don't know what is happening. बिल्डिंग अबंडन हो गया, को जो राइट ऑफ करने का प्रोसीजर भी दिया हुआ है, गाइडलाइन इज देयर. व्हेन द थिंग्स आर इन प्लेस, व्हाई दिस पीपल आर नॉट टेकिंग एक्शन और इम्प्लीमेंटिंग, आई डोंट नो. बट दिस इज जस्ट फॉर इंफॉर्मेशन टू ऑल द सर्कल or to the people attending today, that kindly see that we have huge amount of CWIP. CWIP का effect तो everybody knows it. It acts like a villain in the financial report. इसका क्रेडिट रेटिंग पे भी अफेक्ट करेगा, कैश फ्लोज पे डेफिनेटली, कस्टमर डिससेटिस्फैक्शन होगा क्योंकि हम काम खत्म नहीं कर पा रहे हैं, एजिलिटी लॉस होंगे, तो सो मेनी मार्केट डिसएडवांटेज है. So, and then as per our guidelines, 2 years beyond वाला जो old वाला WIP होना ही नहीं चाहिए, it should be zero. So kindly make sure that these things are, in place. So this will be my last part of, this presentation. This is IMS. IMS is infra monitoring system. I told you in the beginning also, we have already implemented in 9 BAs in different circle, about 900 numbers. ये इसके थ्रू जो है हम ये कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि हमारा मेंस ऑन है कि नहीं, बैटरी बैंक का क्या है, टेम्परेचर, व्हाट इज द टेम्परेचर इन ह्यूमिडिटी इनसाइड द एक्सचेंज, एंड देन डीजी ऑन का स्टेटस. डीजी को जो है हम रिमोटली ऑपरेट करने का भी कर रहा है दिस नेक्स्ट टेंडर में. सो if you want to, I'll show you how that looks like. That alarms dashboard is also there. Apps हमने already develop करके रखा है. Apps के through जो every time you can see your, the status of building. So this is those things. I mean, what are the alarms we are going to give you? Side status. आपका बैटरी जो वोल्टेज होता है, कोई भी सेल्स में अगर खराब है तो उसमें आप डिटेक्ट कर सकते हैं वहां पे. उस पर्टिकुलर बैटरी को आप रिप्लेस कर सकते हैं. कई बार क्या होता है, एक बैटरी जो एक सेल्स खराब होने पे जो एंटायर बैटरी बैंक को अफेक्ट करता है. दैट कैन बी टेकन केयर ऑफ, with this system. And this is one way of saying, you can say, to reduce the human interventions, automation करने. This is the dashboard how it looks like. Actually. When you go there, it will be looking like this. कि हमारा पावर आउट ऑफ दिस मेनी साइट्स में पावर कितना में नहीं है, कितना में टेम्परेचर ज्यादा है. इफ इट इज हाई देन रेड कलर आएगा, और कम है तो वो नॉर्मल कलर में रहेगा. इस तरह का डैशबोर्ड बनाया है. एंड देन दिस इज दैट एग्जीक्यूटिव रिपोर्ट एक हम दे देते हैं कि एवरी डे यू कैन, मतलब एवरी, नॉट एवरी डे, एवरी मोमेंट यू कैन सी दिस मेनी पैरामीटर्स, यू कैन सी लाइव कि हमारा उस पर्टिकुलर बीए के अंदर में आई हैव दिस मेनी नंबर्स ऑफ आई इंस्टॉल, एंड इन दैट व्हाट इज माय, टेम्परेचर ज्यादा कितना में है और कम कितना में है, ह्यूमिडिटी ज्यादा कितना में, और मेन ऑब्स कितना में. दिस इज एग्जीक्यूटिव रिपोर्ट्स यू आर गेटिंग एवरी नाउ. आप एनी मोमेंट ऑफ टाइम यू लॉग इन देख सकता है कि हमारा एक्सचेंज में क्या हो रहा है. तो इफ देयर इज एनी, red flags coming in any particular, then you can always depute your people that these things are coming in the exchange, that particular exchange. इस पे अगर आप क्लिक करेंगे तो then you will get the entire list of your circle.
So in respect of battery maintenance, whatever monitoring provision you are mentioning,
Sure.
battery maintenance is done by the BS, not by electrical wing.
No.
Anywhere
Not by electrical. वो आप ही करते हैं.
okay. This you are suggesting.
No, we are implementing. हम आपके लिए लगा दे. This is monitoring system. We are installing the system for your help, for your supporting, है ना? Yes. We have already floated the tender. The tender already open, and then most probably by next month we will be able to issue the PO. Already installed system, it will be there. In addition to that, yes, this is pilot. हाँ, नहीं, वो सब कमियां को, those deficiencies actually, took the feedbacks from you and then from the other people also. Those things we are improving. हाँ, अभी मेंटेनेंस भी इंक्लूड है, that 5-year maintenance. हाँ, yes, okay. That actually वो जो जिसने किया ना उसका वो ऑनर ही मर गया, एक्सपायर. That's why this difficulty, and that is proprietorship farm. अगर वो कंपनी होता ना, we could have, but once it is a proprietorship, then it is bit difficult actually. But still, आपका ज्यादा प्रॉब्लम है या ऐसे है तो आप इलेक्ट्रिकल वाला कांटेक्ट करिए. इफ they are also not taking it, then please escalate to our electrical wing of corporate office. No, we will also. You can always write a mail also कि these things are happening और यहाँ कर भी नहीं. If there is any lack of corporate guidelines, then we'll make sure that it is, है ना. आपका सिर्फ डिफिकल्टी और फीडबैक आप बताइए. सो इसमें मैं जस्ट कंटिन्यूएशन है. दिस इज टॉप 5 अलार्म्स भी आप मिल सकते हैं एवरी डे, मतलब अगर आप चाहे तो. आप जिसको लगता है कि दिस आर द टॉप 5 अलार्म्स दैट you wanted to see, so you can always get that top 5 alarms also through this portal. So this is the last slide. ये जो implementation of or implication of IMS in a very short. First of all, we are trying to give you executive or manager approach at instantaneous report. इसके थ्रू जो है आप मिलेगा, जैसे हमने आपको दिखाया. Through that you can always scan through and then you can depute your people. And IMS system also, it is to minimize the human intervention. You don't have to put a man there and then see all the times what is happening, what is your temperature, whether your mains are on or off, disease are on or off. Those things you don't have to depute your person. You can always have the things in your system. So operation इसके through हम operational efficiency achieve करेंगे. And then energy savings can also be achieved here. How energy savings can achieve here? हमारा सिस्टम ये बताते हैं कि इन दिस पर्टिकुलर एक्सचेंज योर टेम्परेचर इज दिस मच. कई जगह पे हमने ऐसे देखा है कि द टेम्परेचर इज वेरी लो, लेस देन 18-20. तो ऐसे जगह पे you can always tell your people that why this much of an ACs are running. You can switch off some of the ACs, है ना. Unnecessarily our ACs are running, consuming electricity. So we can tell our people that you switch off this. In that way, that energy savings can also happen. So ultimately, the main objective is to, achieve the uptime of our network. So this is what we are, expecting or inspiring that our IMS system will deliver. And with this, we are trying to implement it in throughout India, pan India. So this is, I think, all about my presentation. Thank you very much for listening to me very, very patiently.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for enriching us from your great knowledge. I would like to request GM Headquarters, sir, Shri Shivdev, sir, to please come over the stage and give a token of appreciation to sir for his wonderful lecture. Now, for the next lecture, I would like to request Shri Saurabh Tyagi, sir, to please come over the stage and give his views on disciplinary proceedings, casual and contract workers issues. Sir, please. Thank you.
ये वर्क कर रहा है ना, ये तो नहीं वर्क करता ना, यही वर्क करता है। Can start now. Good afternoon, everybody. So I will be dealing with the disciplinary proceedings, casual contract workers issues, some court cases. So this is basically the heading, but there will be a lot more things apart from that, some labor laws, some EPF related things. Most prominently, I would like to say here that this will be the perhaps of the first lecture would be a typical HR lecture, but it will be based upon the facts, based upon the rules that are existing in the system, and how to deal with the cases that are written to us. So we are already late. I will just start the lecture without any further delays. First thing I would like to say is about the CCS pension rules 2021. As we all know, the earlier CCS rules were quite old rules. In the year 2021, CCS pension rules were revised. Although most of the things were taken from the previous rules only, what has specifically changed in these rules that I would like to highlight here, two parts. One is now there is a penalty on a delayed payment of pension also. Earlier, whenever a delay was taking place in the case of a gratuity payment, it was attracting an interest on it. But now, as per the new rules, 2021, if there is a delay in the grant of pension or payment of the pension, then it shall also attract the penalty or it shall also attract the interest. What is more important for you people here is just to remember here that whenever there is a delay, since the payment of interest is involved, most of the cases, or rather in most of the cases, it is not going to be without any fixing of responsibility of the concerned persons. Whenever a department has to pay some interest on some part, then definitely it always attracts some penal actions on the part of the erring officers. So please don't be the part of that. Always try to send the cases ASAP to the concerned unit. In your case, maybe to the circle office or to the respective CCAs. This part is applicable only for the persons who are absorbed in BSNLs. Direct recruits, this part doesn't applies to them. All those persons who are absorbed in BSNL, they are getting pension through CCS pension rules. So part is applicable for them. And it goes without saying that even for the gratuity payment, you have to be very careful. Those gratuity payment, it was earlier also attracting interest. Now it is also attracting interest. So whenever the gratuity is due, you need to pay for the gratuity also. This is the basic slide I would like to say about the implementation of the court cases. Regarding implementation of the court cases, I would like to say that what actually happens or what is our experience here when we have gone through a lot of court cases, most of the time the court judgments or the court orders were not implemented correctly or read correctly, and in some of the cases we have seen that court has given directions to issue a speaking order for that particular case, but the department has chosen to raise an appeal against that also. Please note that in any such cases, wherever any lower court has given the directions to issue a speaking order, your appeal is never going to fructify there. Your appeal is liable to be dismissed in all such cases because the court has not asked you to implement something. They have just said to issue a speaking order based upon certain facts. Sometimes they also give a directions that based upon these judgments or taking these judgments XYZ into consideration, you issue a speaking order. Now, I have seen that personally, I have seen there are cases where CAT has issued certain types of orders, and we have raised an appeal in the higher court. And in some of the cases, when the high court has rejected it, we had gone to the Supreme Court also. Just because we are not in the mood to issue the speaking order, or we are saying that the judgments which the court have listed there, or the court had said that you have to give the speaking order, keeping those judgments into considerations, are not favorable to us. It is not always like that. If it is that particular judgment which they have given or which they have asked or quoted that you have to give your speaking order considering that judgment into the consideration, you have to show that our case is not akin to that case. In case if you are not agreeing with that judgment or there is something which you are thinking that this will hamper our interest or hamper the rules of the organization, something like that, then you have to clearly show that particular judgment is not akin to our case. Our case is how it is different that we have to give in our speaking order. Once if we are able to give it clarify in a very clear terms, then I don't think that any such appeal can be sustained against those speaking orders. Because it is both for the applicants as well as the respondents, whenever a speaking order has to be issued, if he is not satisfied, then he have to start the case afresh most of the times. So please read the judgment carefully. My message to you is, and read it yourself. Please don't depend upon your subordinate offices or the offices or the some AD or some AGM or some SD legal that he is coming out with a certain proposal. He may be right also. I'm not saying that he is wrong. He may be right also, but you yourself go through the judgment, at least the operative part of that judgment. Or rather, I would like to say, emphasize that even if you go for the complete judgment also, you will study the complete judgment, then with your experience and with your acumen, you will come to know that why the court has arrived on that particular judgment, why they have given that judgment. In case if you are desiring or you are thinking to appeal against that judgment also, you know what are the facts cases the court has taken into consideration while giving that judgment and now how they are to be contested with. So that will always be a help to you, either if you want to implement that judgment or you want to raise an appeal against that judgment. So please study that judgment by yourself at least once. It won't take you more than 15 to 20 minutes. I don't think that we all have that much time. Now this part of my lecture is about an case where we all know. I would just give you 2-3 lines about the background of this coming slides. We all know that in early 80s, there was a system of hiring manpower on muster rolls. Department of Telecommunication at that point of time or PNT department at that point of time was also hiring laborers on muster rolls. All those laborers were translated into the casual laborers, and those casual laborers, how they were dealt during the period of DOT, that is till 2000, September 2000, and how they are to be dealt after that, the formation of BSNL, what was their status at that point of time and what changes have taken place after that. So this is the next few slides are only regarding those things. As I said that there was a system of hiring of manpower through muster rolls, but in 1984, Government of India issued an order, or rather our department also, PNT department at that point of time, that said that there shall be no further recruitment of PTCL. PTCL means part-time casual laborers. Casual laborers were also classified into 2 categories. One is the part-time casual laborers, another is the full-time casual laborers. Part-time casual laborers, which we are requiring, say, for some jobs which are for 1 hour of a day or 2 hours of a day or 4 hours in a day, all such laborers were constituted as part-time casual laborers. But since 14/8/1984, the Department of Telecommunication or PNT department at that point of time has issued orders that there shall not be any further recruitment of PTCL in the department. Then in just about after 6 or 7 months or about 8 months after that, in 1985, in March 1985, there was a complete ban on engagement of any casual laborers, whether it is full-time or part-time. But this ban has an exception that in the project circles and in the railway electrification project circle, we continue to engage the casual laborers. Now this date is crucial, that is 22/6/1988. From this date, 1988 onwards, there is a complete ban, including the project circles and railway electrification project. So for all purpose, we can say that there shall not be any engagement of casual laborers after 22/6/1988. Please mark this date, and why this date is important? Because any casual labor that is engaged after this date is illegal engagement. Now, what is illegal engagement? How it affects us? That we'll see in the coming slides. For the time being, you just remember that any labor that is engaged after 22/6/1988 is an illegal appointee. Please mark the word illegal. Department of Telecommunication was the first department to formulate a scheme that is called as a TSM scheme or a temporary status Mazdoor scheme. This scheme was devised based upon a Supreme Court judgment that was between DOT and certain casual laborers. Based upon the outcome of that judgment, or the Supreme Court even in that judgment said that you come out with a scheme of these granting certain facilities to these casual laborers. And how these casual laborers, after grant of these schemes can be regularized. So, Department of Telecommunication was the first department to come with a scheme of such a scheme. Even after, I mean to say that Department of Telecommunication issued this scheme. Thereafter, it was issued by Department of Railways, I think, the Ministry of Railways, and then even subsequent to that, a scheme came from DOPNT. But for the point I would like to mention here is that for all the recruitees of DOTs or casual laborers in DOTs, the TSM scheme of DOT is applicable. The TSM scheme which is introduced by DOPNT thereafter is not applicable to us. Because this scheme, even as of now or of today, has some significance or have certain things which are to be taken care of in terms of these schemes. So my point here is that you have to take care is that this scheme has to be only and only relied upon while dealing any such cases of the persons employed in Department of Telecommunication and subsequently to BSNL, not the scheme which was given by DOPNT subsequently or Railways Ministry subsequently. Because in some of the cases or in some of the court cases, why I'm emphasizing it, the other party brings those schemes into the picture. They may have some benefits out of those schemes because particularly the benefits are relating to the dates. The dates which are given in this scheme are to be relied upon for the persons who are engaged in BSNL, not the dates which are given in DOPNT or given in the scheme of Ministry of Railways are to be relied upon for the cases in DOT. As per this scheme, that casual laborers should have been engaged before 33/1985, that is before the ban orders were issued, and should have continued to be in engagement on 1/10/1989 when the TSM scheme was affected. The TSM would be conferred on casual laborers who were in engagement continuously for 240 days in the previous year up to 1/10/1989. This date is very important, 1/10/1989, because this is the date on which this scheme was affected. What does the TSM conferment means? What are its advantages? This is just glimpses of that. A casual labor can be granted temporary status, would still be a daily wages casual labor. He will continue to be a casual labor only. But he will have certain entitlements, like he will get annual increment. He will get DA, he will get HRA, leave entitlement on pro rata basis, no casual leave of any other kind. Leave will be credited on regularization. They are not entitled to the benefit of encashment of leave. This next part is important. 50% of the service in the temporary status is counted for the purpose of retirement benefits after regularization. But the word after regularization is also very important, because once if a person has retired or his person has superannuated or has attained his age of superannuation, but he has not been conferred the status of regularization, then please mind it that this clause is not applicable to him. I have seen certain cases where people comes out and give him some benefits, which are to be withdrawn later because CCA is well aware of all those things. CCA doesn't accept those things, but it creates a court case for us. So please don't engage in that activity. For any person or any TSM who has not been regularized, he is not entitled for any retirement benefits. Only TSM who are regularized, their 50% of the TSM service is to be taken into consideration while calculating their retirement benefits. The other benefit is that after 3 years, they are entitled for GPF also. Regularization was done subject to the creation availability of Group D posts in DOT. Regularization of TSM into a regular RM, or at that point of time it was called as RM, now it is ATT or something like that. But regularization is not an automatic process. Regularization will only take place whenever there is an availability of Group D post. हाँ हाँ वो केसेस हैं. आई विल कम टू दैट. वो नेक्स्ट स्लाइड में है. इट इज नॉट कि ओनली टीएसएम्स वर टू बी रेगुलराइज्ड. कैजुअल लेबर्स भी रेगुलराइज हो सकते हैं, हुए भी हैं, हमारे यहाँ भी हुए हैं. क्या प्लीज कम अगेन. टी देखिए ये कई सर्कल्स में यूज हुआ है ये वर्ड टेम्परेरी रेगुलर मजदूर, बट लेट मी क्लियरली टेल यू देयर इज नो सच post, there is no such nomenclature. It has been used just by the convenience of that particular circle or that particular SSA at that point of time. I would say most of the cases it is SSAs. Not even circle is taken into consideration also at that point of time. The case were not even sent to CGM. Though the authority to do that was CGM, but some BAs have or some SSAs have done it on their own. That is totally wrong. What is this TSM scheme? I have already told you, and what are the benefits of this TSM scheme? This TSM scheme has 3 iterations. One is when it came into existence, that is, I have told you the date of 1989. Next was 1993. Here in 1993, it is the second iteration of TSM scheme, but the only change that they have done is that those persons who were engaged during 1985 to 22/6/1988, when there was a complete ban on engagement. 1985, there was a ban on engagement in all the circles except project and railway electrification. But since 22/6/1988, there was a complete ban. So this scheme said in 1993 that all those persons who were engaged during this period shall also be covered under this scheme, and who are continuing in the circle at that point of time and not absent from duties for more than 365 days from the date of issuance of the letter. This TSM scheme has the third iteration in 1999 also. Regularization and temporary status was considered for casual laborers who had completed 10 years of service as below. About some 2,000 odds regular TSMs were regularized who were engaged between 1986 to 1987 and completed 10 years of service as on 33/1997. The temporary status was conferred on another set of casual laborers. But the most important thing that I would like to say here is in all the 3 iterations, the cutoff date, that is 22/6/1988, has never changed. In all the 3 iterations, the cutoff date remained same. 22/6/1988. Any persons engaged before that has to be only considered as a TSM, as an eligible person under TSM scheme. Though the iterations were there, but these iterations always maintained that there was a cutoff date which is 22/6/1988. 1999 scheme में 10 साल जो है वो हम 1999 से नहीं देख रहे हैं. We are taking it only with respect to 22/6/1988 only. 10 years वहां से हम उसको देख रहे हैं. कहीं पर भी ये इस स्कीम मतलब तीनों इटरेशंस में this date has never changed. This has to be kept in mind because most of the times even I would like to say that some of the courts have also erred. Ultimately, it was one of the judgment that I will show you, जहाँ पे सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने कहा कि भाई नहीं, ये डेट ही रहेगी, ये डेट चेंज नहीं हुई है. Even some of the courts has also given judgment against कि भाई ये आपने 1999 की स्कीम में अब आपकी डेट चेंज हो गई, लेकिन डेट चेंज नहीं हुई है कहीं पर भी. DOT in 1999 allowed legally engaged, please mark the word legally engaged part-time casual laborers working with 4 hours or more per day to be converted to full-time casual laborers, subject to a defined number of conditions, namely working in 240 days in preceding 12 months, vacancies in Group D, suitability, etc. Again, on 25/8/2000, DOT allowed the engagement of part-time casual laborers working with less than 4 hours also to be converted to full-time casual laborers. Now, this letter is very important. This is a letter which was issued by DOT on 29/9/2000. That is just a day prior to the formation of BSNL. The issue was that how these casual laborers who are engaged during the period of DOT are to be treated in BSNL, and what is their future in BSNL, how these people will be treated in BSNL. So just a day prior to the formation of BSNL, this letter was issued by DOT. It says that it says to regularize all the casual laborers covered by its earlier order, including TSM, working in department. But again, the word is important here is subject to availability of the post in the following priority. First, we have to regularize the casual laborers who have been granted TSM status. Second, the full-time casual laborers. Third is all PTCL. And fourth is all the IAs and supervisors. So this is the order of priority. As you said that there was some person who was not given TSM status but was regularized. He comes under the category 2 or priority 2. A casual labor who was a full-time casual labor, this is having a second priority. First priorities are all those casual labor who have been granted TSM status. Second is full-time casual laborers. Third is PTCL, and fourth is all the IAs and supervisors. The casual laborers, they have given an annexure attached with this letter. This annexure is circle-wise casual laborers available. This was given to keep into the check that there should not be any further influx or further addition to that particular annexures. Now, what actually the importance of this or the limitation of this scheme is, whether it is applicable today or not, that is of more significance or more importance to us rather than what has happened at that point of time. What has happened at that point of time should also be known to us, because only after that we can derive or how it has to be treated as on date or today, how this particular letter has significance or has lost its significance. The basic question will come to your mind is that if DOT has given a letter just a day prior to the formation of BSNL or on 29/9/2000 to regularize all the casual laborers in the given priority, why still we are left with the casual laborers? Why still there are TSMs who are not regularized? Why still there are casual laborers? Why still there are part-time casual laborers who are not regularized? The reason behind this is that in 2006, there is a landmark judgment that is popularly known as Uma Devi judgment. It is between the Secretary of State of Karnataka versus Uma Devi. This is the landmark judgment given by the Apex Court, and it held that the scheme of regularization on the basis of continuity of the service shall not be enforced by the state or any of its instrumentality anymore. As such, the practice violates Article 14 and Article 16 of the Constitution. Thus, all the schemes of regularization of casual laborers in DOT as well as BSNL became ultra-virus. What is the significant or the intent of this judgment is? The intent of this judgment is that you are regularizing a person on a public post. All the government departments, there is a public post and you are regularizing a person based upon some continuity, that since he has served this or he is working in the department from last 10 years or so many days, so he needs to be regularized. But any public post has a claim of all the eligible persons throughout the country, or whosoever is eligible at that point of time, not only those persons who were engaged by the department either in the form of muster roll or in the form of casual laborers, because when we were engaging any person in the form of muster roll or in the casual labor, we have not invited any applications or nothing like that. It was not a public appointment or appointment which is given a due advertisement or something like that. It was just our whims and fancies. We had engaged somebody else, and then we convert that person to a regular person or a regular post on a regular post in the government department. So they said that it is against Article 14 and 16. Whenever you want to fill a post or fill a vacancy, it has to be advertised. You cannot just say that only this group of person or who are already engaged there or working with your department can be regularized on this post. So this practice was against Article 14 and 16 of the Constitution. Hence, Supreme Court struck down that. BSNL, since its formation, has done one thing very good, that they have not engaged any casual labor. All those casual laborers which we are still having even today also were inherited by us from DOT only. BSNL has never engaged even a single casual laborers. Nor there is any scheme of regularization of casual laborers in BSNL. The only scheme that was existing was of the TSM scheme. Now, this in view of this Uma Devi judgment, as it says that as contained in Article 14 and 16 of the Constitution of India, regularization or a permanent continuance of temporary, contractual, casual daily workers or ad hoc employees in public employment deholds the constitutional scheme, is impermissible and illegal in law. So after this judgment, the significance of the letter that was issued by DOT on 29/9/2000 has lost its significance, because now that letter is no more constitutional or no more valid in terms of the apex court judgment in Uma Devi case. But in Uma Devi judgment also there is one catch, which we all should know. And most of the times, whenever a contract workers or casual workers goes to the labor courts or labor commissioners, they are using this exception against us, and the labor courts or the labor commissioners give judgment against us, citing this exception only. We have to be very clear what this exception is, whether this exception is applicable to them or not. The exception that was made in Uma Devi judgment was in the para 53 of that judgment. It has given a one-time relaxation for regularization of all those persons who were irregularly appointed. Please again mark the word, it is irregularly appointed, not illegally appointed. There is a difference between irregular appointment and illegal appointment. The exception which was given by the Supreme Court in Uma Devi judgment was for the persons who were irregularly appointed, not illegally appointed. Irregular appointment means that the person has a requisite qualification as per our recruitment rules, and he must have been engaged against a duly vacant post. He has been engaged against a vacant post. The vacancy was existing and he has been engaged against that post. And he has been working for 10 years as on 10/4/2006. 10/4/2006 is the date of pronouncement of this Uma Devi judgment, without the protection under any interim orders of any tribunal or the court. This is the meaning of an irregular appointment. The court has given, the apex court has given an exception only to this. But most of the time, this exception is being used against us by the lower courts, primarily the labor courts. What does then illegal appointment means? I had said in my second slide that I had shown you that all those persons who were engaged after the imposition of bans were after the imposition of ban at various point of time were illegal appointees. So now that word illegal appointees gains significance here, because all those who are engaged illegally are not to be covered under the exception of Uma Devi judgment. The illegal appointees means the casual workers who are engaged after imposition of the bans. They were engaged without there being any vacancy or without there being any sanctioned post, and does not have the requisite qualification as per the recruitment rules, or they were continuing on the strength of the interim orders of some court or the tribunal. All such category of persons are illegally appointed. Since some of you might be aware that between the period of 2000 to 2006, that is the date of the judgment of this Umadevi judgment, many casual laborers have been regularized in BSNL. Figure may be in lakhs, but it is definitely close to some more than some 70,000-80,000 people were regularized during this period. But once this judgment was pronounced, BSNL made a reference to the Solicitor General and Additional Solicitor General. Thereafter, the same reference was made by the DOT to Attorney General of India. And both the highest officers of the land has opined that now BSNL cannot enforce this scheme or regularization that was given to them by the letter 29/9/2000 enforced in BSNL as a one-time measure cannot be applied anymore, either prospectively or retrospectively, for regularization of the remaining casual laborers as they fall under the category of illegal appointees. Subsequently, as I have told you, the Department of Telecommunication has also obtained the views of the Attorney General of India. He has also opined in the same fashion, or he has agreed with this opinion that now BSNL cannot regularize any of the casual laborers. So after this judgment, the letter that was issued on 29/9/2000 doesn't hold any water, and now it has lost all its significance. Why I am telling you is that most of the time, whenever you are dealing with the unions particularly, they come up with a demand that looks like ये 29/9/2000 का order है, and still these many people are there जो अभी तक आपको ने regularize नहीं किया, आपको ये regularize करने चाहिए. So you should be well aware of the facts कि क्या 29/9/2000 के order was, what was the order, why it is not applicable today. Now, this is what we have to do. Now, there are certain important court cases which you should know, which can be used while defending our cases against the reinstatement claims. As I have told you that now this exceptional para of exception, para 20, this para 53 is being used by most of the industrial tribunals to issue an award against us. In last 1 or 2 years, there have been many judgments, particularly in Uttarakhand, I think 1 or 2 in Himachal, or in some other circles also, maybe in some of your circles also, where the industrial tribunal has given the judgment that these people are to be reinstated in your department. For any retrenchment that is being done by BSNL under Industrial Dispute Act, the retrenchment is done under Section 25F of the Industrial Dispute Act. This is the main para under which you can retrench any of the casual laborers. At any given point of time, you can retrench it. But this section has certain defined parameters wherein you can give notice against the given person that now your services are no more required. You have to complete certain formalities as per those given parameters. In case if you fails to complete all those formalities, again the industrial tribunals comes heavily upon us and they give judgment against us that no, you have not followed the Section 25F of the Industrial Dispute Act. So your retrenchment is not proper or is not as per the law. You need to take this or reinstate these persons. I can tell you even in some of the cases, there is one condition in this Section 25F that whenever you have to retrench certain persons or certain laborers with you which are no more required, the copy of that letter also need to be marked to the industrial commissioner. In one of the case, the copy was not marked, and the industrial dispute or this labor commissioner has given judgment against us simply on the ground that you have not marked the copy of the retrenchment letter to the labor commissioner. So the point I'm trying to emphasize here is that you should, whenever you have to follow any retrenchment or do any retrenchment under Section 25 Act of the Industrial Dispute Act, you should go through that act and try to follow all the formalities or complete the formalities that are given in that cases. Now, how we have to defend the statement of or reinstatement claims? The first thing I have told you is that we have to tell the court very clearly without waiting for the other party to say it, or they can say it, they need not to say it also, but we have to very clearly in all our such cases wherever we are defending our industrial against this retrenchment of our casual laborers or contract laborers also. In some of the cases I have seen where the laborers are engaged by the contractor, they are also going to the Industrial Dispute Act and they are also getting award in their favor. The very first thing which we have to take into care is that we have to clearly tell them that the para 53 of Umadevi judgment is not applicable to these set of persons. Most of the time, those things which are written in the para 53 comes handy to us. That is, they were not recruited either on some sanctioned post. They were not having requisite qualifications also. So the para 53 will not be attracted in their cases. Secondly, these are 3 or 4 judgments given by the apex court. All these 4 judgments which I have mentioned here is given by the Supreme Court. It says that instead of reinstatement, you can give one-time compensation, or one-time compensation to that person is the only method rather than reinstating that person. And as you all know, it goes without saying that giving one-time compensation is always better than giving employment to us and then carrying his liability throughout his active service life. These judgments are BSNL versus Bharumal case, BSNL TDM Dimapur versus Kesar Dev, BSNL versus Mansingh, BSNL versus Selvaraj. All these cases, the tribunal court has given the orders for reinstatement of the persons, but the apex court has reversed the judgment and said that no, only one-time compensation can be given. And just for your information, I can tell you that one-time compensation is given on certain formula, and it is not a very huge amount. It is something in few lakhs or something. Most of the cases, it is under lakh or something like that. So it is always beneficial for the department to go for one-time compensation rather than giving the job or reinstating the person to them. This is one of the landmark case, that is BSNL versus Bharumal case. Here, the issue was the violation again of the Section 25 of the Industrial Dispute Act, and the casual worker was reinstated as per the lower court. But the Supreme Court has given the order that one-time compensation is the only relief where there is mere violation of the ID Act. Reinstatement along with the continuity is no longer a valid rule, as there has been shift in legal position, constituent to judgment of Umadevi. Why court has said that? That you can give him one-time compensation, but subsequent to the Umadevi judgment, you cannot give him the public job because it violates Article 14 and 16. So you are no longer this practice of reinstating is a regular practice, or is it the law of the land now? Casual worker does not hold any post. The regularization scheme has been held unconstitutional in Umadevi judgment. And above mentioned principle was applied again in this TDM BSNL versus Keshav Dev case. So one-time compensation they have given in all such cases, and we should also fight for one-time compensation. Why I'm telling you is this, that we have now some line of defense. First is that we have to clearly tell that this is not under para 53 of the exception of the Umadevi. Second is, even if there is some violation of the Section 25 of the ID Act, then only remedy that is left with the this industrial tribunal is to give one-time compensation, not the reinstatement. Now, this is the this is the judgment which I was referring in my earlier slides. This is popularly known as Madiwal versus BSNL case, wherein the Supreme Court has said that the TSM scheme was a one-time scheme. It is not that the iterations were given and it is a continuous scheme. It is going for perpetuity. No, it is not that. It is a one-time scheme with a given date, cutoff dates in that scheme. And only those persons who are fulfilling all those conditions given on that particular date are eligible to hold the benefits of the TSM scheme. This is not a perpetual scheme. The court has further held that the scheme does not postulate grant of temporary status who are employed subsequently and as and when they complete continuous service of prescribed year. You cannot say that I am appointed in year 1989. The cutoff date here was 1988, and any person can come and say that I was employed in 1989. My 10 years is completed on 1999, so now I should be given the benefit of this TSM scheme. No, it was not like that. The TSM scheme was a one-time scheme, and it has a cutoff date only that is prescribed in that scheme only. So whenever such cases are coming to your notice, please try to defend this on these judgments. Another important judgment is Sukhubai's versus the Ministry of Communication. This judgment says that part-time casual laborers were not entitled for TSM scheme. TSM scheme is only for full-time casual laborers. It was not for part-time casual laborers. Again, their nature of employment, that is whether they're part-time or casual labor, has to be seen with reference to that cutoff date only. Now this is slightly that casual labor and other part that I've covered is over. The casual laborers have been granted temporary status on or before 39-2000, that is during DOT regime, and regularized in post of regular Mazdoor or ATT subsequently in BSNL, are also eligible for issue of presidential orders. So those who are TSMs are there and they were subsequently regularized in BSNL. Upon their regularization, their presidential orders are to be issued, and thereafter they are also entitled for the 50% of their temporary status service to be taken into consideration while calculating their retirement benefits. Any casual labor who could not be granted temporary status in DOT but have been regularized in BSNL as RM is not eligible for presidential orders. So you can know the difference, as I think you were saying that there was some case TSM was there. He can be regularized, but he is not entitled for a presidential order. So he is not entitled, basically he is not entitled for a government pension after his superannuation. देखिए, अगर वो बिना TSM बने रेगुलराइज हुआ है BSNL में, तो उसका प्रेसिडेंशियल ऑर्डर इशू नहीं होना चाहिए था. I know there are certain cases, लेकिन वो wrongly issued हैं वो सारे. आप उसको एक बार ये देख लीजिएगा कि भाई आपका प्रेसिडेंशियल ऑर्डर, क्योंकि आप कैजुअल लेबर से सीधे आपको रेगुलर मजदूर बने हो, आपका एज पर दैट स्कीम प्रेसिडेंशियल ये पीओ इशू जो हुआ है, व्हाई इट शुड नॉट बी रिव्यूड. उसके बाद आपके पास उसका दोबारा नहीं आएगा.
Sir, I have one doubt, sir. This 240 days continuous service for regularization, is it in a calendar year they should have 240 days or continuous
service? It has no relevance with the calendar year.
Achha, not relevant with calendar or financial year.
Has to be a continuous.
It can be in 2 years.
Yeah. Person may be engaged somewhere in 1987 and he continued its 240 days up to 1988 also.
Okay, so sir, we have a case. Actually, that person was appointed as that Mazdoor. What is that? Master role in August 1985.
Okay.
And he worked up to 1989, whatever date we have engaged them. Then now he has gone to court and the CAT has given order to employ him, and subsequently DOT BSNL has gone to appeal to High Court Chennai, where also they have given judgment in favor of that casual labor. So now he is in a temporary status, Mazdoor, that scheme he is working. Whereas he has not completed 240 days in 87 and 88, he has completed 240 days, but not within that 22/6 to 1988. But still, he has been given that judgment by the High Court, quoting that 1993 DOT.
Was disengaged and whether that was particularly applicable to him right now or not. What I can suggest you is at this point of time, based upon your information, is even in the worst possible case, I'm giving the worst possible scenario. If you have to do it, you have to do it only for a grant of TSM status, not his regularization. Because these two are entirely different things. Giving a temporary status is one thing, and regularizing a another thing. But you have to, I have to deal with the matter. I have to look into the entire case also before giving any further opinion.
Now we are giving, sir, speaking order for temporary status, Mazdoor, for that only.
You are giving a speaking order only for the grant of temporary status, Mazdoor.
Yes, sir.
So if he's not, you are not finding him fit for a grant of temporary status, then you have to elaborate the reasons and say that he's not fit as per this scheme.
He has been in service for the past 15 years, sir.
He is not in service.
He has been in service. He has been in, see, this judgment came in 1999 itself, and he was inducted into service, I think 2004 around. Now 23, he is about to retire another 3 years. But now only we are giving this speaking order.
But since he was engaged based upon certain court orders,
Yes,
so he
sir.
can be engaged, that is not an issue. But whether he is eligible for TSM or not, that depends upon his particular, the particular of that particular person. When he was engaged, when he was disengagement, whether he is eligible as per the TSM scheme, as per that scheme only. So you have to see that scheme and then see whether he is eligible for being a TSM or not, as per that scheme. If he is eligible, then you have to give. If he is not eligible, then you have to give in the speaking order that due to these reasons, he is not eligible for grant of temporary status.
Okay.
The next part is of this lecture is about the provisions and guidelines of EPF and ESI benefits of casual laborers. The EPF and ESI benefits of the workers that are engaged directly or through contract are part of the social security measures that is devised by the Government of India. The benefit of EPF is covered by the EPF Provision Act 1952 and the related EPF scheme 1952. And the ESI benefit is available under the ESI Act of 1948. Here for most of us, the significance is that we don't now, as I had already told you, that we are not engaging any casual laborers ourselves, only those who are existing in the department are there and we are paying EPF or ESI for them. There is no issues on that part. The only part that comes for a dispute is when there is some worker who is engaged through a contractor and what are our responsibilities and roles as a principal employer. In such case, that is of significance to us. The other part is not very significant because in that part, being a government organization, we are already fulfilling all the required conditions of paying EPF or ESI for that particular employee. The question of dispute only comes wherever we are the principal employer and the employment is being done by some other persons. So what does the scheme says? What does the scheme or the various orders of the EPF department or EPFO says? And what are the various court judgments regarding those notifications by the EPF department or EPFO? That is what I would like to cover in the next few slides. Earlier, the department of EPFO has said that the contribution of both the employer as well as the contractor has to be paid by the principal employer only and then he can subsequently get it back from the person who is employing them, being the principal employer. Contribution and shall pay to the principal employer the amount of members' contribution so deducted together with an equal amount of contribution and also the administrative charges. This was an earlier position, but after certain changes, this position has changed. In the earlier position, it says that it is the responsibility of the principal employer to pay both the contribution payable by himself in respect of the employees directly employed by him and also in respect of the employees employed through a contractor and also the administrative charges. So the earlier provision says that it is the responsibility of the principal employer to pay the charges. But subsequently, this position has changed. Now in 2017, in between there was a significant development that I think, if I'm not mistaken, in year 2004 there was a change in the status, and the all the employers employing the laborers under them or engaging any laborers under them, they are given an independent EPFO code. So that code was given to them, and now they are being constituted as an independent employer. This provision came, I think, in the year 2004. What I was telling to you earlier was prior to that. Now in 2017, they came up with a letter in which they said that the principal employer should ensure that the contractor is registered with EPFO before awarding any contract. After award of the contract details should be entered in EPFO portal. Payment due to the contractor shall be made only after verifying that the statutory PF payment have been made to the EPFO. This can be verified either directly from the EPFO portal or insisting on a payment receipt obtained by the contractor from the EPFO. So there has been a substantial shift in the position. Earlier, it was said that the principal employer is liable to pay the contribution, but now he's saying that principal employer should only ensure that the payment of that PF part has been made to the EPFO. But the condition here is, which is very important, that the contractor should be registered with EPFO. Because once he is registered, then his independent PF code is also registered there. It is further informed that even if the contractor are having separate PF code, the overall responsibility of ensuring the compliance under this act for the employee working through the contractor by deposit of the dues with the EPFO regularly rests with the principal employer. Principal employer can deduct EPF dues from the contractor bill and deposit the same either against the contractor code number or against their own code number. It is further informed that there is a provision on the official website of EPFO under the establishment search option to verify whether the contractor are regularly depositing the provident fund in the respect of their employees. All principal employers are ensured to compliance with these instructions. So these, what I am telling you here in this slide, is the instructions issued by the EPFO department itself. Here I would like to mention one thing is that EPFO department always tries to put a responsibility or the onus on the principal employer. Because as you all know, principal employer is an easy catch. As a department of or as a BSNL, EPFO can do lot many things with us rather than going with say a few hundreds or thousands of vendors that BSNL has employed or BSNL is engaging labor through them. So it is always easy for the EPFO department to catch hold of BSNL rather than catching hold of all those thousand other employers. So the essence, the letters of this EPFO that is given in by the EPFO or those are notified by the EPFO will always be in the favor of EPFO. There has been a difference between the letters as you read it verbally given by EPFO and the court judgment which is given by the various courts based upon these letters. I will try to show you the comparison also of what this EPFO Act says and what court says. And now this is an important slide, important in the sense because what I'm saying here is based upon judgment of the High Court of Madhya Pradesh. It says that how principal employers comes into the picture, what is his liability and what precautions he should have taken so that he is no longer engaged in that legal battle. He says that once a default take place on the part of the employer, EPF authority would be in its power to initiate proceedings under the provisions of Employee Provident Fund Act and Miscellaneous Provision Act 1952. Objection at the initial stage of the inquiry or before the EPF appellate tribunal that contractor were having their independent PF code on his own or under the threat or pressure of EPF authority. It cannot be accepted at the later stage that he is not liable to deposit EPF dues in respect of the employees, even though engaged through independent contractor. So the point to remember here is that we have to take objection at the very first stage whenever such notices are coming to us to pay their EPF amount. That look, this particular contractor is having its own independent PF code and is liable to pay them independently. We are not coming into the picture to it. We should object it at the very first stage. If at the very first stage we accept it, then as per this judgment of the MP High Court, we cannot be given any relief subsequently if we have accepted it initially. So at the very first instance only we should try to object to it. To maintain register of the employees. Employees engaged through contractors are to be treated as the employees of the principal employer. Since as per section 2F of the Act, an employee employed or through contractor or in connection with the work of an establishment is included within the definition of an employee. So he says that if this employee is engaged through a contractor, the principal employer cannot say that he is not my employee. To avoid the liabilities of the principal employer regarding EPF Act during the respect of employees engaged through different contractors, we should maintain certain things or keep certain things in mind. The principal employer has to maintain and preserve the record, including the registration under the contract labor or the contractor regarding the supply of manpower. Secondly, he should ensure that the contractor has an independent PF code. This we should all ensure before engaging any or entering into any such contract with the vendor. Maintaining records of the employees, including complete required biodata of the employees so engaged, EPFs dues paid by the contractor in the account of the respective employees, documents including correspondence showing the control and supervision of the contractor. And secondly, and the lastly is the preserving of the records for the long time, because this EPF authorities does not have any limitation period. They can raise claims against you for some 25-year-old case also, and then you cannot say that it is not covered under or it is covered under Limitation Act. They don't have any such limitation time, so the period has to be as long as you have to keep the records, you have to keep the records. हाँ नहीं, लेकिन इस केस में EPF एक्ट में it is not attracting to them. Actually, now that becomes the matter of judicial grievance. Court accept it, well and good. Court doesn't accept it, then you have to abide by that condition only. Now, what are the various relations between the employee and employer? One is who is directly employed by the principal employer. We are engaging the labor. Just you can remember for that purpose. Secondly, those who is employed by or through an immediate employer. And third is whose services are temporarily lent or lent on hire to the principal employer by the person with whom the person whose services are so lent or let on hire has entered into a contract of service. Now, most of the time we are coming under category 3, because now most of the time we are not engaging labor directly, but we are engaging them for giving certain services. Principal employer has to pay contribution in the first instance. This I had already told you, so this is nothing new in that. इतना वो तो उसके लिए है कि वो पीएफ के लिए है, उसके लिए है वो तो, that is there.
Sir,
हाँ.
I am from Madurai, sir, Tamil Nadu Circle. Actually, sir, after this September 2020 BSNL corporate instruction, no tender is floated for, for hiring the labor. There is labor
Correct,
contract
correct,
we are
yeah,
not entering
yeah,
into.
correct.
Only work contract we have to entering into through the open tender. What happened in Madurai? Just I am seeking your advice. Had for labor engagement through open tender, we have terminated in time. But for time being, to manage the whoever has been working there, they paid the wages through temporary advance, because they cannot till they go for next tender or contract basis tender, they have to manage this. So many employees were employed, casual laborers were employed, so they were paying through temporary advance, and that practice was going on for around 2 years. They have not finalized the work contract. And sometimes in between they paid. At that time I was not there. Then GM for some period 6 months they paid the temporary advances. Subsequently it was not paid. Then GM has decided not to approve those temporary advances. In between also it was paid. That issue is there now. Around 80 lakhs rupees is pending for payment to these casual laborers employed through the temporary advance. And union is after the management asking you settle this amount, settle this are due amount. Some staff also, executives, JTOs, SDs, they have paid from their pocket also, they are telling. And this, how to settle, sir? Actually, this issue is there still. This has been.
This what you are saying is what they are asking. So 80 lakhs. 80 lakhs is they are asking for EPF, or 80 lakhs they are asking as their
not EPF, sir. It's only their wages.
Wages only.
Combined 3 OAs wages. There are 3 OAs in
you are
Madurai.
saying that by virtue by this through this temporary advance they were being paid regularly.
Sometimes it was paid. Then there was a change in GM. That GM did not agree.
But there it can be established that services were continued.
But they have not engaged continuously for 240 days. That they have ensured.
No, I'm not to that part. I am saying that what you told me that for some 2 years period they have been engaged.
Yes, sir.
Whether they have been engaged continuously during that 2-year period, or in certain stretches for 3 months they are paid for 3 months, then for next 2 months or 3 months they are not engaged. Then
they were continuously employed.
So continuously employed, then there is no question of not paying their wages. Their wages has to be paid. Now, if you have taken work from somebody else, how can I say that, or somebody can say that?
Due to pressure, then GM, yes, in between.
That's a different issue. They have been GM has disallowed or something like that.
Sir.
That's a different issue. But they had worked and you have not paid the wages. Nobody can defend that. That's a different issue.
Sir, one more this one. Sir. Actually, now in BSNL there is no tender for engaging the labor. That completely we have implemented, and that way in the each tender class, each tender, whatever may be the type of tender, housekeeping or this infra maintenance. So we put this class. We have to ensure EPF, ESI, and all these classes we are putting.
Correct.
And while settling the bill monthly, whatever the invoices they submit, when we ask them to give this one undertaking that it is paid, but some contractors they give the combined contribution in EPF for the employees' contribution, not individual employees. And some contractors they say we are not engaging them continuously on a need basis only. We engage 3 hours, 4 hours a day, and do not continuously 30 days. So few days only we employ. That way they say no, we are not going to pay this contribution, and this is how we are managing. I think this is the situation in.
And in one of the judgment they had given this thing also. But in all such cases, you should at least ensure that that particular contractor is having its independent PF code. And then you can check it through the website also whether they are paying it or not, whether that person is on their rolls or not. No, EPF cannot be combined. EPF can never be combined because EPF is an individual account. EPF is not given as a combined, it is for 40 persons or for 50 persons. No, it is not permissible also. He is giving some wrong documents. For 40 or 50 persons, EPF, he cannot give you one slip. EPF means an individual, it is just like a saving account. You cannot say that this 40 persons is having this X saving account. It is not like that. If there are 40 persons, there has to be 40 saving account numbers. हाँ SLA बेस्ड है वो हाँ वो कर सकते हैं वो जनरली रहता है वो तो जनरली रहता है. Now these are some of the important court judgments. As I had earlier said that the interpretation or the orders given by the EPFO are always one-sided orders. They are given in their favor, and most of the time they are attributing the responsibility of the payment of EPF to the principal employers. But the court judgments are there which you can use judiciously or because every case here in EPFO case or EPF case is a unique case. You cannot say that this case is similar to that or similar because every case is a unique case. You have to just see that which type of judgment is applicable to your particular case. This one judgment is basically against the principal employer. This is Sarabhai Institute of Science and Technology versus the Assistant Provident Fund Employee Provident Fund Organization. Here, the important point is that the court has mentioned, this is the judgment given by Kerala High Court. The court had said that the settled law is that if a contractor is not registered under the EPFO and EPFO Act 1952, EPF contributions are to be paid by the principal employer in respect of the employees engaged through contractor. Principal employer is liable to pay EPF contribution unless it is proved that it does not have an effective or appropriate control over the payment of the salary and other benefits payable to the employee. Third important point it said is that if the principal employer fails to place document on the record to prove that it does not have an effective and appropriate control over the payment of salary and other benefit applicable to the employees, it would be liable to remit EPF contribution in respect of the employees engaged through contractor. So the important point here is that we have to show to the court that we are not the part or we are not effectively supervising his payment mechanism to his employees. If we fail to do that, then in most of the, because this is the very important point, in most of the judgment I have seen that they have relied on this point only, that if you are able to prove it that you are not having an appropriate control over his payment of the salaries, he is doing it independently as an employer, and the employer and employee relationship exists between these two parties, not between the principal employer and the employee, then in most of the cases you are rescued. But if you are not able to prove it, then it comes against us. So this judgment I had specifically kept in the slide just to show you this point only. You have to show his payment structure, his payment mechanism. His payment mechanism is given by that particular contractor, irrespective of any fund flow that is directly coming through you. He's paying his through his own means, or you are not having any control over his payment of the labor that he has engaged to it. Yes, that you have to check it, obviously. As a principal employer, we have supposed to check it. But as a principal employer, we cannot say that if he is not paying and it has come to our notice through some written means, or it has come to our notice in a proper manner, then we cannot be absolved of our responsibility. Yes, it is difficult, but it can be. This is the other judgment that is the most of the cases that is applicable to us, because we are employing some security guards, etc. This is the Group 4 security guard company judgment given by Delhi High Court. The Delhi High Court has held that where the contractor, being the employer providing services of manpower, is having control over the personnel being supplied by him to the establishment by the way of issuance of appointment letter, making payment of the wages and other allowances, taking disciplinary action affecting their placement, transfer, termination of the services. The relationship between such a contractor and the establishment where the manpower is supplied by him would be of principal to principal and not that of employer and contractor. So what you are asking is, it is here that how you have to check it. It says that the person being supplied by him to the establishment itself who is supplying the person to you is issuing appointment letters to them, making payment of the wages, other allowance, taking disciplinary action affecting their placement, their transfer, their termination of services. As somebody said that he has placed one person today for X site under BSNL. Tomorrow that person is being placed for a Y site under another organization. You are not having any control over it. The control over the placement of that particular person lies with the agency to whom you have awarded the work, not with you. Then in such cases, the relationship between the employees engaged by that organization and the company, that is BSNL, is not an employee and the contractor or employee-employee. It is principal to principal relationship, which does not gives you or which does not entitles you to for the payment of their EPF portions. This is just one of the point. It is not the only point. Yes, it is correct. Yes, 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 yes. Yes, yes, change, yes, every day. He is saying, you are saying that then his their placement is not under your effective control. It is under his effective control. So in such case, the relationship between the contractor and BSNL is principal to principal employer. That means he is the principal employer of those laborers. Now, these two judgments are there. This is one of again a Madras High Court judgment, where the Madras High Court has held that when a separate code number was allotted, the employees of the contractor, by no stretch of imagination, can be treated to be the employees of the principal employer. The operative part of the judgment is, with respect to the contractors who are registered with the Provident Fund Department having independent code number, they are to be treated as independent employer. The petitioner therefore cannot be treated as principal employer for the purpose of those contractors. Another judgment is Pradeep Kumar versus presiding officers. This is of Punjab and Haryana High Court. It held that the employer-employee relationship in respect of the principal employer would not exist if the contractor engaged in the supply of manpower is having a valid license under the Contract Labor Act 1972. Record of the payment of the wages and attendance is shown, a shown payment made by the contractor. EPF employee code number allotted to the workman is through the firm of the contractor. Again, here in this case also, he has not held the principal employer liable for that. This is another Madras High Court judgment which says that at the same point in holding that the employees' Provident Fund authorities is not entitled to recover either Provident Fund contribution or damages from the principal employer in respect of the employees engaged through contractor registered with the PF department having independent code number. In the case on the hand, the contractor was allotted with the EPF allotment code number so and so. As per the ratio laid down in the judgment of this court, the contractor so and so should be treated as an independent employer. And in such cases, the organization that is here in this case was the Brakes India Limited, was not treated as the principal employer. So this was all about this EPF Act. But as I had said, that you have to deal each and every case independently. You cannot say that something which is sacrosanct for all the cases. Only there are certain points which are to be kept in mind, that he should have an independent PF code number. He should not have any effective control over the payment of his salaries or wages to him. What you're saying is that the important part earlier, when there was some type of the payment was done, the contract even itself says that the payment should be done to the muster roll laborers or to these laborers which were not engaged by the department, but by the contractor in the presence of the department. If certain such type of clauses are there, it goes against us. It means that we have a control over the payment made by him Yes, that's why I am asking you. I am mentioning it. If your agreement says something like this, then it becomes difficult for us to prove it that we are not having any effective control. Yes, yes.
Sir, I have a doubt, sir. Sir,
Yeah.
in case of engaging the contract laborers through temporary advances for manning CSEs and other purposes, sir, are we bound to pay? BSNL is bound to pay EPF, ESI, if at all, if they claim?
Yes, if he is engaged as per rule, if you are asking me, you are bound to pay. Forget about BSNL. If you go strict into the spirit of this EPF Act, you are engaging a household maid, you are liable to pay the EPF of that household maid also. So that is a must. But please never engage through temporary advance.
Presently, by temporary advance, you can't pay manpower. You have to pay the.
That's what I'm saying. Please don't engage it. Never engage in that activity. Anything else or any other questions on this part or other part? Anything else or any other question? Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you for your this wonderful lecture. Now, I would like to request GMHQ Shri Sukhdev sir of ALTTC to come over the stage and give a token of appreciation to the sir. Okay, now it's time for lunch. Try to come as fast as you can because next lecture is going to start around 2 o'clock. So one more thing, please submit your evaluation form if you have completed it by before lunch or after lunch. Please submit your evaluation form. Thank you.
Hello, 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 hello. LMST, LMST.
तो कल चलना नहीं था ना ये।
Emotional intelligence and its relevance at workplace. I believe that 11 of you are BA heads and 11 of you are IFAs. Just quick, I don't want to know the names. I just want to know that you are BA head, from which place, or you are IFA, which place. That will be enough for me. Yeah. आपको तो मैं जानता हूँ. आप कहाँ पे? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. IFA. Okay. You are looking after only one judge or some other BA? Okay. For Bareilly. Okay. Okay. Circle. Huh? HP Circle. Fantastic. Okay. Mm-hmm. Ram. Yeah. Fantastic. Fantastic. Yeah. Okay. Very good. Okay. So we come over here. A little abstract for the people who are professional. What this emotional intelligence is. Is it really useful? We are and that's why we have not learned it. We rather, thought that better to learn mathematics. It will give us some good position, some good money, a good spouse, all those things. Very practical life considerations. Now, the question which I'm going to figure out here next 1 hour or so, whatever the time is with me, does it really made your life happy? Or there's something else, which can be called success, that you are having a successful life. You sleep peacefully in the night. When you meet the people, they're happy meeting you. How good your kids are, how happy your bosses are, what kind of achievements you are having in your life. So We'll examine all those. So it says that we have different abilities in dealing with emotions, just like we have abilities in language, logic, and mathematics. किसी को गुस्सा जल्दी आता है, किसी में ईगो बहुत होती है. In between, I will keep on coming in Hindi. Please excuse me for that. But most of the time, I know my friends are from South, so they'll find it difficult. लेकिन हिंदी राजभाषा में कभी कभी आ जाए, हाँ, sometime, not very often, not very often. आज मैं parliamentary committee से आ रहा हूँ, a very difficult parliamentary committee. There was some issue going on, and so I was there in parliament. Our director HR, who will address, you in the coming session, he keeps on telling me the same thing, that everybody speaks here Hindi, but I don't know what is 22, what is 19. You tell me 22, I can understand. You can tell me 19, but I don't know. But I cannot say that I don't know the Hindi, because it is not allowed. I know the Hindi. So you have to excuse me if I come in between to Hindi. Okay. So we had known something called IQ throughout of our life. इसका IQ बहुत high है, इसका IQ बहुत अच्छा है. Whatever you give it to him, he learn in no time. He is good at mathematics. So this IQ is basically telling you about the analytical reasoning, the verbal skills, how good your vocabulary is, quantitative analysis, memory, judgment. This is what we think IQ does for us. So it basically measures the individual's personal information bank. It's a long journey of me, this year I'll superannuate in August. And I had been on many posts. I had been, that time it was called SSA. SSA had as TDM also, SSA had as GMTD also. I had been in corporate office, in planning and administration, now in personal. I had been in training center. I had been the tax in charge, trunk exchange. So it's a long journey I had made. And I found that I met few very intelligent people, very analytical people in my life. Their memory is sharp. Once you give them the name, and they remember it, they don't write anything. But I don't find that this will necessarily make them happy and successful. I think there are other reasons for being successful, for being liked by the people, and for achieving better results. Results they don't come so easy that you remember, memorize, analyze, and the results will come. We deal with people. All of you, as a BA head, as an IFA, now you no longer deal with the equipments. You deal with the people. Now that person may be laying some optical fiber for BharatNet. That person may be doing something for 4G situation, but you are dealing with people. You are no longer dealing with equipment. And people are very complicated machine. People, the most complicated artificial intelligence, it is easy to handle. But when we see the human intelligence, it is very difficult. मैं एक बात आपसे कहूंगा, you'll say, सर मजा आ गया. आपसे कहूंगा, what boring person. आपसे कहूंगा, आप नाराज हो जाएंगे. Same thing, I speak to different people, and then we have got the different reactions. But you do the same thing on the different equipment, they will react the same. So people are very complicated, and we deal with the people. So we have to remember that. So it's saying something IQ that's a weak predictor for achievement, job performance, success, overall success, wealth, and happiness. I don't know how much you agree with me, but I don't see that IQ actually gives you a good indication of a sharp person, whether he'll be successful or not. आपने वो 3 Idiot picture बहुत लोगों ने देखी होगी. Many of the people 3 Idiot, है ना? There was a person who had very good IQ. There was a person who had a very good EQ. And you find that success is something different. It does not come with the numbers. Now we come to the second part of it. What are emotions? इनका नाम पढ़ते हैं एक एक करके, emotions के नाम पढ़ते हैं, and try to figure out whether these emotions have come in your mind sometime or other. Happiness, we feel it sometime. Fear, do we? Anger, most of the time. Anger is the easiest emotion to come. Affection, shame. Shame does not come very easily to us. We always think that the other person should be shameful. Why should I? Disgust, surprise, lust, frustration, anxiety, failure, achievement. These are few emotions. There are hundreds of emotions, thousands of emotions which keep on coming to our mind. So what it says that कभी देखा है आपने? I don't know. They may be very bold person. They'll be very person who are not so bold. When we enter into a room and that person with whom I am having some work, he may be my boss, or he may be minister, or he may be like I'm coming from parliamentary committee meeting. The lots of honorable MPs are sitting over there. You certainly start feeling not so confident. Few feel confident, but most of us don't feel confident. And that time I had seen, आपको sweat आ जाएगा, your heart will start beating fast. So these are the, physiological issues which come in the body whenever we have some emotion. वो emotion पे जो physical experience होता है वो अलग अलग होता है. So emotions affects us. They do affects us. And psychologically, it makes us, if you enjoy a job, you do it rather nicely. If you don't enjoy, मेरे पास सुबह से शाम तक लोग आते हैं. I had been on many posts, but this post is very peculiar. बहुत अलग तरह की post है ये. And इस post पे मैंने देखा है कि मेरे पास अधिकतर लोग unhappy लोग आते हैं. Happy लोग नहीं आते. They come because they are unhappy. Unhappy for various reasons. And I also notice that there is a lot of pain in this world. People actually are suffering. They have problems of themselves, they have problems of their parents, they have problems of their kids. There are a lot of things which is happening around in the world. And these people keep on coming to me that there is some issues. But I also saw that the people who come to me, they have different kind of personalities, different kind of persona. कुछ लोग ऐसे होते हैं वो बैठते भी नहीं है. मैं उनको कहता हूँ प्लीज हैव अ सीट, वो खड़े हो जाते हैं, बात नहीं करते. कुछ होते हैं जो आपके आराम से बैठते हैं, they will try to tell कि आप गलती पे हैं. If you are not doing something for me. So there are different people and they are dealing the same problem in a different way with different results. I'm still, putting my case in front of you. I'm still on that subject, whether this emotions actually have some kind of role in our success at workplace. I'm still there. I'm just trying to place something in front of you. We say, what is emotions here? इसका कोई मतलब ही नहीं है in workplaces में. But I have written some few sentences. She or he is too sensitive. He takes everything personally. मैंने तो फाइल भेजा था उसके पास में and he is taking it personally. ये तो काम है. ये कोई मैं आपको थोड़ी कर रहा हूँ. I'm not, declining your note. He is jealous of his colleagues. My boss is always in hostile mood. Most of the bosses are in hostile mood. That's another story. She does not understand the feelings of others. So we have a lot of these things which we keep on using in our everyday life. What I'm trying to say is that emotions are occupying a very, very big size in our lives, whether it's a working life or the personal life. So now we'll define what is emotional intelligence or emotional quotient. Knowing what feels good, what feels bad, how to get from bad to good. क्या अच्छा है, क्या बुरा है, और बुरे से अच्छे कैसे जाए. This is whole the story. I remembered that all of you must have heard about Dalai Lama, the spiritual guru. Now, there was some 30, 40, 50 foreigners came as a delegate to McLeodganj to listen to him. So, it was a 1 week thing. So every day he will come, he will do some discourse. People will ask questions, he will answer them in his own particular way. So, it keeps on going, and finally the last day comes. And when the last day comes, there was one question which everybody wanted to ask, but nobody has asked by that time. What could be that question which can be asked to Dalai Lama? Okay, fantastic. So he asked, what is the purpose of life? The people who come over in all these things, they come with something ki kya ho raha hai life mein? Because for me life is very abstract. इसका कोई मतलब नहीं होता है. आप पैदा होते हैं, मर जाते हैं. This is how it is. इसमें क्या हो रहा है, क्या नहीं हो रहा है, इसको कोई मतलब नहीं है. It starts like this, it ends. बीच में सफरिंग है या हैप्पीनेस है, वो सब आपकी अपनी condition है. So the girl asked to Dalai Lama, what is the purpose of life? Dalai Lama smiled and said that it's the most simple question. The answer is what he said. What makes us happy? Purpose of life is being happy. Everybody wants to be happy. वो पैसे से खुश होना चाहता है, पोस्ट से खुश होना चाहता है, बच्चे कुछ लाइफ में अच्छा करें उससे खुश होना चाहता है. But everybody wants to be happy. That is the purpose of life. The important question is what makes us happy. That is the difficult part. Difficult part is not that what is purpose of life. Difficult part is what makes us happy. And that is what we have to figure out. कि all those things which we desire. धर्मेंद्र जी जम्मू चले गए, बहुत विराम बन के गए. अब मैं इनसे पूछता हूँ कैसे हैं, कहते हैं अच्छे हैं, बढ़िया हैं. 15 दिन में एक बार आ जाते हैं, ठीक है. Now he can also complain. I have friends who has gone as HAG to much easier places than what Mr. Dharmendra has gone. They come every week. They have got a 2 days weekend, and they keep on abusing the system. क्या है, पूरी लाइफ काम करने का ये मजा दिया इन लोगों ने, ये डिपार्टमेंट बेकार है, तुम पर्स वाले तो एकदम बेकार हो. They'll keep on. Dharmendra is happy. A difficult problem is having in his hand, but he is happy. So what makes us happy is very, very personal thing. What makes us happy is, but that is what we have to figure out. That's how we have to see. Okay, for the waking part of our life, most of the time we are working. 8 घंटा, 8.5 घंटा, 9 घंटा हम लोग काम करते हैं, ऑफिस में जाते हैं, काम करते हैं. तो अगर हमको वर्क प्लेस खुश नहीं कर पा रहा है, वर्क प्लेस इज नॉट मेकिंग अस हैप्पी, देन आवर लाइफ इज मिजरेबल. Whatever is happening in our house, that's another story. But we have to be happy in our work. If it is not making us happy, then our life is miserable. So we have to know what is good, what is bad, how to move from good to bad, know your emotions, and then manage those emotions. Emotion management skill. That's what we have to learn. So I go further that intelligence is a set of non-analytical skills and competencies that influence your ability to succeed in coping with the life's demands and pressure. ऐसा ही LTT से था, 15-20 साल पुरानी बात याद है मुझे. I was sitting on 3rd floor or 4th floor. There was a gentleman who has come from some spiritual institution, and he was taking lectures. He said, whenever you are having problem, office में stress है, sing some song, go to a garden, see the nature, and you'll be happy. जो सामने बैठे थे कहते हैं आप मजाक कर रहे हैं, उस टाइम कुछ मन नहीं कर रहा होता है, यू आर सेइंग यू गो टू द नेचर. This does not happen. So if you are not happy, then what happens? That you don't want to do anything which will make you. I come back to the same thing. आपको क्या लगता है आपका इमोशनल इंटेलिजेंस डिपार्टमेंट टेस्ट करता है whether this department where you're working, whether DOT or BSNL, whatever it is, whether it really cares about that, what is your emotional intelligence? Is there any parameter to look for? आपको लगता है? Is there anything where they are testing actually how good you are having emotional intelligence? हाँ, that is okay है to become CGM. किसी ने दिया था आप में से क्या? Anybody appear in that? No? Okay. Okay. Let's see. Have you read this thing somewhere? Interpersonal relations and teamwork. Comment on the quality of relationship with superior colleagues, subordinates, on her capacity to work as a member of team and to promote team spirit and optimize the output of team. Have you read this sentence somewhere? पढ़ा है आपने कहीं पे ये? It is an APR. They are testing you. बस कोई भी चीज quantitative है? Anything? It is just about your emotional intelligence. These things happen only when you are having good emotional intelligence. आपका team, how good you are as team member, how cordial you are having, with superior colleagues and subordinates, and why they are asking it for you, because they understand that the results will highly depend on this. So that's why they are asking. Attitude towards scheduled castes and scheduled tribes, weaker section society. Comment on the officer's understanding of the problem of scheduled castes and scheduled tribes. Please comment on officer's willingness to assume responsibility. Good afternoon, sir. Please have a seat, sir. आ गए थे सर, आ गए सर, प्लीज. So let's welcome our director HR Sri Kalyan Saab. Shall I go ahead, sir? Thank you. So I was just trying to figure out and trying to place my case that emotional intelligence is something which is important. And it does play a role for success in your work, in your work areas. So I come back and I say that all those things which I was talking yet till now, and I was talking about that emotional intelligence is a thing which is important, and that is why it is being reflected here in your APAR. इतना 4G किया है. This is what APAR asks, but no, it says please comment on officers' willingness to assume responsibilities, organizing capacity, ability to motivate. No number, absolutely no number. So they understand that this thing is very important for measuring your success, measuring how good you are to perform. So what is success? It says whether the exams passed, eating fat salary, top position in the workplace, is that success? लगता है हाँ success है. But I told you again, success is when you and your surroundings are happy. Remember the Dalai Lama? Purpose of life is being happy. The complicated and difficult part of the question is what makes us happy. That is the difficult part, not the purpose of life. So all these things, can you term them as success? आप लोग अब सब BA heads हैं, IFA हैं, huge positions. These are when the people come the other side of table, they always come with the bent backs and they say, sir, please इसको कर दीजिए. You feel good. Yes, people are asking something. They want some favor to us. Is that success? I don't know. Or success means something else. Living a healthy and happy married life may be indicator. Reaching a top position career may be an indicator. Having a satisfied job life balance may be an indicator. Only the tangible achievement may not be indicator of success. The non-tangibility, the subtle things which happens in the life, they most of the time tell you that how successful you are. Same kursi, same chair, same chamber, same subordinate, same boss, same everything. A person moves into that chair with the same powers. He performs miracle. When he goes out, everybody gives him a farewell. But another person comes and he sits on that chair. Suddenly, everybody is having a lot of problem. The results are not coming. And when he goes off, he just packs his bag and goes off. Same seat. So can you say that both were successful? I don't think. I don't think. It is not there. Many years back, I took charge of rural at Bhopal. The gentleman who gave me charge, hand over the charge, he opened an almirah and asked his peon to come in and PA. Then he got lot of files out of that. मैंने boss है क्या ये? What is this? He says these are all charge sheets. I have made 200 charge sheets. मैंने कहा कितना staff है यहाँ पे तुम्हारे पास में? That 110. So 200 charge sheets, 210 offices. So you can understand that what kind of things. And because I sat on that chair, I found all those charge sheets actually doesn't help to the system. I also remember, as I said, it's a long journey. It's a long journey. Met so many people, wonderful people, knowledgeable people, successful people. And one a boss, he was, I think, 78 batch. It was still early days in my life, career. तो उसके पास में एक फोन आया उसके किसी एसडीओ का, कहता है सर, हाँ सर मैंने जीटीओ को टैक्स ऑन कर दिया, सस्पेंड कर दिया. कहता है वेरी गुड, शाबाश. एंड देन ही प्लेस द फोन. देन ही स्माइल टू मी. You know what has happened? He suspended and charge sheeted for somebody. Why? Because he was not available and he didn't obey for some time. Result was that this was the only resource he was having. And he saw to it that when the exchange went down, it does not come up for 3 days. What is good? Where the department lost more? So we have to see all these things to find out. So more potent predictors of career success were ability to handle frustrations, manage your own emotions, and manage the social skills. As I told, that same problem you gave to different people. One is happy, one is frustrated. How to manage that? Characteristic of a high EQ person is this. He knows his emotions. And the emotion comes in and he is not slave to those emotions. He chooses that how to react to this particular stimuli which has come in. Aggressive होना है या नहीं होना है, fight करना है या flight करना है, रोना है या हंसना है. He chooses that thing. That is what a high EQ person is able to do. I had one boss here in NTI. I worked here also for some. And I consider him one of the best officers I have already anytime worked in my life. I, in fact, told him that you met me very late in my life. Still, already my career is over. He used to sing whenever he was sitting there, signing files, taking decisions. He used to sing. He used to hum the songs. ऐसे ही कुछ गाता रहता था. And such a performer, such a performer. He was happy with his, work. He knows what he's doing and why he's doing. That's why he's so comfortable. मैं किसी को देखता हूँ, वो जब कुर्सी पे आता है, I come early to office. This is my practice all of my life. I never get late. In fact, I always reach half an hour before the office starts. यहाँ नहीं आता था, दूसरा, यहाँ जरूरत भी नहीं थी. So I see people when they go in, they touch the stairs of the office. वो ऐसे नहीं जाते अंदर. पहले, some kind of small prayer which they do, which is not very common. In South, it may be common, but it is not so common. But this is what they do because they understand this is something very, very precious. This is from where we are getting everything in my life. So, idea is that how to keep ourselves going. So anyone can become angry. That is easy, but to be angry with the right person, to the right degree, to the right at the right time for the right purpose and the right. Once one of the GMTD, I was working with him. Incidentally, under that GMTD, sir, our current member was also working. I was also working. Same boss we were at. That gentleman become member S and then retired. So one day a subscriber came to him and he shouted. We were sitting there. He shouted on the GMTD. This man is very cool. Suddenly he got very angry and he shouted back. Very rough. मुझे ऐसा लगा कि वो उसको मार देगा. इतना नाराज हो गया. तो सब्सक्राइबर एकदम से चुप होके बैठ गया डर के. फिर सडनली ये शांत हो गया. सो सब्सक्राइबर फिर उसकी सारी बातें सुन गया. They understood the thing and went off. Then I asked my boss man, what was this show, sir? I never saw you so hyper. Why? That I was acting so that, he listened to me. First, I have to tune him so that he can listen to me. This is what the slide is saying. मेरे एक और boss थे. He was CGM Madhya Pradesh. He said, I have got that art to increase the blood pressure of others without increasing mine. Normally, it does not happen. When you increase the blood pressure of others, you're also increasing. This is what that slide is saying, that you are control of your emotions. अब हम लोग बेसिक मुद्दे पे आते हैं कि ये EQ जिसकी मैं इतनी देर से आपको रेलेवेंस समझा रहा हूं, why it is important to all of us, especially to the people who are dealing with the people, because people are the most complicated entity in this world, because with the same stimuli, different people react differently. Why this thing is so important and from where we get it? We don't get it from anywhere. I ask you a question, can you learn? Can you play sitar? Can you skate? No, because you've not learned it. Similarly, I'm trying to now place this thing in this hall is, we have not learned the EQ because there is no formal way of training EQ in the curriculum. So, how to handle our frustration? How to see that we can develop good relation with our boss, subordinate and colleagues? We are not having any formal education of it. You are lucky if you are born to a parent who have good EQ. क्योंकि हम अपनी फैमिली से ही सीखते हैं सब कुछ. But if it is not so, then it is very difficult. So many role models in our, scriptures everywhere. Like in Hindu scripture, Ramcharitmanas, you see that Bhagwan Ram is taking bear from Shabari. These are all, small indications about, how the EQ actually is working to make a person from Prince Ram to Raja Ram to Bhagwan Ram, how it actually moves. So we are not taught. We are taught Hindi, English, geography, but we don't know how to manage the emotions, interaction, coordination. मेरे को सर कितनी देर कंटिन्यू करना है? I'll wind up accordingly. Maybe 10-15 minutes, sir? Okay. 10 minutes. I'll just wind it up in 10 minutes. So the business case is why organizations are interested in emotional intelligence, because the performance of that organization depends on the performance of the people, and the performance of people improves with the better emotional intelligence. Why people fail despite high EQ? There are different things: poor change management, failure to take response to feedback, poor listening skill, over ambitious, manipulative, insensitive. These are all the reasons. We are able to find out. Abhi, somebody comes to my office and he says, साहब मैं तो ऐसा हूँ, ऐसा हूँ, ऐसा हूँ, ऐसा हूँ, ऐसा हूँ. उसके कहने से कुछ नहीं होता, क्योंकि हम लोग इस सिस्टम में 35 साल से हैं और सब एक दूसरे को जानते हैं. And he has proved at multiple times वो कैसा है. So, we know everybody. कहने से कुछ नहीं होता है. If it's manipulative, we know it. Why do people fail? I'll further go up. Poor self-control. Kiसी time, one of my boss used to say when I entered into this department, कि you are, lucky थी. Most of the people जो गुलाम देश की पैदाइश, people who were born in the slave country have already retired. Because they used to have some kind of joy that I threw the file on his face. This was, something which used to say that how good or great bosses they are. Poor self-control, consciousness, trustworthiness, social skills. If you are having these problems, then also. But the biggest reason managers fail is poor interpersonal skills. That is the reason. अगर आपके interpersonal skills नहीं है, because आपके दो ही हाथ हैं. You don't have that. And you are managing a system which requires hundreds of pairs of hands. If you are not able to coordinate, जैसे मेरे हाथ का coordination खत्म हो जाए, तो ये जो मैं कर रहा हूँ, I'll not be able to. I'm able to do because I can coordinate these things, but I'm having 100 hands. How I can coordinate so that the best result comes in if I am having a good interpersonal skills. An old-fashioned word for the positive correlation between age and EQ is maturity. आपने इस word को खूब सुना, बहुत mature है. He is very mature. He is very mature. What I'm trying to say is, I remember, say there's a marriage going to happen, and you are marrying your daughter to somebody in California or Silicon Valley who is in IT. Now the father of this girl goes to the grandfather who does not know what is Silicon Valley, what is IT, what is the prospect. He does not know anything. But he asked him whether I should get my daughter married to this boy or not. And he suggests, yes, you should or you should not. Why? Because he is mature. Mature means more emotionally intelligent. आदमी को जानता है, समय को जानता है. So 5 components of EI, we can go ahead. Evolution advantage of emotion. This again, we had talked something about it. We can go ahead. Developing self-awareness with the competency. आपको देखना आपका बॉडी कैसे रिस्पॉन्ड कर रहा है इस किसी पर्टिकुलर इवेंट पे, आपका बॉडी कैसे रिस्पॉन्ड. इफ यू आर एबल टू आइडेंटिफाई इट, what is going up, it's like a smoke alarm. Before actually the fire happens, able to find out that there is something happening in me. If it is positive or if it is negative. If it is negative, stop it right then. If you will not, this will turn into a fire, which will harm you. So that's what it says. So you have to stay open. किस तरह के thoughts आ रहे हैं, किस तरह के emotions आ रहे हैं, and then accordingly you have to act. So we have to develop empathy. Empathy word का क्या मतलब होता है? Anybody can tell me what is the meaning of empathy? Yes. Yes. And anyone else? Yes. Anything? I am looking for something else.
Know the emotions of other.
Huh? Yes. That is empathy. Yes. That is empathy. Then only you can understand. कि कई लोग बोलते हैं ऐसा ना, कि ये तो ऐसे बात करता है. I had 2 super bosses. Both were good. Both were very output oriented, but there was a difference. What was the difference? In the first boss room when somebody goes, वो थोड़ा सा पानी पीता था, फिर अंदर जाता था, टेंशन में बैठता था, कुर्सी की एज पे बैठता था. Then he used to speak something and then he comes back in the same bad mood. दूसरा बॉस था, उसके रूम में बिना पानी पिए हंसते हुए जाता था, आराम से बैठता था, बात करता तो हंसते हुए वापस आता. Both were taskmaster. But this is how you have to see that how you are making people to feel. उनको आप कैसा फील करा रहे हो. This is in your hand. This is in your. Mortal can't keep secret if the lips are sealed, then they gossip with the fingertips. Empathy is the ability to recognize others' emotion, what we are seeing. In research on married couples, empathy appears to include matching the physiological change in another person. Husband, wife, brother, sister दिखने लगते हैं. They look so similar because of the empathy. So listen actively with eye and ear. ध्यान से देखिए उनको. Developing others, leveraging diversity. No stereotyping that she is woman, she is weak. No. Never a correct thing. I have seen a lot of women who are very, very strong. I have seen the men who are very emotional. So don't stereotype. Most of these things I have talked about, so I'll not stay back here. Some myths and facts about EQ. EI does not mean a weak, submissive, or defensive personality. No, it is not. You can be very, very strong, but you can be, polite also. Female are not superior to male in this. There is no direct evidence to prove that EQ is dependent upon heredity. ऐसा कुछ है नहीं. There is a big book on emotional intelligence, which is a book by Daniel Goleman. Daniel Goleman is research. This word also coined by Daniel Goleman. So I got it from here. Environment does seem to influence the EQ. Can EQ be developed? We have talked. Yes, we can develop. If we are attuned to the surroundings, to the people, then yes, it can be developed. The 9 strategies for promoting EQ: take the time for mindfulness, recognize and name the emotions. We have given some 10, 15, 20 names. So, unko aap dekhiye. Understand the cause of feeling. Meditation जिसे कहते हैं ना, meditation कर रहे हैं. One of my colleague, he was too passionate to me, a very good friend of mine. जब, North Indian parties, the marriages are very elaborate. At least 30, 40 dishes are there. तो मैं देखता था वो खाना खाने में बहुत टाइम लगा. For an hour he is eating. खा रहा है, लगातार खा रहा है. But every time he is getting one vegetable in his plate. Never mixing 3, 4, 5 vegetables. Normally हम जाते हैं ना, ऐसे लगा होता है, इधर से गए, इधर से गए, इधर से गए, इधर से गए, ऐसे करके भी. No, no, no. He will go pick up one, eat that. मैं go, क्या sir, what you are doing all this? Let me have taste of this, vegetable. Then I'll move to the second vegetable. So, understand, being very mindful about what you are doing. Every emotion does not mean that you have to take action. ठीक है, आया है चला जाए. It does not mean that you take action. Preventing depression through learned optimism, managing anger through learned behavior and distraction technique, listening for the lessons of feeling, and using gut feeling decision making. Finally, developing listening skills. These are the few things which can, they are topic in themselves. We can, speak for hour for all these 9 things. So this is something which I just want to tell. There's enough role model with emotional intelligence around India. And this slide is few quotes. Management means helping people to get best out of themselves, not organizing things. It's amazing what you can accomplish if you do not care who gets the credit. I give lot of emphasis of this second part. ये it should be a cornerstone of the people's life. जब आप सोचते ना इसमें मेरा नाम लग जाए, तब आपकी चीजें थोड़ी कॉम्प्रोमाइज होनी. If you don't feel like this, one of my friend, he's CGM in one of the circle at the moment. He's perfect example of this. He has done so much in this career. उसने, for the BSNL, different kind of situation, tender, shender. Oh, I don't remember how many committees he was part of that. But I never seen him saying even once that मैंने ऐसा किया है. You ask something, he will give you. Always ready to help and never takes a credit. And the performance output he has given, he's still the CGM. Few of you know him also. So wonderful person, wonderful person. That person, he can do a lot of things. Praise loudly, I praise loudly, I blame softly. Catherine the Great. Ideas are like rabbit. Our sir is absolutely fantastic in this. You get a couple, learn how to look after, and Freddy, you'll have a dozen. So he has lot of out of box. I am working with him for last 2 months now almost, and I found that he always has lot of ideas, and passionately he tries to do something about it. So once you do it, then it just keeps on happening. So that's what I just want to place. So I close this with one particular thing, that you being in power position, all those who are coming to you, please be nice of them. It is not possible always that you can do something for them. It is not possible. System does not allow you. Circumstances does not allow. It is not possible. But for being nice, there is no problem. You can always be nice to them. At least they should go out of your room happy. They should not go out of, because they are already coming with a lot of problems, pains in your room. Don't let them go like that. Thank you so much.
So praise loudly. Praise loudly. ओके थैंक यू सर. रोशनी हर तरफ है, तू नजरें तो उठा, फिर न कहना दिखता नहीं तुझे अंधेरे के परे. तेरे अंदर जो दिया है उससे एक वो तो जला, रोशनी तो जला. थैंक यू सर. थैंक यू अलॉट. एंड I would like to invite Shri P.N. Dhore sir to present a token of appreciation and love from the ALTC side for this wonderful lecture. Thank you very much, sir. Loudly, please. Just now we have learned the praise loudly. How to praise. Thank you, sir. Now I would like to invite, I have the privilege to invite the Honorable Director HR BSNL Board, Sri Kalyan Sagar ji, to deliver a motivational talk with his kind words. So without wasting a single minute, I would like to hand over the floor to Director sir. Sir, thank you, sir. Your presence is gracious and blessings for us.
पीपीटी डाल दीजिए. Yeah. Yeah. Mobile. Okay. Right. Thank you. A very good afternoon to you all. I said good afternoon louder. I think you're all stunned by Mr. Singhal's. You're thinking about emotional intelligence and. Firstly, I really appreciate and thank. Afternoon talking, having a meeting, or talking in the afternoons after lunch is a big problem, because half the time people are dozing off. Or half the time that's good also, blessing in disguise if it's an official meeting. But his lecture woke you all up. So I'm very happy that I'm following him. And talking about empathy, being in the other person's shoes. Okay, there can be no better example of empathy than myself and Singhal sir for the last 2 months. Every morning and evening we sit there with what we can do and what we can't do. Okay, and how to help. Whatever he said right now, that is applicable to us, which we are doing every day. We do our best, and he's in such a position where every day he's dealing with human beings, human emotions. There's a movie, Bruce Lee movie, just recollected, Big Boss. So one fellow will go and that enemy will come, and ज़्यादा दिखाता है ना, भाव दिखा के he will throw a board up, a board ना दिखाने के लिए.
So he'll throw it up and kick it. It will break into pieces. Then this guy, Bruce Lee, simply looks at him and says, boards don't hit back. Got it? Simple. That is it. They're not human beings. They're just there, insentient. So dealing with human beings is very, very sensitive, and empathy plays a lot there. And he's talked of a few things which good. After he leaves, after some time, there's another meeting. Got it? I'll be touching upon some of the points where he has touched with some practical examples from the point of view of your daily business, your strategy, customer service, management, digital India, PPP projects, what you're doing. So I'm going to tell things with examples, okay, what some people have done. And interpersonal skills are very important. Thank you, sir. I think you are a good platform for me. Every time I organize a lecture after his to me, so I can do a piggyback, right? So about success, beautiful thing. Uh, See, Stalin, okay, I mean, Lenin, famous dictator. He was, about to pass away and all that, whatever. He called us, Stalin, and he said, take these 3 envelopes, open them when you have major problems. Got it? Solutions are there. Okay. So after some years, Stalin had a problem, right? A big, huge problem, with political unrest. He opened the first envelope. That said, blame your subordinates. So he went and blamed all his subordinates. Got it? So after a few years, another big problem came. This guy was unable to handle it, getting it absolutely. So I have to open that envelope. And he opened it. It says, blame your bosses. Right? So he blamed his bosses and colleagues. After many more years, again, huge problem came. He said, this is the final one. I'll have to open. He opened it. It says, start making 3 envelopes. So the teamwork is very important. Okay, emotional empathy is very important. Now, this BA training, I think, are you all specialists or general? I'll be interacting a lot and a lot of jokes will come. Got it? So at least if you don't grade me for what deliverables I'm giving, you can grade me good for the jokes. Are you all generalists or specialists, sir? Tell me. Specialists, generalists, you're BA heads. Yeah, you have to be generalists. Okay, you're technical experts, finance experts. Okay, I'm sorry, I'm straight away getting into my talk. We will have introduction a little later, right? Before I begin. So, you are generalist because it is not, the challenge is being a technocrat and a good leader. Okay, so we will be discussing, apart from what Singalji said, some of the leadership skills and what you have to do. Then you will also have, you have to be a master of all trades as a BA head. Then I would be covering strategy, leadership skills. A case study I made, has it been distributed this time? No. Okay. I have written 6 books anyway, but I made a 3-page case study, which you can send them at least to those who are interested. Last time, no? So it's a interesting case study where I said you are a BA, there is a smart city coming in your border of your district in your BA, and there is a multiplex complex coming, right? And a highway is going to be passed through. So I gave a lot of leads, and said, what would you do to develop business in this case? The CMD also has that case, right? So you try to share it. It will be interesting. You can apply what we are going to, discuss, right? In that case study and prepare for yourself. That will rekindle your thoughts, right? That is very important. Then we'll talk of your practical things. PPP. We are all going on PPP model, public-private partnership, right? I have evolved a concept in one of my books called P4. I'll explain that. Got it? How you can, what all you are doing with your vendors is only that, right? Your partners, your vendors, right? Management, PPP, dealing with government. And then some of the projects like Digital India, and I'll be focusing on cases that actually, what are the problems? I'll not say you do this, you have to do this. I'll say, what are the pitfalls? There is a saying, an intelligent man learns from his own mistakes, but a wise man from the mistakes of others. Right? I'll tell you the pitfalls on some of your project implementations. Okay. You will immediately be able to relate and bear empathy. So quickly, I will go through introducing myself in one slide, then we'll go for other introductions. I did my PhD in organizational behavior. I'm an MBA in finance, an MBA that is equivalent in personal management, marketing management,
blah, 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 so many things and selected for so many training programs. I have authored 6 books in the area of leadership, management, and strategy, not self-published, published by top publishers and reviewed in various magazines, right? What we will be talking now is corporate governance, government outreach, customer life cycle management. Very, very important. When you go back to your PA heads, you are the vanguards of change. I keep telling this. I have stated it in every other meeting and in my HR interview also, right? That all the talk about, revival of BSNL. Yes, revival of BSNL is planned in the boardroom. The revival of BSNL is planned in the boardroom, but actually happens in the switch room, right? You are the vanguards of change. So we'll talk about that concept in terms of business development, project rollout, public-private partnerships, okay, PPP, and case studies, which unfortunately are not there. One of the best case studies of digital e-governance is Denmark, which I have done. But maybe we'll share it later, or to those who are interested. Okay. What is that guy doing? He's running away from. Lot of cartoons also will come here, right? 2 friends were walking in a lion started chasing them, attacking them. भाग रहे हैं, इतना दौड़, run. At last, lion is catching up, and this guy turns and tells his friend, I don't think we can outrun the lion. ये काम का नहीं है. I don't think we can outrun the lion. This fellow is running and he's saying, who's trying to outrun the lion? I'm trying to outrun you. You're getting it. If he crosses the line, we'll eat him. So that is the state of competition we are in. We will discuss some case studies also where you have to be ruthless. Everybody knows about the revival package? Yeah. Before I get into, I'm not going to talk much on it. You are all aware of the revival package, right? Huh? Okay, then I'll be quick because I have only 45 minutes. What is BSNL's commitment in terms of our response to the revival package, sir? Revenue targets, then market share. Only 3 things, sir. Very simple. Yeah, that will come in market share. So revenue growth, market share growth, and monetization. These are the 3 things, 3 fundamental things that are there in the review, which I request each and every one of you to tell. In one of the slides, I'll be telling when we talk about empathy. I find a serious disconnect at the ground level. I am from the field, so I'm a soldier like you, foot soldier. Okay, right? You're from the corporate office, so he is already working from it. So I know the problems. I know there is a disconnect between you know everything. Your own subordinates, especially your vendors, they don't know what is the meaning of our commitment to BSN. And I'll tell you, whatever happens in the boardroom, right? I hope this is not being recorded, or let it be recorded. It doesn't matter. Whatever happens in the boardroom, whatever vision we have, whatever we talk, until this commitment to the vision of BSNL and commitment to the revival package percolates down, all strategies will not work, right? So you are the vanguards of change. You should make sure everybody knows it. Your vendor, your FTTH partner, it should not just be a job. It should be, this is the revival that government has given us. We were one day looking for salaries. As IFA, I used to run around, Ilandare knows, from one office to another because there used to be a garao. Now we have come out of that, right? Vendors. So your same partners, FTTH partners, you should inculcate, and I think you should have town hall meetings. I'm planning to write a formal letter regarding town hall meetings with all your vendors. Okay, just generate that passion in them, let them understand that if we all survive together, BSNL, each BA survives, BSNL survives. Is it clear, sir? Right? So now, what can somebody tell me? What is the vision of BSNL? BSNL's vision. Yeah. Then, to be a customer-focused organization, to leverage technology, to leverage IT. You got it. What I suggest you do, now that vision has been changed to aspiration, right? Sir has spoken about empathy. So please read what is the aspiration of BSNL and try to tell people, right? Everyday work will go on, right? See, every morning I think you begin with a, sloka from, the Gita, the Quran, the Bible, Janda Vista. Yes. Why do you do that? To get yourself imbibed into that. So your aspiration should be thorough. It should be part of your blood and bones, and that should be transmitted to others. Is it clear, sir? Will you do that? Give me the phone number, sir. Okay. Suddenly, sometimes I'll call you and say, tell me what is our aspiration. Will you take that challenge? Right?
Yes.
You have to tell me. You need not mug that statement. Okay, that whatever,
Anytime,
but you have to tell. That is the crux of it. Okay. Unless that happens, again, and this should also be transmitted. Right? See, now let me come to the next slide. Before that, I'll tell you one incident that happened in NatFam. Right? Theory and practice should blend. Is it correct? Am I right, sir? So many things on the conceptual side I'll be telling you. There are a few things that are very, very practical. Once I was in NATFM. So yeah, he's there. Okay, so I think so professor, there are timings like this, 45 minutes and all that. There was one professor who came, and we usually the professor sits in the last bench. So me, as CGM NatFam, I was sitting, he was sitting. So this man was talking, right? He's going on talking. Then it was 11:30, 11:15, 11:45, right? It was becoming 12 o'clock, 11:55. So it is, time overshoot by 15 minutes, 20 minutes. Every time the time is going, the guy sitting next to me, the next professor, next lecture lena wala hai, he is getting, biting his nails and scratching his head, face becoming red and looking. And that man is happily going on talking. This man is about to have a heart attack. Got it next to me. The guy who was talking, he was talking on time management. And the person who was about to have a heart attack was about to talk on stress management. So, yeah. So we need to blend theory and practice, right? So, okay, this is over. That's what. This is not to popularize myself. Acha, 6 kitab likh diya, ye kar diya, wo kar diya, whatever. I do all that. I meet people. I get into business. Recently, we launched IIT Madras and Anna University tie-ups, right? Have you seen the WhatsApp? Yeah. And Anna University is not just a training. By default, he will know, sir will know. We have got 540 affiliated colleges of Anna University for our Wi-Fi. Got it? So this is an example where as BA heads, don't be focused. People say be focused. Sometimes you have to defocus to see wider. IIT Palakkad. You told me that. We'll wait for another one month. Next month we are launching IIT and Anna. Got it? So IIT is another thing. So by default, you are getting the LC business, least circuit business, 540 colleges, 6 lakh students. Samajh rahe ho na? Got it? He knows very well whenever I go for a billing problem for EB customers. Okay, that example will come or with others. You take the team along. You're getting it. So you have a bouquet of solutions, not just one. Don't go to a client or something and offer one service, one solution, either billing. You have to offer a bouquet of services. That's why Immanuel Kant, he said one thing: concepts without percepts are empty, and percepts without concepts are blind. So you need to be very strong in theory, in concepts. You need to be very strong in action, right? He said empathy, right? Empathy, theoretically, you know what is empathy, but you should display that also. Am I correct, sir? Right? So that is very, very important. Okay, now before I go into some things that will really interest you, I would like to a quick introduction. Sir, you want to, whenever you want, you can leave. Please. Quick introduction. But next time you are forced to listen and evaluate my emotional intelligence. Sir, please. Yeah.
Namaste, sir. Myself Ashok Patel, IFA Vadodara, Gujarat BS.
Achha.
Yeah.
Okay.
Good afternoon, sir. I am Dharmendra Yadav, GMBA, Jammu.
That's it.
Sir, myself Deepak Goyal, IFA Chandigarh BA, Punjab sir.
Yes, sir.
Good evening, sir. Myself P. Loganathan, Madurai BA, Tamil Nadu.
Good afternoon, I am MS Seri, BA Head, Kolla, Kerala.
Namaskar, sir. Myself Manoj Yadav, IFA Gwalior, MP sir.
Namaskar, sir. Myself Pankaj Porwal, EMBA, Bareilly, UPS, sir.
Okay.
Namaste, sir. Myself Naresh Soni, IFA, Udaipur, Rajasthan, sir.
नमस्कार सर, myself Rajesh Negi, IFA Shimla. Thank you, sir.
नमस्कार सर, myself Ranjit Kumar Sahu, Koraput BA.
नमस्ते सर, मैं राजीव रंजन दत्त हुआ, IFA गया BA बिहार से।
अच्छा,
नमस्कार सर, रामकृष्ण गुप्ता, रेवाड़ी BA हरियाणा से। आइए।
Good afternoon, sir. Saji Kumar, PGM Trivandrum.
how are you, sir? Long time.
Very well, thank you.
Good evening, sir. I'm Sania, BA head of Kozhikode.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
ma'am, how are you?
Very
Thank
good.
you very much. During your logistics, no, there was a lot of issues. Thank you very much. Nice, yeah. I don't know you. I didn't-
नमस्कार सर, तरसेम सिंह, IFA लुधियाना BA पंजाब सर।
Yes, sir.
नमस्ते सर, आई एम उमेश प्रसाद शाह, GMBA रांची झारखंड सर्किल।
Good afternoon, sir. I am Venkateshwarlu, GM Nizamabad BA. 2000 to 2005, I was in Chennai Telephones.
No, I know.
Brahmadattan sir time.
Yes.
Gita Parliament. Planning and
Namaskar, sir.
installation.
Myself VS Patel, IFA Raipur BA Chhattisgarh.
Right. Some have escaped in the afternoon. Achha, all are here. So you are better than me when I used to attend training. After lunch, I used to bunk. Go for a movie or whatever it is. Sir, one thing, this is some of you would be knowing, okay, a very practical slide, which I told you it will be strategy, it will be practice, how you can evaluate competition. What is rivalry among competitors? Okay. Now, unfortunately, this was a fantastic slide meant exactly for my case study. Right. Next batch, we'll give the case studies. Abhi nahi. Circulated. Now, once they go back to the field, how can you catch them? They will be firefighting every day. Okay. But see, this is called Porter's 5 forces theory, which could have been used for your, case study. He talked of 3 things: rivalry among existing competitors, right? Threat of new entrants, bargaining power of buyers, threat of substitute products, and bargaining power of suppliers. Right, sir? This is a very, very important slide where you can apply. You can see it, maybe PPT will be given to you in your practical lives. I don't want to elaborate on, read what is already written. Okay. You understood this, right? So, in your BA, you can evaluate the purchasing power of your buyers. Is it an industrial area? Is it a small town? So if it is a small town, which kind of services you will sell? Got it? What kind of tariff plans you will do? What kind of products you will roll out? What kind of solutions you will give? Right? Threat of new entrants. Got it? We are actually the old entrant. New entrants are coming up. For example, tell me, sir, agile local players. Okay, local cable TV operators, right? In Chennai, you remember, every day I get down my stairs from my house. I don't want to name the companies. Okay, some company will come put a new tariff plan. They're very agile. Got it? New people are evolving. So they are threats for you. Okay, when you are established. Then bargaining power of suppliers. When you enter into contracts, negotiations, single vendors, you're getting it. Or some chap may be there who controls monopoly over the market. So he has, and sometimes they arm twist you because you need to roll out on time. Time is the essence. Pressure from corporate office, people writing letters. There you will have to deal with the vendors. Okay. All this could have been in your case study, so I'll slip this slide. But this general one, it's very, very important. Right. Then there is something called BCG matrix. This also was related to your case study on. Have you heard about this BCG matrix? Boston Consulting Group. Got it. Incidentally, they are going to be perhaps our, rolling out some of our projects, perhaps. You're getting it. So the transformational project. So this is called BCG matrix. Whenever you consider, you evaluate a product or a service or a solution that you want to roll out in EB business, right? Civil wing, what kind of work you're going to undertake, anything in finance, right? Everywhere there are 3 things you have to consider. Okay. One is a dog, that is low market share and growth. There are no break evens, right? That product or a solution, okay, or service is offering you, it has very low market share. You can quote hundreds of examples. Got it? There was a will system. You're technology experts. I don't want to give examples now. Got it? So the product is there, but market share is very low. Although market potential may be there, the share is low. Got it? And maybe the kind of item is obsolete, does not fit in the new technology, new specs. So best is discontinue further investments in that. Got it? Discontinue and shift the money somewhere else. You plan your budget somewhere else. You're getting it. Put your energy somewhere else in your BA. There is something called Concorde fallacy. When Concorde aircraft was being built, Concorde jante hai na, that hypersonic one, they started building it. वो start हो गया तो then after some time it started having problems. There were technical hitches. Then still they continued putting money on the new Concorde. Again there were issues, there were problems. You're getting it. Still, what is the logic? अरे इतना पैसा खर्च कर दिया, ठीक है, इतना एफर्ट हो गया तो और डाल दो. Never do that, right? You can do that with your marriage, with your spouse. इतना साल जी लिया, इतना खर्च हो गया, ठीक है, we'll continue, but not. You have to move. Got it? You should know where you have to stop and stop making that fallacy called the Concorde fallacy. Then you have the question marks. Okay, they consume a lot of cash and very low returns are there for that product or that service or that solution. You are investing money, corporate office is giving you, or you have the equipment, kuch hai to laga do, you're getting it. So that is no point at all because returns are low, right? These are called question marks. What do you do about them? You analyze each solution, analyze each product, analyze each service, say whether it is worth going on or not. Is it right? Is it wrong? Right? Next, you have the cash cows. They have a high market share and generate very significant amount of cash. Got it? It is very, very high. You already have a high market share, but you have cash flows also, right? Cash flows and market share. It's a rare combination. Start investing. This is called the cash cow. And next is the star. They generate most cash and mostly when you are first in the market. Okay. Our star was once our landline. Got it? Now, many mobile before, all these things happened. So what happened? I don't want to give more and more examples like I did when I was PGM Finance. Because I may quote something very practical that may be not palatable. So examples, yourself. So what you do, you have to, it consumes loads of cash, but good returns are also there. Your focus should be on which two, sir, now? Among these four, what should you focus? Tell me, sir. Char mein. Cash cows and stars, right? Others, you have to just think of some ways to eliminate it. Okay, this was also an input for your case study, right? But just remember now, think this, when you go back, you will be doing a case study. Okay, sir. Now there are three types of growth. Okay, we all heard of strategy, right? Business strategy. You're all doing that every day, the BS, right? Every morning, every night, 24 into hours. Strategy, there is a military strategy, there is a business strategy, right? And we are at war now. हमारा जो चल रहा है आपका BS का circles में, it is all battle. You agree or not? As BA head, you wake up in the morning, you're going to a battle. It is like that. You have problems with the customers, you have problems with the your rivals, your competitors, your own internal issues are there, internal constraints are there. So every day it is a battle. It's a military. So in battle, what you do? Consolidate, expand, and overseas expansion. In business, it is first to protect your market share. As BA heads, first what you have to do is first battle strategy is not to go around fighting or aggress. First, you have to do that. Protect your market share. You're getting it. Protect what is yours and not let your rivals move and take it away. Got it? That is very, very important. I've seen it happen where just because of some complacency, some inaction, you're just watching and somebody is taking away your business. Next is new markets, new products, services. You venture next. That is very, very important. Start thinking. Right? How many, anyway, lack of time. You have around 20 to 25 enterprise business solutions. Right? Start working on, suppose in your BA, there is a new township coming, or there's a mall coming, or there is a IT park coming. So you start exploring what are the services that they may require. Go and market them as a bouquet of services. Those days are gone when customers will come to you, sir. Right? You have to go. You have seen the second, third slide where my entire team in EV, Chennai Telephones, will tell you. Okay, we used to go as an entire team, get an appointment. I used to use my personal contacts, IPS or whatever, secretary, business houses, Murugappa Group, and all go and present. Right? You have to go make a presentation, make a pitch, and study their business first. What are they into? You have to go with a proposed solution to them. That was what my case study was also about. Think of what you can do. Right? If a new township is coming, a new building is coming, a new mall is coming, think in the mall, who are the occupants? Why? There could be a call center in that mall. Got it? They could be. See the nature of the company. So you build up a business and you go. This is strategy, right? You have to be a samurai warrior. Samurai warrior, samurais, Japan mein the na? You heard that. They were all fighters who will go with that sword all alone. Right? So you have to be a samurai warrior as leader of BA. You are a warrior. You are stand alone. Got it? At the same time, you are a team player. You are a soldier. Soldiers are never alone. No? They are the team. So you have to adopt as BA heads. You are a warrior, stand alone. Got it? They say it's very lonely at the top. Sometimes you'll all be feeling, ye kya hai? Got it? You're there all alone. Nobody listens to you, understands, whatever. But that is where you have to build up your team. Are you with me here, sir? So the types of growth can be global. So what is competitive advantage? How do you, so what is the time now? 5. We close at 5:15, no? 5. So I'll run through quickly because I want to adhere to timing. So competitive, how do you derive competitive advantage over your rivals? It is by 3 things. One is price leadership. Correct? Example, who is doing price leadership? Jio. Who said that? Yeah. So price leadership is Jio. Typical example. Got it? They are ruthlessly, bringing down their prices and got it. It's, got it. And it's called market disruption. Right? And when we do it, it is called predatory pricing. Again, I should control my tongue. All this is being recorded. कहीं पहुंच जाएगा, transfer हो जाऊंगा. ठीक है. So you remember one is now. Then there is one thing. जहां भी हम जाते हैं, you will market. You will say, sir, ये नहीं है. I have got cases in Chennai Telephones where I'll tell you next slide. Worthy competitors have come cut the price drastically. A big PSU bank was going away. Almost crores of business loss. Okay. How to defeat price leadership is, or match price, not just by matching price. Files used to come to me as a sir, ye itna ghata diya, aap bhi ghata. There is something called differentiation. Right? How do you differentiate your product or your service from others? And I'll tell you, there are dozens of ways. You technical people must be very well aware where our download speeds are faster many times. Our equipment is of much better quality. We provide instant customer service. We have accessibility more than any private operator. Private operator, you can't even reach, don't even know who you're talking to. Can't. So use all these to your network. Like when we go to EB customers, we pitch all this. We talk of availability. We talk of our dark fiber. We talk of our 24/7 presence. We talk of, most importantly, data security. Got it? So you differentiate. It has happened in many cases, like where they realize that it is not just, price. So you differentiate with quality and economies of scale, volumes. Sometimes you have to grow in terms of volume, right? It may be, you may be thinking why my returns on investment is not commensurate with the numbers. But sometimes you have to grow in large numbers, right? Whichever product or service, that way you get economies of scale. That is called economies of scale, right? And then grand strategies and tactical moves. You may have a grand strategy, but you should move tactically. Like, for example, many battles were won. Okay. Earlier, the घोड़े का stirrup जो होता है ना, that was not there. There is one Persian, general who developed, because you are sitting on a horse riding, maneuverability is less. So this general developed the stirrup by which they could ride and use the arrows, right? Holding on. So sometimes small tactical moves, technical, financial, accounting, got it, civil, they may make a huge difference. What they are, you start thinking. There was once a monastery, in Buddhist monastery, where all the students used to sit and meditate. Then the master used to sit. Master जो होता है ना ऊपर बैठ के, he used to teach them. Then वहाँ क्या होता था, एक बिल्ली आता था, small cat. It used to run around and disturb the young students who are meditating. So then they said, no, 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 अच्छा meditation हो रहा है, बिल्ली को कहीं बांध दो. There was a pillar, so they used to tie the cat in the pillar until the meditation was over. And after the meditation, they used to release it. Okay. So many years passed like this. Every time meditation begins, the cat used to come, tie up the cat. After meditation, release it. बहुत साल हुआ. One day, that master, the big master, Zen master, he died. So the new master came. So the new master came, and then the same cat used to come. Again, tie it up. The same thing continued. You're getting it? Tie it up before the meditation. After meditation, release the cat. Then one day, the cat died. These people went and got another cat and tied it up. No meaning. You're getting it. Don't ritualize the things that go on in your office. Okay. Sometimes, most of the time, it becomes a ritual. So don't ritualize. Now I'll come why I'm saying this. There is something called sales, right? Right? Sales, Sales के बाद क्या है? Marketing. What is the difference between sales and marketing? Quickly. They won't let me speak. Marketing.
So marketing comes first, sales after that.
Okay, some more. Sales will come first, then. Okay, all of you are right in one way. Okay, all of you are right. Sales happens at a point in time. Usually it is product. All of you are right, 50%. It is for a product. You buy. This is sold to me. Got it? Marketing is a larger thing. You market this to a company that sells water. So sales happens at a point of time. Selling is one thing. Mostly selling will happen when people come to your customer service center. But marketing is you going to the people. Okay, it is a larger level. So we have to evolve from. Are you getting my point, sir? We have to sell करना है, sell करना है. Marketing करो, ठीक है? So after sale servicing is marketing. You're getting what I'm saying? Keeping in touch with customer. Okay, after selling is marketing. Have is. So there's a slide missing. Okay. This mixed up. What is that, sir? First is, can you read out loudly? Selling. Next, marketing. From marketing, you will move on to CRM, customer relationship management. You have to start using all the apps. How many of you are using customer interaction system? You know that we have a CIS. Are you using it? Tell the truth. I'll come and check otherwise. There's some, like you use that system. There are so many features in it. At least some of them can be very good. You're getting it. So, and you have 28 apps, if I know, at different stages of being used, right? So there is CRM, there is customer lifecycle management. So you go from services to solutions to value, right? Now, I'm not just talking theory. We have done it as a team for Tamil Nadu Arsu Cable TV. Okay, we began in a small way. Now they are taking up 1 GB links, 100 links with multicasting. Tamil Nadu Tanfinet. We met the secretary. Of some create, and when technical people go, they will say there is billing problem. Billing जाएगा तो बोलेगा हमारा ये नहीं है, connectivity नहीं है, ये service है, ये upgrade करना है, नहीं किया. So when you go to corporate clients, especially, okay, go as a team. Are you getting, sir? Go as a. That's what private sector people do. You're getting it. Of course, private sector people, there is a separate team who are multifunctional. They are into everything. Here, since you have Okay, you can go as a cross-functional team. Yeah, this I have told you already. What is the meaning of selling is there. One more thing you have to focus on, sir, when you go to market, go to people. Cross-selling and upselling. What is cross-selling, sir? Cross-selling and upselling. When you sell a product, हाँ उसको बोलिए क्या आप ये भी लीजिए, ठीक है, क्रॉस सेलिंग ऑफ ए similarly kind of products. Upselling is sell something higher. अच्छा हमको ये सर्क्यूट ऐसा चाहिए, then we need this product, we need this mobile. You tell them, अरे sir, better things for you. Getting it? You can always track your customer and upsell your products and services. Turn them into solutions. Right? Lack of time, I won't give examples, but are you understanding what I'm saying? Right? In fact, I want to ask you examples next time, and whatever, get ideas. Okay, this I don't want to elaborate. This is the entire co-branding. This is another thing, sir. It's very important. We have to start co-branding with your. Here I saw this is from one of your BA. कहीं देखिए वो एक river है, उसमें boats. Okay, some smart BA head. Got it. I'm tracking ये कहाँ से मिला, in one of our website. He put BSNL. You see, he would have said, I will paint your boat, the boatman. हाँ कर दो sir, ठीक है, कर दिया. So look at the brand, look at the pilgrim. See, co-branding is very important. It need not be you tying up with Tatas or these or big people or whatever. It can be, you can do small things in your own BA and go for client. That is how you turn BSNL brand into BSNL branding. Right? These are some of the things which we have done. Co-branding. Okay, with police we are trying now. Right now, a project is going on in Chennai. I am doing that. Again, upselling. We have got the DGP who already has a CUG and said for prisons also you take C, because police already has. Right? Then there is a kiosk. We gave an idea. See, prisoners are there. They need to interact with their families, whatever. Why don't you start kiosks? Right? Where they will have video and voice calls, whatever. 3-4 times you have to pursue. Now it is happening. A demo is being held as we speak. Right? So once that kiosk comes, we can replicate it. Once it happens in Tamil Nadu, we can replicate in all the districts and all the states. So this is called cross-selling and upselling, right? And opportunities. When there were floods in Chennai, we gave that. Ilandare will be able to tell, to remember. Got it? Floods on the we flood after areas. We immediately capitalized on the PMO, this call center. We started building up, right? And I ensured newspaper items also came through my friends and media. So you have to convert brand into brand equity. Wherever possible, kindly do that. Okay. Once one fellow was going, right? He saw outside in the traffic, somewhere, one guy was walking. So, gadi se utra, ek aadmi, gadda koda. He dug it. Then another guy came, he filled it. They sat and they went. This guy was curious in his scooter, going, kya hai? Then stopped after gadda koda, ek aadmi fill kiya, fir gaya. And he's a conscious citizen. Hey, what are you doing? He said, no, kuch nahi hai. There were supposed to be 3 of us. One digging, one putting a plant, and one closing. That second fellow is on leave. Right? So, then he said, I'll take you to your boss. Then boss, bete the pura, aisa not typical. You're all bosses. Okay, we're all bosses. So he said, sir, I'm a conscious citizen. You see how they are wasting resources. Ye bol raha, ye beach wala, planting wala, and they are doing that. I said, you mind your business. Don't interrupt government servant doing his duty. And he said, आप दोनों आप अच्छा काम कर रहे हैं, जाइए अपना अपना काम देख लो ना, दूसरे का काम ये देख रहा है, तू अपना काम देख. So I hope you are not be heads like that. Try to build. This is what will happen. Teamwork. So you see, beautifully they have built a railroad, one from one side, लेकिन एक track miss हो गया बीच, and each of them are blaming each other. और ये तमाशा देख रहा है ऐसा क्या हो रहा है. Okay. There's another thing I want to talk to you, important churn. A dissatisfied customer is our most important asset. Bill Gates. Now you will say, sir, mera BA mein to pura dissatisfied. I have best assets I have, sir. All dissatisfied. Bill Gates is right. The point what he's trying to make, I'm sure none of you are like that. It's a joke. What you do is find out what is the pain point, right? I have seen people as IFA, people come to me. Ultimately, their billing problem or interaction with customer service or this or here or there, ultimately, when they come to me, it is the attitude and behavior. ये ठीक से जवाब नहीं दिया. This person didn't. Customer service center, nobody spoke to me well. Ultimately, they forget the complaint. It is this. Okay, this will become a most important thing. You forget everything else. You're getting it. So, especially in government, this will have a domino effect. Kindly be quick. See that your customer service centers are really single points of contact. It is very, very important because I'm sure to all of you also. Customer aayega to he will first complain about the local person, this one, ye wo, billing, je wo, everybody. Right? Think of ways to avoid that, right? Make people really, really responsible. And I've seen in the same customer service center, somebody comes and talks, ye form, mere paas nahi hai. Arey, it is out there. The next desk is out there. Or wahan jao, TR. TR will say, no, no, go to commercial. So we used to have melas, no? I used to call them melas, reconnection melas in Chennai when I joined. 40 connection, 50 connection, spending lakhs of rupees. Exactly, I found this was happening. You are calling it a reconnection. It's all published in the newspaper. Reconnection mela, 100, 200 people, paperman advertisement. When I went and saw like a customer, I stood, you should be doing that. Of course, my BA, I think everybody will know you. Go to your neighboring BA and stand in the customer service center. Got it? Just see what is happening. Biggest joke is that they are made frustrated, call it and go out. Then what we did, Ilandare will know, we made across one. I went and told the CGM madam, ye nahi chalega. If you want things to go on as they are, fine. But I have an idea. Will you support? She said yes. Let's form cross-functional. 5-member ka team. Ek accounts, ek technical, ek commercial, ek field, and 1 leader. That's it. We said we'll give them some incentive. Nobody took the incentive mind after that. So each BA, this team, were collectively responsible for reconnection. We got back around 60 to 70,000 people who are gone. So I'm talking of 5-6 years. 60 to 70,000 in a period of that 5-6 years. Because nobody blamed each other. Right? It was covered in the media and all that. Then slowly it fizzled away because then we didn't have the need now. You're getting at that time there was a huge churn. Right? I think you look into that. Okay. Singhalji was talking about communication. Please have closed loop communication. As BA heads, you give an order, a direction. Bas, khatam. Uske baad kya hua? You should get a feedback. This is called closed loop. Unless you get a feedback, you are a great person, you are the king. BA head is the king of your BA. Got it? You give your direction, you tell things, you got it. But then after you do, is it right or wrong? If you don't get a feedback, it is nothing but the satisfaction is you have done this much, but there will be no results at all. When you talk to your subordinates, again, Singhalji has talked of empathy and all that. There are many barriers. Physical barriers, you leave, it won't be there. Perceptual barriers. You may say something that is great, you think is great, your own subordinates and your other team members will not have empathy or understanding with you. So you have to change the perception of people. Ye karne se acha hai. Call your union leaders, talk to people, talk to FTTH partners, your vendors, and you say we are going to make this change, and if we do this, this will happen. Nearly 50 to 60% of barriers after you implement something new will be gone if you beforehand discuss. Right? Then emotional, I need not talk about it. He is spoken. Interpersonal, biggest thing I have seen. One of the biggest blocks of BSNL is ego. I've got silos. We have silos. Why we are here, as he said, a short while. Got it. Do the best you can. Smile, bring smiles. Try to help somebody. You are in power. As BA heads, you are in complete power to define lives of people. Got it? And if you have, there are not you have people under you, getting it, working with you. So you demolish those barriers and set an example by doing so. This is again communication gap. I'll go quickly. That is what the customer expected. Got it? And this is what the project manager thought. and analyst has designed it, programmer what he wrote, ultimately ended up like this. You're getting it? This is what project management often happens. What customer wants and what actually customer really needed. So you plan, right? Why I have put this is when you go to, why that slide has come is when you go to customers, visit EB, Chennai Telephones, we have made a list, standard list. And when we take a brochure and we give it, and we tell, please, these are the services. Many of them don't know, sir, you try it out. Many of them don't know that BSNL has all these services. So unless you approach and tell them, it won't work, right? You have a lot of things in support of your pitch to go on nomination. You have GFRs of 2017. You have letters given by BS. You all have them, right? For mandatory use of BSNL services. Neither you have to go pursue, and these are the advantages given to you, unlike others where you can pitch and differentiate. Okay, data overload. One thing you'll be facing every day as BA heads is data. Data overload. Try to know what is data and convert it into information. Otherwise, you will be stuck with only data. Okay, there will be VCs, there will be VCs, you will conduct meetings, you will do, but you go beyond data to information and knowledge. Right. Sir, now 6 things, last few slides. You all are going to be prepared for something that is going to happen in the next 2-3 years, starting in the next 1 month. Organizational transformation. There are 6 modules, there are 7 modules that are going to happen, where actually the change is planned, as I said, in the boardroom, but happens in the field, right? QoS, customer centricity, sales and distribution, cost reduction, performance, leveraging emerging, and then brand strengthening. So remember, be mentally prepared. All these modules are going to be implemented, and you will be the vanguards of whether this will succeed or fail, right? Having a grand plan is nothing. Implementation is everything. Okay. This is how, why change management projects fail. Last 2 slides or 3. Please read this carefully, sir. You'll be making a lot of change management in your BAs. Yes, sir. Every day you'll be dealing with either competition or change karna hai. Kaise? How do you manage change? What are the failure factors? Unclear or unambiguous purpose. The purpose is not clear. You'll too broadly, defined matrix. Unclarity. Then next is, okay, concepts may be very good. You may have think of smile at the customer service, but how do you actually implement it in your customer service center? That is it. Addressing the issue of fear of change. Now, with the transformational projects BA, everybody is afraid of changing. Even me. It's all of us. The fear of change is a natural thing. When change projects come, first address the fear of change of all your team members in your BA. That is the most important. Tell them, meet them, have a cup of coffee, talk to your officers, right? Give them confidence. Ignoring organization culture and human angle, sir. Sometimes change management projects, they are dumb. Computer laga diya, software laga diya, ye hai, ye kaam karo. You're getting it. Human angle. If human angle is not there, it is just a waste of technology. Okay, the best possible switching system, transmission system, OAFs, all that, IT, those 7 projects, they'll all fail until you address the human angle. That is the most, as our Single G was saying, most important, and organization culture. Again, I told you double lap. Unless you get a feedback, you're destined to fail. Okay, resources, this is not, this is corporate. Okay, now public-private partnerships, that you're getting into. I'll be very quick. Okay, this is not important. This is just to tell you about what is PPP, but all of you must be knowing why PPPs fail, right? Again, just read it. Okay, they're full of gaps. Responsibility is not fixed. Okay, price set by public sector is at odds. Risk premium. Okay, being over optimistic or pessimistic. This can all, when you roll out some new projects in your BAs, these are the pitfalls where they will all fail. Smart cities, you know the list of things. You're all doing, you're pitching for smart city projects, right? You have a list, right? Get it. These are the 18 things we are doing. So wherever you go, wherever in your SSA you see, your BA, you see an opportunity, pitch one of these 18 things, right? To local government, to state government. If something is happening in your BA and it is going to impact the state, pitch it to your circle office. You have to be aggressive. This case study is not there. Okay. So finally, I say, what is truth? Right? The Buddha, what all I told you, what is true, what is wrong, we don't know. Gautama Buddha, when he was asked, What is truth? He simply said, truth is what works, right? So truth is what works. Just with one more teamwork, okay? A joke or something that happened, I conclude. One young officer was there, okay, like all of you, whatever. Drill, he colonel. He said, wow, 30 kilometers walk, 3 kilometers, 30 kilometers. Then again he said, come back 30 kilometers. तो अब सब थक गया ना पूरा. And this colonel, young colonel, he said, आजा. Then everybody stood there. Then he said, अच्छा, जिसको जाना है 3 कदम आगे, you know that military ना, सैल्यूट, चला जाओ. और जो मेरे साथ 3 किलोमीटर और, मिलिट्री दे टेस्ट देयर चैलेंज ना, गॉट इट, और आएगा वो वही खड़े. तो एवरीबडी 3 कदम and went away. One guy was standing. अच्छा शाबाश, बहुत बढ़िया है, चलो 3 किलोमीटर. फिर साहब 3 किलोमीटर क्या, 3 कदम भी आगे नहीं रख सकता हूँ, इतना थक गया. तो you have something, your team is something, you visualize something, think of your team, okay? That is the only thing. Team is together, everyone achieves more, right sir? Together, everyone, can you tell me? Together, everyone achieves more. Don't shy, be shy to be together, right? And what is truth? Truth is what works. Thank you very much, sir. I ran today quickly. It was not very interactive. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your wonderful lecture. With great appreciations for the insightful lecture delivered by our esteemed director, sir, we extend our sincere thanks for sharing your expertise and valuable insight today. आपके चेहरे की जो ये मुस्कान है, वही एक हमारे बीएसएनएल की पहचान है. स्वागत है आपका. Please join me expressing our gratitude with a round of applause. Sir, should we? Sir. Yes, yes. Okay, so just a quick break for a tea, then we will come back and further. पहले सीधा प्रेजेंट। आदर, अभिनंदन, आभार, नमस्कार। हेलो एंड अ वेरी गुड इवनिंग एवरीवन। आ गए हैं वो हंसी मुस्कान लेकर, आ गए हैं वो हंसी मुस्कान लेकर, अपनी वही खुशनुमा पहचान लेकर। स्वागत करते हैं आपका तहे दिल से अपने अरमानों का चिराग लेकर। I am Sagar Kashyap, Sub-Division Engineer in IT Faculty of ALTTC. We warmly welcome to the esteemed Director HR Sir, Dr. Kalyan Sagar Nipani Sir, the BA Head IFA Training Program. It is an honor and privilege to have such a reverend leader among us today. Director Sir brings a wealth of experience and knowledge to the table, steering BSNL through the dynamic landscape of the telecommunication industry. His visionary leadership has been instrumental in shaping the strategic direction of the organization, and we are truly grateful for his presence today. As we embark on this training program, let us draw inspiration from Director Sir. In every challenge, see a hidden opportunity, and let adversity be the fertile ground for your growth. This resonates with our collective journey, seeking new insight and foreign paths to success. We are eager to observe the invaluable insight Director Sir will undoubtedly share with us. Together, let us make the most of this opportunity to learn, collaborate, and contribute towards the continued success of BSN. Once again, a heartfelt welcome to Director Sir. Your presence elevates the significance of this training program, and we look forward for your guidance and wisdom. Thank you, sir. Well, today it is a matter of great pleasure and pride for all the officers and colleagues of BSNL family present in this seminar hall that on this auspicious occasion, we are conducting the prestigious and much awaited training program of BSNL, batch number 8 of BA Head IFA training program. This is a 5-day training program which will be conducted from 15th of January to 19th of January 2024. And there are total 22 participants, out of which 11 are BA Head and 11 are IFAs. I wish to inform our esteemed senior officer on the dais and everyone present that this program is specifically designed for the training of senior officers, primarily and comprises BA Head and internal financial advisors. The training is structured over 2-week period, with the first phase hosted by ALTTC from 15th to 19th of January 2024, and the second phase conducted at the renowned Indian Institute of Management. Let me present today's proceeding brief, sir. Today, our learning journey commenced with a comprehensive lecture by Shri Manoj Jain sir, EGMMM, exploring into the detail of GEM portal by best procurement practices. Subsequently, Shri Devi Prasad ji, Senior GM, Corporate Office Meerut, shared invaluable insight on aspect management and its monetization, enlightening us on the shades of these critical aspects in our telecommunication landscape. Also, Shri Rajiv Soni sir, CGM EW, expanded our horizons by providing a comprehensive view on energy saving and optimization. Then, Shri Adhir Singhal sir, PGM PERS, has guided us through an insightful of emotional quotient and its importance. And then wrapping up the day by our esteemed director, sir, who shared a comprehensive corporate and government customer outreach, customer lifecycle. This diverse array of presentation has laid a strong foundation for the days ahead, promising a rich and insightful learning experience for all participants. Now, an exciting opportunity waits. I would like to invite the group, which consists of Tarsim Singh sir, from Punjab Telecom Circle, Shri Umesh Prasad Shah from Jharkhand Telecom Circle, Shri Venkateshwar Alu from Telangana, sir, Shri Vimal Sandhu Patel from Chhattisgarh Telecom Circle, Shri Vivek Jaiswal from Haryana Telecom Circle, to present your finding and insight in front of our esteemed director, sir. This is your moment to showcase your expertise and contribute to the success of our program. So get ready to shine in the spotlight, sir.
Thank you, sir. Respected Director Sahab and dignitaries on the desk. I am Umesh Prasad Shah, General Manager, Business Area Ranchi. And going through, sir, your that presentation and your past experience, I think we are in a good hand, and we don't have too much to suggest because you are taking care all of the our issues and our views. Sir, I would like to emphasize on that how at least my BA is not only focusing on the day-to-day targets, but also trying to connect with the society so that the society can now start thinking that BSNL Jinda hai, Tiger Jinda hai. So that for that recently that the Mazdoor who has been escaped from the tunnel and who are from our BA, we have called them and felicitated them. We have also engaged around 4 to 5 NGOs from Ranchi to come forward and to support them. So it had a very good coverage in newspaper. And the children, they were not more than 20 years, sir. उन्होंने कहा जो सरकार ने किया वो BSNL कर रहा है. And we have offered the TIP, and 2 or 3 they have agreed. We are on process so that they can enroll as a telecom infrastructure provider. And apart from that, we are conducting weekly 1.5 hour motivational support to our staff. The speaker are from music, sports. Recently, we have called. He is the major. He has that one mountaineer and who was in our town. We have called them to interact with our staff. Also, Mr. One of the this is the Siddhant Satyarup Siddhanta. He was the first person who has climbed Mount Everest without oxygen. So we have called in our conference hall, and he interacted with our people and how they from the engineering college to the greatest mountaineer. So we are trying to interact our people with the local society, so that they can try to improve their emotional quotient. What PGM Pars has already told. Apart from that, we are also trying. We have conducted one group spiritual program on Radha Ashtami. It is not the Janmashtami. It was a Radha Ashtami and everybody was dancing in that. So this is a type of interaction we are creating in our BA, and we are coming with that one logo, that Better Planet Together. That it is our internal thought, so that how we can contribute not only the organization but also the total overall ecosystem. And on my request, sir, your hero, they had come to the Ranchi. I met in Uttarakhand on 14th of September. I didn't have anything to gift him, but I have one flag, and I presented that flag to him. That was the 14th of last year, 2023, and he was very happy. And everywhere that on the newspaper of that Uttarakhand and that Dehradun, it has been covered well. On his Facebook also, they have shared, and they came with me up to Ranchi. And because he is also associated with the Ranchi. So That's all for how we are trying to inculcate some new things to our officers and staff in Ranchi. There are some suggestions, and my friends, they come forward and have. Sir, very small suggestions we have. Sir, as we have already discussed during the enterprise business session, that specialized training is required for the sales and marketing team and enterprise business team with some lock-in period so that they cannot be transferred from that post to the another post.
Idea behind this is that once they are trained, they are used to with the customers. Customer knows them. They are the face of our BA or whatever the business we are providing. When a person is trained and go in the market and immediately gets transferred from that place, the new person came. That affect the association which he has created with them. Na? So that's why we suggested that at least 4 to 5, or which is justified period, that person may be posted on that post so that useful business or customer relation can be maintained.
And another small suggestion that field units must be more and strengthened to serve the customers more promptly and effectively, as had already suggested and guided us, sir. Technically sound people should be posted in the field for a smooth telecom operation, and going to our own VA, we will also try to implement this. Time to time field training of technical employees must be conducted to get them updated their knowledge, because there are lots of takeaway for us, and we will try to implement in our BSR. Similarly, offline training is also required. That already Karmayogi, under Mission Karmayogi, online trainings are going on. But some offline training is also required for the specialized units. You just what we get.
So besides this performance-based incentive schemes, I think corporate office has already launched various performance incentive schemes also. So, but for field staff also, for field staff which are maintaining the best exchanges or network, or because sales right now I think a salesperson in CM segments some incentive schemes are running, but another fields also in finance and field also there should be a incentive based scheme so that all the teams put together can give best of them. The next point was is the recruitment of new workforce. I think since the 2004 batch, we were recruited as a direct GOs. After that, I don't think so. Latest knowledgeable people have been recruited in the BSNL. That was due to various factors also at corporate office also. But right now, I think we are going in the right directions, and many technological transformations has been done in the market. So new people should be recruited at this point of time, so that we can go hand in hand with the competition available in the market. And then, as sir has already, we have taken this point, this motivational offline programs at circle, BA, OA level, that is to be conducted, and specialized persons should conduct this program so that people will get knowledge and highly motivated and be loyal to the organization. Basically, today's problem is that we don't own our organizations. What I feel in my BA is that people are working not wholeheartedly towards the BSNL as an organization, because somehow they cut with the higher and seniors and this. So that is impacting the performance of the people. So highly motivated motivational programs required to be conducted frequently, so that loyalty towards the company may be created, which enhance the performance of the employees. And lastly, this portion is also not touched earlier, that higher incentives be given for acquiring high knowledge which is beneficial to the BSNL. Right now, I don't think so. Some motivational factors available that employee go for higher education, which is beneficial to the BSNL in furthering the interest of the company as a whole. So that's from all from our group, sir. Thank you very much for giving
I
the
would like-
chance.
Yes, sir. Now, this as far as this market acquisition, etc., is concerned, the strategy of the private means competitors is entirely different from us. So they are attacking the where your cream is available. For example, ACT is having 23 lakhs customer base, which is spread over only 4-5 cities. For example, in Hyderabad is having 5 lakh, entire AP is at 10 lakh, Bangalore another 5 lakh, Chennai. So in Hyderabad itself, he is earning 500 crores per annum. So with that muscle power, they are slowly expanding into encroaching into other cities. So if we are also required aggressive marketing where this we have the market share, sir. So that will boost the morale of the staff. So our staff are BSNL recruited people are not inferior to the private competitors, sir. In fact, these in private operators, so they are having only kind of a single skill kind of thing. Our people are having a multifaceted skills with various these things. You may be better knowing in Chennai and all, sir. But the thing is, we lost these major cities, Hyderabad, Bangalore, to a certain extent it okay, sir. But lot of, and especially in IT areas, we don't have any presence where they are ready to pay 1,000 rupees, 2,000 rupees for high speed bandwidth. So we require really a strategy. Now we are having a kind of a uniform approach across BS. Maybe it is rural or urban, semi-urban, etc., etc. But we require a that will really boost the morale of the employees, sir.
Sir, I would like to add one more thing in this. Now we are actually the right man should be placed at the right job. That is the basic theme we should follow because as is seen, like we have corporate office has told that 5% people should be kept in EB section, but only that fellow should be posted who has a acumen for marketing and who has an interest in that area. I mean, so simply putting people fulfilling that 5% will not do. People, we may introduce a psychometric test or I mean, any other suitable options to check whether that fellow is suitable for that job or not. Only after that would be posted in EB section. That will give more fruitful result for us.
Sir,
specific skill development question has come, but
Thank you, sir. Sir, one small.
EB is one place. 100% agree because I am closely associated with EB. Got it. Even now in Chennai, where I go there, I participate in business development. You need the right person, right? Other no point having 20 people who don't have the skill sets, or they may be highly skilled, but they don't have the passion. Got it? Or marketing skills. So no point having a very brilliant, intelligent guy sitting and generally, that he should be aggressive, go, do business intelligence, find out what others are doing, what is their plans, what are their audit. So you should have such people in EB and they should be trained. I fully agree. No point.
Yes, sir. You have written one book, My Cat, What My Cat Taught Me, and my MBA did. Before you conclude, sir, I would like to have your that is small what it relates to and what message it would like to give us to us. And one admin, sir, request is that as per the current vehicle guideline, sir, corporate office allowing one vehicle for 300 kilometers for operation and maintenance. And one of the my OA is comprising of 3 districts, sir. And one end to another end is around 120 kilometer in length and around 50 kilometer in width, and it is having 400 kilometer optical fiber. So we are forced to give him only one from the BA on one one as per the norms. So being two vehicle, it is very difficult, sir. So at least one vehicle per district is required because it is a fully LWE that next slide portion, and from moving one district headquarter to another district headquarter, you will have to travel around 30 to 40 kilometer forest area. So even they have some problem in night. So you cannot move from one place to another place if you have one vehicle. If it is a station and district headquarter, it will help to extend some support to the network. Still, they are not moving after 8 o'clock. Because even when I was starting traveling as per the recent guideline of headquarter that GMBA has to stay one night at every district. So I get advisory from the police that you should not move after 6 o'clock in the evening and before 8 o'clock on the morning during the winter season. And they have tracked me and they have told me, even our MP, who is the ex-DGP, he told me personally on phone, Umesh ji, आप 6 o'clock आप वहां से क्रॉस कर रहे थे. That day was a foggy day, so visibility is very less. So he told me, आप उस जगह से क्रॉस कर रहे थे, it is warning to you, don't move. So that sir, thoda it is a very difficult district. So at least one vehicle will help something to improve their network and other or work also. At least one district, one vehicle should be there. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. That was a very wonderful presentation from your side. So now the floor is open for an interactive session with our esteemed director, sir. This is a unique opportunity to engage, seek guidance, and share your thought directly with Honorable Director, sir. So let's make the most of this enriching interaction. If anyone have any questions or queries, you can just may directly interact with the sir. Thank you.
Except post more people, you can take it up separately. We'll do.
Hello. Sir, I want to share some slides, sir.
As you're preparing, I would like to talk to Madam. I am Kozekud. When I was there, they had a network problem. I think BSNL, they were saying we need BSNL, but we are not getting or something.
Okay.
So just try to have maybe, the general feeling is all other services were available in that IIM campus, but not BSNL.
Okay, okay.
And they were eager.
Okay, fine.
I think somebody approached and maybe some problem with the rates or I don't know, but it was not followed through. But it's a good opportunity.
Yes.
Yeah, IIM is good. So many people, a captive audience.
We do have our services there in terms of ILL.
Achha.
Probably the mobile coverage, I'll check.
Mobile coverage. Yeah. Talk more mobile coverage. It's a good opportunity.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Hello, sir. Myself, Manoj Yadav, IFA Gwalior, MP Circle. Sir, I have prepared some slides about the this Karmyogi. The Karmyogi, sir, I am trying to speak English. May I speak in Hindi also? सर जो HR सेक्शन का जो हमारा जो एक इनिशिएटिव था कर्मयोगी का, वो फील्ड के अंदर वो बहुत ज्यादा फलीभूत हुआ है. उससे हमारा जो स्टाफ है बहुत मोटिवेटेड हुआ है और एक नई एनर्जी के साथ में हम लोग आगे बढ़े. और उस कर्मयोगी ट्रेनिंग में हमने मास्टर जो ट्रेनर बनाया, करीब 300 मास्टर ट्रेनर बने. उन 300 मास्टर ट्रेनर का जो लेवल है हमारा, वो किसी भी मैनेजमेंट इंस्टीट्यूट के प्रोफेसर से कम लेवल नहीं है वो. और उसका जो रेस्पॉन्स अगर आप डिफरेंट सीजीएम के द्वारा पाएंगे तो दैट इज वेरी एक्सीलेंट. एंड इन आवर बीए some persons from this thermal power station come, they have that the people from the IM, when they give training, your training is far more better than that. And this business, sir, and this business is also ये पैसा कमाने का भी हमारा बिजनेस है. कम से कम इस पार्टिकुलर सेगमेंट से हम 1000 करोड़ रुपीस कमा सकते हैं. और वो कैसे कमा सकते हैं और मार्केट में क्या हो रहा है वो मैं आपको बताना चाहता हूँ. सर जो मेरा फर्स्ट स्लाइड है कि जो कर्मयोगी जो है वो इनिशियल लेवल पे सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट ने अंडर द लीडरशिप प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी स्टार्ट करा. पहले ये सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट के हायर ऑफिसर्स के लिए था. उसके बाद में फिर उसका जो रिजल्ट है वो काफी अच्छा आया. तो फिर बाद में सेंट्रल पीएसयू के अंदर भी ट्रांसफॉर्म हुआ है. और अब इस इनिशिएटिव को कुछ स्टेट गवर्नमेंट ने भी उसको टेकन किया है, जैसे कि हरियाणा गवर्नमेंट ने लिया है. हरियाणा गवर्नमेंट ने करीब 8622 लोगों को इसमें ट्रेनिंग दी है और 3.5 लाख लोगों को वो ट्रेन कराना चाहते हैं. उसका ये लेटर है एक सैंपल में. मध्य प्रदेश गवर्नमेंट जो है उसने मध्य प्रदेश कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग प्रोग्राम के नाम से ये मिशन चालू करा है और सैलरी का 1% का बजट एलोकेशन दिया है. तो दैट इज अ वेरी ह्यूज बजट. आरसीवीपी नोरन एकेडमी को जो ये काम मिला है उनको 10 करोड़ रुपीस का ये बजट एलोकेट हुआ है इस काम के लिए. अब इसका जो पोटेंशियल क्या है सर, इसमें से एक एग्जांपल है सर, ये 66,000 रुपीस इनको एक दिन के ट्रेनिंग के मिल गए. लगभग 8 लाख रुपए 5 दिन के. जो ट्रेनिंग हमने आज करी 22 लोगों की, अगर यही ट्रेनिंग अगर हम आरसीवीपी नोरन में ये ट्रेनिंग होती तो हमको 8 लाख रुपए का एक्सपेंडिचर देना होता, जो ट्रेनिंग हमने यहाँ पर अक्वायर करी. हमारे पास में इस समय 300 मास्टर ट्रेनर है, फुली ट्रेंड है और उनका काम लगभग खत्म हो चुका है. ये रिसोर्सेस हमारे पास में अभी एम्प्टी हो जाएगा.
मास्टर ट्रेनर्स ऑल आर फॉर एमपी सर्कल और
फॉर ऑल इंडिया. हर बीए से हमारे पास में 2 मास्टर ट्रेनर हैं और उनमें से मैक्सिमम जो मास्टर ट्रेनर्स हैं वो किसी भी प्रोफेसर से कम मादा नहीं रखते हैं. उनका जो एक्सेलेंस है वो शानदार है. और इसमें चूंकि ऑप्शन बेसिस था तो जिनमें एलोक्वेंस है, मैं शायद उतना प्रभावी नहीं हूँ, लेकिन जो मेरे बीए के जो मास्टर ट्रेनर है वो बहुत ज्यादा प्रभावी है. और वो ऑडियंस को करीब 6 से 8 घंटे तक ऐसे एंगेज करते हैं उन्हें मालूम ही नहीं पड़ता है कि अभी आधा घंटा बीता है या पूरा दिन निकल गया. अब इस धंधे का पोटेंशियल क्या है, अब इस बिजनेस में क्या है, अब चूंकि ये जो योजना है वो चूंकि पीएम मोदी के द्वारा ही लॉन्चित की गई है कि हमारे देश में जो हमारे जो गवर्नमेंट ऑफिसर्स है वो कर्मयोगी कैसे बन सकते हैं, हम देश सेवा में अपने आप को कैसे समर्पित कर सकते हैं. और उसके लिए पॉजिटिव माइंड होना बहुत जरूरी है और ये इस समय की बहुत ज्यादा जरूरत है. अब इस चीज के लिए जो हर पीएसयू खर्च करता है और बड़े कॉर्पोरेट भी खर्च करते हैं, ऐसे बिजनेस कोच को बुलाते हैं. एंड फॉर सिंगल डे दे गिव लैक्स ऑफ रुपीस. अब इसमें हमारे को दूसरे एंगल्स और क्या, दूसरा एंगल ये है कि जैसे कि फॉर एग्जांपल हमारे पास जो सीनियर आईटीएस ऑफिसर्स थे उनके पास में जो टॉप लेवल का जो पीएसयू और सीपीएसयू थे वहां पर उनका डायरेक्टली उनका नेटवर्क था. तो हमें ईवी का बिजनेस लाना बड़ा आसान होता था और उसके लिए हम एंटर कर सकते हैं. आफ्टर दैट दे ऑल गेट लिटिल ओल्डर. हमारा न्यू जो स्पेस है पर्सनल्स का, ऑफिसर्स का, वो हमारे को वापस से मार्केट में खड़ा करना है. तो हमें उनसे नेटवर्क स्थापित करना. तो जो हमारे जो मास्टर ट्रेनर जो दूसरे इंस्टीट्यूट्स में सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट्स में जब ट्रेनिंग देंगे तो उनसे एक नेटवर्क स्थापित होगा और जब वो नेटवर्क स्थापित होगा तो हमको बिजनेस लाना बहुत ही सहज होगा. तो 1000 करोड़ रुपए हम ट्रेनिंग से कमा सकते हैं और करीब 5 से 10,000 करोड़ का हम ईवी बिजनेस फर्दर इंप्रूव कर सकते हैं.
I am planning with Anna University. Training से शुरू किया. Now we have the capacity and the passion and the will. We can capture 540 colleges, right? For our EV services, for mobile. So it's good.
जी सर. सर इसके लिए हम डिफरेंट जो इंसेंटिव ऑर्गेनाइज कर सकते हैं और इनको हम एक्सटर्नल ट्रेनिंग देने के लिए भी फर्दर कर सकते हैं. और इससे हमारे को बिजनेस पोटेंशियल बहुत ज्यादा ह्यूज है क्योंकि हमारा जो ट्रेडिशनल मार्केट शेयर और ट्रेडिशनल बिजनेस थोड़ा कम हो रहा है, तो हमको नए बिजनेस एवेन्यूज देखना चाहिए। इससे हमारा न्यू बिजनेस से भी हमारे को इनकम क्रिएट हो जाएगा। थैंक यू सर। और इस स्लाइड्स के लिए अगर आप फर्दर रुकाएंगे तो मैं अगले वीक इसको और बेटर तरीके से प्रेजेंट करूंगा, भेज सकता हूँ आपको।
Thank you, sir. Thank you. That was a wonderful presentation. And I would like to inform that we have 100 Karam Yogi master trainers from ALTTC, and I am one of them to proudly to say that.
We'll monetize all talent. Sir, okay, all skill set, very aggressive, right?
सर इनिशियली कॉर्पोरेट से हमको एक सर्कुलर मिल जाए कि जो हमारे मास्टर ट्रेनर है वो अदर डिपार्टमेंट में जाकर के ट्रेनिंग दे सकते हैं। तो अगर वो फर्स्ट सर्कुलर मिल जाता है तो फिर हम देखते हैं कि आगे उस बिजनेस को हम कैसे ला सकते हैं, क्योंकि जब तक हमारे पास कॉर्पोरेट का
ऑलरेडी इस पे बात चल रही है। हम अभी वही बात कर रहे थे। ऑलरेडी TCIL ने एक ऑफर दिया था, इवन भारत इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स लिमिटेड से भी, क्योंकि हम उन PSUs को टारगेट करेंगे जहां से हमें बिजनेस मिलने का चांस है। जो ऑलरेडी मतलब जो प्रॉफिट में नहीं है वो तो पैसा खर्च नहीं कर पाएंगे। तो वी आर ऑलरेडी टारगेटिंग, वी नो दैट कि ये हमारे मास्टर ट्रेनर रेडीमेड हमें अवेलेबल है और हम इससे काफी पैसा कमा सकते हैं।
सर इस प्रकार के प्रोग्राम सर जो कलेक्टर लेवल पर भी हम जा सकते हैं, मांग सकते हैं, क्योंकि वो लोग करवाते हैं।
एग्जैक्टली आपने सही बोला। इसको भी हमने यहाँ पे जो है मतलब कुछ लोगों से बात किया है, बट अभी वो कोई भी आइडिया जो है मतलब कंक्लूड नहीं हुआ है, बट जल्दी हो जाएगा। वी आर ऑलरेडी थिंकिंग ऑन दिस दैट।
जैसे स्किल डेवलपमेंट प्रोग्राम का हमने किया ना, हम लोग काफी पैसे कमा रहे हैं तमिलनाडु सर्किल में भी स्किल डेवलपमेंट प्रोग्राम का ट्रेनिंग दूसरे लोगों को दे करके। उसी तरीके से इसकी भी ट्रेनिंग हम दूसरे डिपार्टमेंट को दे करके पैसा कमा सकते हैं। व्हाट यू सेड इज वेरी राइट, आई थिंक it's got a very good potential.
You come up with some this plan and send to us. Okay.
Can you do two things? Create a plan, target in your BA an organization that is, who has good cash flows and who are keen. You can market, you can tell us, we can do that, right? And as BAs, you have a lot of clout and influence. Your word matters. So,
sir,
help us.
सर इसमें प्रॉब्लम ये है कि जैसे जब हम किसी डिपार्टमेंट को ट्रेनिंग देंगे तो वी हैव टू चार्ज ऑल्सो। तो चार्ज का जो प्लान है वो कॉर्पोरेट ही हमको बना सकता है कि क्या चार्ज लेना चाहिए, या फिर हमको ऑर्डर मिले।
Okay, that we will decide. You send to us, we will decide.
Okay, thank you.
I will say, let us make this as a revenue stream for BSN. Okay, sir, let's take it as a challenge. I request all your help. Okay, wherever you get the leads, you give us. Wherever you have good proposals, you give us. Right? And we will escalate to the board. CMD got a good performance. Okay, it's a special maybe one award or we can create. Let us make it into a revenue stream. Okay, this.
Okay, thank you. Now it is with great pleasure and anticipation that we now turn our attention to the highlight of our event, the keynote address by our esteemed director, sir. His valuable insight and vision are sure to inspire and guide us as we navigate through this transformative journey. Without further delay, let's warmly welcome Honorable Director, sir, to share his thoughts and perspectives with us.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. I didn't know that I had to give a keynote address. My presentation itself was a keynote address. That itself, I spoke to you from my heart, what you should do, how you interact, giving suggestions. Okay. But let me reiterate only one or two points that come offhand. Uh, we are going through a transitional phase, which is very, very tough. Got it. But whatever what you think is tough, consider it as a challenge. And as I said again, I will reiterate this in my quote unquote keynote address also. The revival of BSNL is planned in the boardroom, but happens in the switch room. That means in the field. If this fails, the entire apple cart is upset, right? So you are the vanguards. I understand one thing. Soldiers are there, generals plan things, okay, but it is for the commanders in the army. You're all commanders, BAs. You're the commanders of the army. You need to be definitely well equipped. I think thanks to our CMD and the board, a lot of issues related to your. I just attended one or two MC meetings only. Okay, so a lot of issues are being resolved. Your equipment needs are being taken care. Switches, batteries, power plants. I think so. Many things are happening. You're that it's like saying that you have an enemy who's having an AK-47. Got it? And the best bazooka and this, and you can't be given stones and sticks to fight with, right? So empowerment is going on thanks to our CMD and the board, all the vertical directors. You have such a team; they are always open. Anybody here can pick up the phone and talk to the CMD anytime. He'll message maybe a little later, but it's such a kind of dynamic board you have. I'm always there with you. So you make the best opportunity to reach out, make plans. Your equipment needs, okay, are being taken care. As far as the biggest question, 4G, you know better. We are going at a breakneck speed, right? And we are going to make it. There are some small technical hitches that are happening, but they'll be overcome. I mean, Ericsson and Nokia, they have built up but where they are today is nearly 2.5 to 3 decades of research and development, right? And we have to do it in a fraction of that time, but it is going to be a success. You are aware of the CMD statement in the media and WhatsApp groups. Okay, so I don't want to give the numbers and talk much. I would like to keep it very, very general. So we are there, right? And third point is, again, I reiterate what I said during my presentation. Kindly motivate your teams. The most important thing is staying focused and motivated. Not just you, your team. Right? If your team is not motivated, they don't know the crisis we are in. Right? And the path that has been, we were in, not we are in, we were in. And the path, the opportunity that has been given to BSNL now, they should make the full use of it. I conclude with, yes, somebody wanted what my first book was, that very nostalgic. What my cat taught me and my MBA did. वो बहुत अच्छा किताब है. It's there, I think, all over. No? One of the best. I'll quote only two things for your curiosity. It is a management book, okay, of self-development and leadership. 8 chapters. Each chapter begins with a cat and a dog, that they are my pets, right? I really had them, a cat called Socks, if I remember. His whole body was black and feet were white, and a dog, Tintin, right? So how I built up the story was that 8 instances happen, 8 chapters. So each chapter begins with a story, an incident between the family, the cat and the dog. Just 2 pages. ये हुआ, ये हुआ, ये. वहां से क्या सीख सकते हैं? Like, what can we learn about life and livelihood from that incident? And then I have given immediately case studies. Right? Usually I give a lot of, all the books, it is only case. Just talking theory is very easy. But I have to prove. Okay, इसके साथ ये हुआ, Microsoft के साथ ये हुआ, this leader, Bill Gates, came up this way, Akio Morita, Marasu Ibuka of Sony, they face these problems. That you understand, Narayan Murthy. So many things from various fields, we give examples. So that is what the book is. You wanted only out of the 8-fold path, 2 chapters, I'll tell you. One thing is being authentic. Okay, being you, right? Lend every man their ear, thy ear, but reserve thy judgment. Shakespeare said that. So be authentic to yourself. So how this chapter begins: one day, some guests come and they really, love dogs and they don't like cats at all. So what happens? For 3-4 days, the guests say the cat ended up, thrown out, and the dog is pampered. You're getting it, biscuits, ice creams. So the dog thinks the whole house is his and all that, and the cat is far away. The next few days later, I'm making the story short. Another batch comes, another aunties and uncles who are allergic to the dog's hair. So the whole of that week, the dog ends up being tied to the backyard. Got it? And this cat is living its own life happily. You're getting it? Right? Least bothered. It is authentic. It didn't try to impress people. It didn't try to do some tricks or like the dog jump around, show tricks and all that. Because the next batch comes, the dog is thrown. So what you can learn in life. Secondly, it was raining one day. Both the cat and the dog were stuck in the shed. They had to come home. This dog was trying, and this dog is of high pedigree. You're getting it, high breed and all. The cat is ordinary cat. So this dog is trying to come through from the garage to inside the house, getting wet, going away, again trying, going away. This cat looks around quietly, sees, he gets onto the ledge. I call this chapter walking on the ledge. He gets onto the corner, goes under a bush, climbs a ledge, climbs a window sill, takes the long path but reaches its destination. So the lesson, what I've tried to tell is the shortest distance between 2 points need not always be a straight line, right? In life, in livelihood, in strategy, got it? You may have to take bends and curves to reach your point from A to B. So these are the two folds of the eightfold path where I said my MBA didn't teach me all this. MBA 5 MBA किया हूँ, लेकिन my cat and my dog taught me. So with all due regard to all you MBAs, this is the theme of the book. I'll conclude by saying, everybody says, perform or perish, right? That is the statement. Everybody is saying, perform or perish, a revival package. I will say it is not perform or perish. We will perform and we will flourish. Thank you. Jai Hind, Jai BSNL.
Thank you, sir. Now, as we bring this transformative training program to a close, let's reflect on the collective journey we have undertaken. The evaluation summary reveals not the just measurable progress, but also the growth and shared commitment to the excellence. Each participant has contributed to making this program a success. Let's uphold this dedication and enthusiasm demonstrate throughout. May I request Sri Sukhdev sir to please read out the evaluation summary, please.
Thank you, Sagar. Respected Director HR, Dr. Sri Kalyan Sagar Nipani ji, PGM Dore sir, GM Tech Sri Mohan Singh ji, and GM General North to Sri Rajeshwar Dayal ji, all the distinguished participants, all the faculty heads of ALTTC, ladies and gentlemen. सर ने अपने लेक्चर में भी बोला था कि जब तक हम किसी सिस्टम को चेक ना करें, उसका फीडबैक ना लें, तब तक हम जो है अपनी कमियों को नहीं सुधार पाएंगे. सो इसी श्रृंखला में सर हमने जो है 5 पॉइंट्स पर जो है फीडबैक लिया है और ये जर्नी हमारी जो है 15 जनवरी से शुरू होकर आज खत्म हो रही है. सभी पार्टिसिपेंट ने 9 से 10 घंटे और एक दिन तो 13 आवर्स जो है मतलब स्पेंड किए हैं. तो जैसा कि किसी भी टीचर को पढ़ाने के लिए 1 घंटा पढ़ाने के लिए उसे 21 से 22 घंटे खुद पढ़ना पड़ता है, लेकिन उस 1 घंटे की इंफॉर्मेशन को हजम करने के लिए कहूँगा मैं, उसको जो है मतलब हमें एब्जॉर्ब करने के लिए भी काफ़ी मेहनत करनी पड़ती है. और हमारे सभी पार्टिसिपेंट सुबह 10 बजे से लेकर और रात के जो है 8 बजे तक जो है 9 o'clock या 1 day 9 o'clock इसी रूम में रहे. और सर हमने जो फीडबैक कलेक्ट किया है, फर्स्ट ऑब्जेक्टिव था ऑब्जेक्टिव ऑफ द कोर्स, तो वी गॉट द ग्रेड 9.91 सर. एंड कंटेंट ऑफ द कोर्स वी हैव गॉट अगेन 9.91. Material supplied 9.91, presentations 9.95, and all the arrangements 9.73. So overall grading, sir, we achieved 9.88. We got few suggestions from the participants to improve the course, sir. The first is relevant topics covered, very useful and informative. Design and delivery both were very good. Course was excellent. Course is very well designed to meet the objective. Some ERP specific T course to fetch the important reports from it, which BA head and IFA are authorized, need also to be included in it. So we have make a note for this, and in the next batch we will include, sir. Infrastructure services. The main problem was that heating arrangements in the hostel was not adequate on the first day, but same day we have repaired. And just I want to tell that on, as you people all know, that on the 10th November we got this presidential order to hand over the LTTC campus to NTI Prit, which have been handed over on 16th of December. So after 10th of November, we have not spent any money on the infrastructure project, and everything was on hold. But we have planned already where 200 heaters, blankets, and all those things, but not become possible. And suggestion for the new training programs. For newly joined BA heads, separate training program may be conducted, particularly for those who have taken a break from BSNL for years together. So I think ये जो ट्रेनिंग BA हेड का जो रखा था, इसीलिए रखा था कि बहुत दिन से कोई भी ट्रेनिंग हमारे जो है सीनियर ऑफिसर्स के लिए नहीं की गई थी, ये उसी का पार्ट है। और अभी भी अगर जो है कुछ नए BA हेड्स बने हैं, तो उसके लिए जो है CMD सर ने एक आइडिया दिया था कि एक कंपेडियम फॉर BA हेड बनाया जाए in the month of May, sir. And that document has been released by CMD sir on 29th of September in the corporate office, that compendium for BA head. I think you may be having the copy of all those, maybe having the copy of that, because the instructions were given to all the CGMs to print those copies and give it to all the BA heads and IFAs. Pardon?
कॉपीज हैं?
नहीं, कॉपीज हमारे पास इस समय नहीं है, लेकिन सभी को सॉफ्ट कॉपी दिया है और सभी सीजीएम्स को ने प्रिंट करके सभी BA हेड्स को देना था।
दिया, मिला किसको? How many? Nobody got it, sir. थोड़ा
नहीं, ये तो आपके सीजीएम्स
will follow. We have to give a reminder also.
ठीक है,
Many of them don't even know. You don't even know that there is such a compendium.
ओके
Okay.
सर, ठीक है। हाँ, सॉफ्ट कॉपी आज ही हम अभी फॉरवर्ड कर देंगे। Yes, sir.
It is official procedure. Sometimes it won't work. You have a BA head group.
Yeah.
This group.
I will share it.
You share with all your other friends. Okay.
Due to the technology upgradation, every executive has to be technology knowing. Basically, the field units have not upgraded their skills since they are the market representative. So Karmyogi training is being improved. I don't know this. Finance part to be for 2 days. So 1 day is not sufficient. Okay. So few topics may be added. Okay. Okay. And the sir next. Okay. Okay. And next point, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah. Yes, sir. Training may be arranged every 6 months, time schedule to be followed strictly by the faculty. So this is the last point, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thanks for your suggestions. We will take them and be open. It's not anything happens in the field, whatever you can reach out to our teams. Like for Karma Yogi, you can reach out to sir, right? So like that, we will try to
build this knowledge base. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Now, in heartfelt appreciations of the Director Sir's profound insight, we extend our sincere gratitude by presenting a memento. May this token of recognition symbolize our enduring admiration and express our deepest thanks for the invaluable wisdom shared. Thank you for illuminating our path with your guidance and vision. May I request PGM Sir, Shri Pratap Nayan Dhore Sir, to please present this token of appreciation to the Sir. Ajay ji, please. Sir, sorry, sir. Sir, please stay there. There are more to come. Sir, Ilantrai sir also wants to show his gratitude to you. Sir. Sir, sir, one more presentation from Jharkhand, Ranchi. Yes, sir. Umesh sir also wants to show his gratitude. Sir, Abhi, vote of thanks. So I would like to invite Sri Pratap Nayan Dhore sir to please extend the vote of thanks.
Honorable Director, sir, Dr. Nipani, sir, Kalyan Sagar Nipani, GM Mr. Mohan Singh, GM Headquarters Sri Sukhdev, and GM Mobile Sri Rajshir Dyali. On the culmination of the 8th batch of the esteemed BA heads and IFA training program, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to our Honorable Director HR, Sri Kalyan Sagar Nipani, esteemed guest speakers, and the distinguished BA heads IFAs in meeting. A special thank to Sri Kalyan Sagar Nipani sir for sparing his valuable time and sharing insightful concluding remarks. Your interaction has been highly effective and informative, leaving an indelible impact on our officers. We express our sincere appreciation to our distinguished speakers whose guidance is instrumental in the grooming our officers for leadership role. Thanks also to all the participating officers for their keen interest throughout the day. Acknowledgement extends to the GMs, DGMs, faculty heads, and all officials of LTTC for their crucial role in ensuring the smooth conduction of today's session. In conclusion, gratitude to everyone directly or indirectly involved in the success of this session. Your contributions are invaluable. Thank you.
All the best. Okay. Stay happy. Yeah. Okay. This is there.
Thank you, sir. Now it's time for the hard work they have done for 5 days. Now the distribution of certificates. I would like to request Ilyanthi Rai sir to please come over the stage and take the certificates. Okay, sir. So should we conclude the meeting? Okay, sir. Should we conclude the then? Okay, sir. So as we conclude this training program, I express my sincere gratitude to each one of you. Your presence signifies a shared commitment to continuous learning and growth. Together, let's embark on a journey of discovery, collaboration, and enlightenment. In conclusion, let me leave with you with this thought. Success isn't just a destination. It's the art of crafting a meaningful and fulfilling journey where each challenge becomes a stepping stone to a greatness. Let our path be marked with innovation, collaboration, and lasting impact. Thank you for your attention and participation today. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you all. Wish you a safe journey, happy journey back, and make your, your turf the brightest. Okay. Silence. Thank